Chapter 8:23 Mother-Child Chainsword? As he looked at Su Li, who'd become the center of attention after killing Lu Yong, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Earlier, when Su Li abandoned the enormous sword and the enormous sword was blasted into pieces by Lu Yong, Duan Lingtian had seen Su Li's movements that were like a bolt of lightning. After abandoning the enormous sword, Su Li used his body to control the chain sword at the first possible moment and killed Lu Yong, who didn't have the time to react. Lu Yong had a strength that was stronger than Su Li, yet a single mistake caused him to perish. It was lamentable. Even though the mother-child chain sword Su Li cultivates is only a low-grade heaven-rank sword skill, but his actions from before have obviously already been cultivated to the mastery stage. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Su Li was really a natural sword cultivator. Good. Amazing. Meanwhile, the surrounding spectators that were shocked by Su Li's actions recovered from their shock and couldn't help but exclaim loudly. As far as they were concerned, the sword skill Su Li executed earlier was miraculous. So what if there was a difference of 5 ancient horn dragons? He'd still killed his opponent while being weak. Whoosh! Under the gazes of everyone present, Su Li flew down and arrived before Duan Lingtian in a short moment, and then he said with a smile, "Duan Lingtian, I've helped you take revenge. How will you repay me?" If it was another person, then out of consideration that the person was Feng Wei's personal disciple, Su Li might not kill the person. But Lu Yong had once made a move against Duan Lingtian in the illusory purgatory during the first round of the selections. According to Zhang Shouyong, Duan Lingtian had almost died at the hands of Lu Yong. It was precisely because of this that he'd killed Lu Yong. Duan Lingtian was a friend he'd gotten to know since he was young, and Duan Lingtian had even generously lent him a hand when he needed help. In his heart, Duan Lingtian had an extremely special position. No matter who it was, anyone that wanted to kill Duan Lingtian was the enemy of Su Li. "What do you want in return?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. "All right, I was just joking." Su Li shook his head and smiled. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a hint of gratitude appeared in his eyes. Actually, at the instant Su Li killed Lu Yong, he'd already guessed Su Li's motive for killing Lu Yong. It was to avenge him. Otherwise, Su Li was completely capable of heavily injuring Lu Yong, and there was no need to kill Lu Yong at all, because killing Lu Yong was of no benefit to him, and it was even to the extent that he would offend the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei. This point could be seen from the hateful gaze Feng Wei shot at Su Li. Duan Lingtian didn't say any more words of gratitude because there was no need. His friendship with Su Li didn't require these superficial things. Nothing needed to be said. The possessor of the number 6 token, Lu Yong, has challenged the possessor of the number 10 token, Su Li, and failed. Su Li has obtained the number 6 token. Besides that, because of Lu Yong's death, the top 10 of the martial competition lacks a position, and it's filled by the possessor of the number 11 token. Ningkan announced loudly. The possessor of the number 11 token was precisely Zhang Shouyong, and he'd obtained Su Li's number 10 token. As for Su Li, he'd obtained Lu Yong's number 6 token. "Su Li, looks like I have to thank you as well." Zhang Shouyong originally thought that he had no fate with the top 10 of the martial competition, yet never had he imagined that things would take a turn and allow him to enter the top 10. In other words, even if he admitted defeat 9 times successively and lost to the possessors of the number 1 to 9 token, he would still be a person in the top 10 of the martial competition. Moreover, Zhang Shouyong didn't intend to accept the challenge of anyone because he knew that there was a certain gap between him and the 9 people in front of him. Even if he made a move, he would only be asking for humiliation. It would be better to stand here and wait for the rewards for the top 10. The 4th round of the selections continued. The possessor of the number 7 token, Feng Tianwu, seemed to have transformed into a tinder elf that arrived at the central area of the sky above the combat arena in a short moment. Her gaze descended onto the possessor of the number 9 token, Yiling, at the first possible moment, and she challenged her by name. Yiling took a deep breath before flying out to meet Feng Tianwu's gaze. Now, Yiling, who'd witnessed Feng Tianwu's true strength, didn't dare underestimate Feng Tianwu in the slightest. Even though Feng Tianwu's cultivation was inferior to her, her comprehension of concept far surpassed her. So when facing Feng Tianwu now, Yiling seemed as if she was facing a great enemy. The two young female experts stood in confrontation, and for a time, it drew the attention of everyone present. Yiling had been renowned in the Darqing dynasty for many years, and the people of the other dynasties had heard of her. Even though Feng Tianwu was beautiful like a celestial maiden and even possessed extraordinary strength, yet she was unknown before this. But after Feng Tianwu made a move earlier, no one dared question Feng Tianwu's strength. Everyone knew that this young woman that was beautiful like a celestial maiden didn't only possess a drop-dead gorgeous appearance. Her strength far surpassed the numerous experts of the younger generation. She was only 25 years old, second-level void interpretation stage, and had comprehended fourth-level void interpretation concept. Not to mention a female martial artist. Even if it was a male martial artist, how many people were capable of accomplishing this? Yiling shouted out in a delicate voice and was the first to make a move. The sword in her hand was like a swimming dragon that was peerlessly graceful, and it flashed out like a flying leaf to lightly tap towards Feng Tianwu. In the surroundings of the sword, there seemed to be strands of jade-green ripples coiled and pulsated, and it was the material form of water concept. Swish! The sword strike was ordinary, yet it contained an extraordinary strength. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth condensed into form. 98 ancient horned dragon silhouettes soared down from the sky along with Yiling, who transformed into flying cotton, and they bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Feng Tianwu. Swoosh! Feng Tianwu moved. She was swift like the wind and flashed like fire, and she moved to intercept Yiling in a short moment. Swish! The whip that was coiled with flames was like a swimming spirit serpent, and the serpent's tail swept out to fearlessly intercept the sharp sword in Yiling's hand. Whoosh! In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth rose abruptly and transformed into 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, and it was an entire two more than the ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Yiling. The 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards the 98 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, and they fought together. For a time, they were evenly matched. Clang! The Grade 3 Spirit Whip and Grade 3 Spirit Sword collided, and both of them shook before retreating at the same time. At the instant they retreated, both of them advanced side by side and charged towards each other. Swish! 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 For a time, the sword silhouettes and whip silhouettes that covered the sky crisscrossed past each other like waves of a violent storm, and the two beautiful figures were like fire and water as they ceaselessly collided with each other. In the end, it was still Feng Tianwu that gained the upper hand, and she injured Yiling in a spurt of energy to obtain the final victory. Yiling gasped for breath as she looked at the beautiful figure in the distance, and her gaze was as complicated as it could be. Could it be that this young woman that wore red clothes and was like a fire spirit is really the darling of the heavens? Not only did she possess a drop-dead gorgeous appearance that aroused envy in others, she also possessed a strength that shocked others. I originally thought that the Darqing dynasty's Yiling could be considered to be the #1 female expert in the younger generation of our 10 dynasties, but now it would seem that it isn't so. The Darkhan dynasty's Feng Tianwu is the true #1 female expert in the younger generation of our 10 dynasties. It's the first time I've seen a peerless beauty with such natural talent. The surrounding spectators sighed with emotion. O Chen, the possessor of the number 8 token, stood in the distant sky, and he stared at Feng Tianwu with a gaze that was filled with fear and seriousness. Even though he felt that his strength surpassed Yiling, it wasn't by much. Once he faced Feng Tianwu, he didn't have complete confidence. It would be fine if it was another person, but this Feng Tianwu was only a young woman that was merely 25 years old, and his heart was filled with bitterness when such a young woman caused him to have such feelings. The fire spirit flashed through the sky and returned to Duan Lingtian's side. Could it be that the heavens are really jealous of outstanding geniuses? Sword 13 and Saber 5 looked at Feng Tianwu and sighed in their hearts. Feng Tianwu possessed the fire spirit body, and it caused them to feel pity. Of course, they knew as well that if it wasn't for Feng Tianwu possessing the fire spirit body, it would be impossible for her to possess such accomplishments at such an age. So that's how it is. In the sky, the sect leader of the emotion-severing sect, Pei-yun, withdrew his gaze from Feng Tianwu and muttered to himself, "Master, what did you notice?" Zhang Yan stood by Pei-yan's side and asked respectfully and reverently, "If I'm not wrong, this Feng Tianwu ought to possess an innate spirit body." Pei-yan muttered, and as he finished speaking, his gaze seemed to become slightly misty as if he was recalling something. Innate spirit body? Zhang Yan's pupils constricted as he said with astonishment, "Could it be that she possesses an innate spirit body like senior brother Hong?" "Yes." Pei-yan nodded lightly and said with an expressionless face, "But your senior brother Hong is different from her. Your senior brother Hong possesses the lightning spirit body, whereas she ought to possess the fire spirit body." Even though Pei-yan's face didn't reveal any joy or anger from the beginning until now, a trace of sorrow still flashed within his eyes when he spoke up to hear. "So that's how it is." Zhang Yin couldn't help but gasp when he heard this, and then he sighed as he looked at the distant young woman that was like a fire spirit. Because of that senior brother Hong, he knew a little about the fate of innate spirit bodies. It was said that before him, senior brother Hong was the only direct disciple that his master had taken in. However, he had never seen this senior brother Hong before. When he entered the emotion-severing sect, that senior brother Hong was already gone. It was said that when he was 30 years old, the lightning spirit body's energy that was hidden in his body erupted, causing him to die young. However, that senior brother Hong's innate talent and strength when he was still alive was enough to make him feel ashamed. It was said that in the entire history of the emotion-severing sect, no one could compare to senior brother Hong's innate talent. It could be said that it was unprecedented. An innate spirit body. After breaking through to the void interpretation stage, due to some reason, one can't consume spirit fruits to cultivate. Otherwise, with senior brother Hong's innate talent, he could have broken through to the void transformation stage before the age of 30 and escaped the fate of being an innate spirit body. Zhang Yan sighed in his heart. Heaven is jealous of geniuses. Zhang Yan muttered to himself in a low voice. Perhaps he was talking about the senior brother that he had never met, or perhaps he was talking about the red-clad young woman in the distance. In the history of Cloud Continent, there seemed to be very few people who could reverse the fate of an innate spirit body. Chapter 824. The possessor of the number 8 token, O-Chen, entered the arena. O-Chen could only choose 2 people, the possessor of the number 9 token, Yiling, and the possessor of the number 10 token, Zhang Shouyong. Not to mention Yiling had just fought a battle and could refuse his challenge with the reason of resting. Even if Yiling didn't enter the arena in the previous battle, he wouldn't choose Yiling for now. Presently, he needed to preserve his strength to deal with the challenges of experts. So now, he started to challenge from the weakest, and it was undoubtedly the best strategy. The possessor of the number 10 token, O-Chen's gaze descended onto Zhang Shouyong as he challenged him. "I admit defeat." Right when O-Chen finished speaking, Zhang Shouyong had already admitted defeat without the slightest hesitation. He'd witnessed O-Chen's strength earlier. O-Chen possessed a cultivation at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage and had comprehended 2nd level void interpretation concept. O-Chen was superior to him, so even if he accepted the challenge, the outcome would still be the same. Subsequently, it was the possessor of the number 9 token, Yiling, that issued a challenge, and she could only challenge Zhang Shouyong. Zhang Shouyong admitted defeat. Number 10. Meanwhile, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan, looked at Zhang Shouyong and asked frankly, "Are you willing to be ranked at the 10th position in the martial competition? If you are, and no one challenges you in the future, then you don't have to waste your breath and admit defeat." "Yes." Zhang Shouyong nodded and replied frankly, "All right." Ning Kan nodded, and then he swept the surroundings with his gaze, causing it to descend onto the other 9 people including Duan Lingtian. The 10th position has already been confirmed. Now, we'll continue to compete for the exact rankings of the top 9. Of course, if the person ranked at the last amongst all of you is willing to be ranked equal to the number token in your possession, then you can speak out. Presently, the person ranked at the last was Yiling. But Yiling obviously didn't intend to be willing to be ranked at the 9th position. and she had the intention of replacing the possessor of the number 8 token, O-Chan, in her heart. Besides that, she wasn't convinced of Duan Lingtian and Zishang's strength. After a round passed and Zhang Shouyong was eliminated, the other 9 people continued. As the possessor of the number 1 token, Duan Lingtian was the first to enter the arena. Swoosh! His figure was like a gale as he arrived at the central area in the sky above the combat arena in the blink of an eye. Number 9. At the first moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze locked onto Yiling. Yiling was not surprised to be challenged by Duan Lingtian. Even though Zishang, who'd executed a secret technique to raise his strength to the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage, had admitted defeat before Duan Lingtian. But as far as he was concerned, Zishang was like a candle that looked good on the outside but was useless. Otherwise, how could he have surrendered before Feng Tianwu without a fight? Duan Lingtian, you have to be careful. Otherwise, the most precious command token in your possession will change owners. Yiling reminded Duan Lingtian. I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian smiled. As if she had noticed Duan Lingtian's contempt towards her, Yiling's face sank. Her figure flashed as she took the initiative to strike first. The 3-foot-long sword in her hand drifted along with the flow of the waves as she pointed it at Duan Lingtian. The moment she attacked, Yiling used her full strength without holding back. Duan Lingtian stood in place, as if waiting for Yiling's attack to land on him. Hiss, 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 hiss. When they saw Yiling's attack coming closer and closer to Duan Lingtian, the surrounding spectators gasped, and they felt that Duan Lingtian was too careless. Yiling's sword arrived before Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye, and it was extremely close. At the critical moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and a dim light flickered in the depths of his eyes. 1,000 illusions. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's vast spiritual force pierced into the soul brand in the depths of his soul, and he directly executed the soul skill that belonged solely to him. Instantly, his spiritual force constructed an illusory space, and the illusory space that appeared out of thin air enveloped Yiling. Duan Lingtian doesn't want to live anymore? When they saw Yiling's sword had already arrived before Duan Lingtian's chest and only needed a little bit more to penetrate through, many people felt their scalps go numb. At this moment, even the 3 monks of Empyrean Temple were shocked by Duan Lingtian's actions. Isn't this courting death? In the distant sky, a trace of a bright light flashed within the eyes of Zhang Yin, and then he muttered to himself. Could it be that he wants to utilize his demonic technique again? Duan Lingtian knew demonic techniques, and he'd heard Zi Yin mention it more than once a few years ago. It was even to the extent that he'd witnessed it with his own 2 eyes. Demonic technique? Pei An's face remained expressionless when he heard Zhang Yin muttering to himself, but a trace of astonishment was mixed within the depths of his eyes. What's Yiling doing? Someone exclaimed in shock and broke the silence at the scene. When they saw Yiling's sword about to pierce Duan Lingtian's chest, it suddenly changed directions and stabbed madly towards the space at the side, causing everyone to be dumbstruck. Has Yiling gone mad? She doesn't dare kill Duan Lingtian? Wait, something seems to be off. Right when many people were surprised and bewildered, they saw a scene that caused them to be dumbstruck. After Yiling moved away the sword that pierced towards Duan Lingtian, she actually turned around and attacked towards the air once more, and it was as if her opponent wasn't Duan Lingtian but the air. Many people felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. Could it be that Yiling has gone mad? This was the thought in the hearts of most people. Only a few people withdrew their gazes from Yiling and looked at Duan Lingtian with surprise and bewilderment. These few people were naturally the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort and the 3 monks of Empyrean Temple. As for Sword 13 and Saber 5, they'd heard Su Li and Long Yun mention Duan Lingtian's ability many times, and even though they were surprised, they were mentally prepared since long ago. Demonic technique? After Pei An finished listening to Zhang Yan's narration via voice transmission, he still had an expressionless face, but when he replied to Zhang Yan, he rejected Zhang Yan's judgment. There are no demonic techniques in this world. I feel that Duan Lingtian's ability is slightly similar to a soul skill. Of course, if he isn't an ordinary human but a variant, then this ability of his is extremely likely to be his innate divine ability. Soul skill? Innate divine ability? Zhang Yan's expression remained unchanged, yet his eyes were filled with bewilderment. These two words were extremely unfamiliar to him. There's a spiritual force fluctuation there. Yiling hasn't gone mad. She's instead fallen for Duan Lingtian's trick. Besides the group of people from the Dark Han dynasty that weren't surprised by what had happened to Yiling, the members of the other 9 dynasties had shocked expressions, and a few Void Transformation Stage inscription masters had even noticed some clues. Even though they were able to utilize their spiritual force to interfere with the spiritual force that enveloped Yiling, they didn't dare. What a joke. This was Skywolf Fort, and the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was being carried out. If they dared interfere and the Skywolf Fort blamed them, they would surely die without a doubt. Swoosh. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian, who'd been standing on the spot without moving since the beginning, finally moved. Whirlwind. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale that charged towards Yiling. Yiling seemed to be ignorant when facing his charge, and she still swung her sword to battle the air as if she'd really gone mad. Bang! Duan Lingtian easily moved around to Yiling's side before casually slapping out with his palm to injure Yiling and blast her flying, causing her to temporarily not have the strength to continue fighting. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force shook to shatter the illusory space he'd constructed with his soul skill, Thousand Illusions. Yiling's countenance was ghastly pale as she spat out a mouthful of blood before returning to her senses. When she saw the composed Duan Lingtian, her expression couldn't help but go grim. You. In next to no time, the voice transmission of the representative of the Darqing dynasty sounded out by Yiling's ears, and she instantly found out what had happened earlier, causing her to be terrified to the point her face went ghastly pale. When she looked at Duan Lingtian once more, besides terror, there was only terror in the depths of Yiling's eyes. So it turned out that everything she experienced earlier was fake. An illusory space. That was an illusory space. Yiling quickly guessed what had happened, and her first thought was if Duan Lingtian had utilized an external force similar to inscriptions or an inscription formation. But with a quick thought, she felt it was impossible. An inscription formation had to be set up at a fixed place, and this was Skywolf Fort. So even if Duan Lingtian really knew how to set up an inscription formation, he wouldn't dare act rashly. Most importantly, she didn't sense any fluctuations of inscriptions or inscription formations. It was precisely because of this that she confirmed one thing. The illusory space she faced earlier was executed by Duan Lingtian himself, and it was similar to the soul skills of those special demon beasts of legend that possessed extraordinary natural talent. Now, I believe you have the ability to obtain the number 1 command token. Yiling took a deep breath and smiled amiably to Duan Lingtian before taking the initiative to give him a flirtatious glance.
Yes.
But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian only casually nodded to her before withdrawing. This caused her to be instantly exasperated. To think that she, Yiling, was the dignified number 1 figure in the younger generation of the Darqing dynasty, and even the emperor of the Darqing dynasty wanted to take her as his daughter-in-law. Yet this Duan Lingtian actually dared to completely disregard her. But when Yiling's gaze inadvertently descended into the distance and saw Feng Tianwu, who was chatting happily with Duan Lingtian, the rage on her face vanished without a trace. She felt slightly ashamed of her inferiority before Feng Tianwu. Perhaps only a woman like her is worthy of him. Yiling laughed with self-ridicule, and then she returned to the Darqing dynasty's group. After Duan Lingtian left the arena, it was the turn of the possessor of the number 2 command token, and it was precisely Feng Tianwu. After Feng Tianwu ascended the arena, her gaze locked onto the possessor of the number 8 command token, Chen. Chen's cultivation and concept were similar to Yiling, and his ability surpassed Yiling slightly. But in the end, he still lost at Feng Tianwu's hands. The possessor of the number 3 command token, Qi Feng, ascended the arena. Victory. The possessor of the number 4 command token, Qin Kong, ascended the arena. Victory. Not long after, it was the turn of the possessor of the number 6 command token, Su Li, to ascend the arena. He challenged Yiling and won. After Su Li, it was the possessor of the number 7 command token, Zishang. As soon as Zishang ascended the arena, The surroundings were in an uproar. Do all of you think Zishang will call out a person to challenge and then admit defeat? Ha 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 ha. There's really such a possibility. Secret technique? Sixth level of the void interpretation stage? It's just a candle that looks good on the surface but is useless. Zishang, what an enormous joke. Chapter 825. The waves of ridicule from the surroundings entered into Zishang's ears, and it caused his expression to become unsightly and livid. The possessor of the number 8 token, Qian, because Yiling had just fought Su Li, Zishang could only choose Qian, who possessed the number 8 token. Qian had a casual expression as he similarly felt Zishang was only good-looking but useless. Whoosh! Along with a strand of a black-colored flame brand appearing between Zishang's brows, 80 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared once more in the sky above him, and they bared their fangs and brandished their claws with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. However, not many people were surprised now, and even more people looked at Zishang with ridicule as if they were waiting for Zishang to lose face once more. But in next to no time, the pupils of these people couldn't help but constrict, because not only had Zishang revealed a strength at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage this time, he'd even exerted it. He heavily injured Qian with a single strike. Qian spat out a few mouthfuls of blood successively before fainting, and then he was taken away by the representative of the Darchu dynasty. This time, all the voices that questioned Zishang stopped abruptly. Zishang looked at the surroundings and grunted coldly, and he seemed to be declaring his displeasure. No matter what, Zishang's domineering display of his strength at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage to defeat Qian in a single move still shocked many people. What secret technique is that? It's too abnormal. No wonder Vice Fort Master Ning took him as his personal disciple, so it turns out that he has such a formidable ability. As expected of the personal disciple of Vice Fort Master Ning, he's extraordinary as expected. The various voices that ridiculed Zishang earlier had vanished, and only waves of praise remained. These people really changed their attitudes quickly. Su Li frowned. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. They're only a group of opportunists that will fall wherever the wind blows, so there's no need to be serious with them. Zishang heavily injured Qian, causing Qian to lose the strength to continue fighting. It was even to the extent that after he consumed the grade 3 life recovery pill given by the Skywolf Fort, even though Qian recovered slightly, he wasn't able to recover completely. In this way, Qian could only be ranked at the 9th position in the martial competition. Yiling obtaining the number 8 token without shedding a drop of blood caused her to feel as if she was dreaming. All of this was given to her by Zishang. Yiling glanced at Zishang, her eyes filled with fear. After a moment, she recalled that she had already been defeated by Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Feng Tianwu. She also knew that she wasn't a match for the other 3. For a time, she made a decision in her heart, and she looked at Ning Can, Vice Fort Master Ning. I'm willing to be ranked at the 8th position in the martial competition this time. Meanwhile, the 8th, 9th, and 10th positions of the martial competition had been decided. The 4th round of selections continued. Just as Duan Lingtian, the possessor of token number 1, was about to enter the arena, Su Li called out to him. What is it? Duan Lingtian looked at Su Li in confusion. Meanwhile, Su Li didn't answer Duan Lingtian, and he looked at Ning Can, who was high in the sky instead, and said frankly, Duan Lingtian challenged me in this battle. I admit defeat. Ning Can nodded. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly as he looked at Su Li. Why are you in such a hurry? I still have a few people that I haven't challenged. If you enter the arena, you'll surely not challenge me in Tianwu first. Besides that, I still want to watch you fight those 3 fellows without any distractions. The meaning within Su Li's words was extremely obvious. He wanted to first decide his ranking before properly watching Duan Lingtian fight the other 3 fellows. As for those 3 fellows, they were naturally Qi Feng, Qin Kong, and Ta Mu, and all of them were existences at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. Subsequently, it was Feng Tianwu's turn. I challenge the possessor of token number 6, Su Li. I admit defeat. Perhaps she was influenced by Su Li, But Feng Tianwu didn't enter the arena and directly admitted defeat to Su Li. There was a difference of 10 ancient horn dragons between her and Su Li, and coupled with Su Li's shocking child chainsword, she didn't have the slightest confidence in going against Su Li. Subsequently, the possessors of token number 3, 4, and 5 successively challenged Feng Tianwu, who'd just obtained token number 6. When facing these 3 existences that were even stronger than Su Li, Feng Tianwu didn't enter the arena and directly admitted defeat. Due to Su Li admitting that he was inferior to Qi Feng, Qin Kong, and Ta Mu, their rankings rose successively. Qi Feng had obtained token number 2. Qin Ran had obtained token number 3. Ta Mu had obtained token number 4. As for Su Li, he obtained token number 5 instead. Feng Tianwu, token number 6. Zishang, token number 7. This was a temporary ranking. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian entered the arena, and his gaze locked onto Ta Mu. I challenged the possessor of token number 4. After a short moment, Ta Mu flew out and stood in confrontation with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you look weak, so hand over token number 1. Otherwise, I won't be courteous to you. Ta Mu grinned, and he seemed to be honest, yet his eyes were filled with strands of bright lights. That will depend on if you have the ability. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Needless to say, Ta Mu's strength wasn't bad. At the very least, it could be considered to be not bad when compared to Yiling, who'd fought Duan Lingtian earlier. Not only had his cultivation broken through to the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage, he'd even comprehended 3rd level Void Interpretation concept. But unfortunately, Ta Mu wasn't an inscription master. Thus, under Duan Lingtian's soul skill, 1000 Illusions, Ta Mu was easily defeated by Duan Lingtian. Ta Mu lost to the point he was muddle-headed, and he had a bewildered expression. I lost? Right when the surrounding spectators were slightly speechless, Ta Mu wiped off the bloodstains on the corners of his mouth, and his eyes glowed as he looked at Duan Lingtian as he said shamelessly, Duan Lingtian, take me as your disciple. Teach me the ability you used to deal with me earlier. How about it? I'm not interested. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Ta Mu, and then he returned to the side of Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and the others. But Ta Mu followed him instead. Master, I've decided. I'll follow you in the future. I'll surely learn your ability. K off. Duan Lingtian frowned as he shouted out with a grim voice, and then his brows relaxed as he paid no further attention to Ta Mu. Ta Mu. Right at this moment, the representative of the Daryuan dynasty, the old man with a robust figure, soared through the sky and arrived by Ta Mu's side in a short moment before slapping the back of Ta Mu's head. Slap. After he slapped Ta Mu, the robust old man looked at Duan Lingtian. Please forgive Ta Mu if he's caused any trouble to you. Duan Lingtian nodded. I won't leave. I want to follow Master. I want to follow my master. Ta Mu, who was dragged away by the robust old man, was ceaselessly shouting and pestering Duan Lingtian, and he seemed like an ignorant brat. This scene caused the surrounding spectators to be slightly speechless. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard Ta Mu repeatedly call Duan Lingtian master. Why didn't he know that he'd taken Ta Mu as his disciple? Brother Lingtian, I think it's pretty good even if you take that fellow as your disciple. In the future, you'll have one more person to be at your beck and call. Zhang Shouyong smiled. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes angrily at Zhang Shouyong, who took pleasure in Ta Mu's misfortune. Big brother Zhang, if you want him, then take him yourself. I want to as well. But the problem is that he doesn't take a fancy to me. Zhang Shouyong laughed bitterly. Ta Mu was similar in age to him, yet his strength far surpassed him. Making Ta Mu take him as his master was undoubtedly more difficult than ascending the heavens. After Ta Mu caused the commotion, the atmosphere at the scene underwent a slight change. Ta Mu, wanting to take Duan Lingtian as his master, seemed to be at a loss for whether to laugh or cry, yet everyone present was clearly aware that the reason Ta Mu did that was entirely because of Duan Lingtian's unfathomable ability. Even if it was them, they were similarly filled with curiosity and yearning towards that ability. When the representatives of some dynasties focused their gazes on Duan Lingtian, their eyes were filled with greed, and they wished for nothing more than to capture Duan Lingtian and torture him to find out the secrets of his unfathomable ability. Duan Lingtian, the ability you executed that was similar to a soul skill. Could it be that it's an innate divine ability? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was precisely Sword 13's voice. Innate divine ability? Duan Lingtian was stunned. What's that? Under his bewilderment, Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and in the end, he finally found out what an innate divine ability was. It was a unique innate ability that variants that were between humans and demon beasts were born with, and it relied on spiritual force and was of a variety. Some were similar to soul skills, and some were similar to secret techniques. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly in his heart. He knew that Su Li's master had taken him to be a variant that was born from the combination of a human and demon beast. Perhaps, sometimes, being a variant isn't bad. At the very least, I don't have to worry about someone coveting my soul skill, 1,000 illusions, or doing something crazy to me. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he quickly made a decision. Senior actually knows of innate divine abilities? Duan Lingtian looked at Sword 13 and replied via voice transmission with slight surprise, and he didn't answer Sword 13's question. On the other hand, when Sword 13 heard what Duan Lingtian said, he naturally thought that Duan Lingtian had tacitly admitted it. Moreover, besides this, he was really unable to think of how Duan Lingtian was able to execute an ability that was similar to a soul skill. After all, in Cloud Continent, only those special demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent were able to grasp various soul skills through the innate soul brand before they attained the Emperor stage. The Emperor stage was the general name of the Emperor Wu stage and Demon Emperor stage. Only after attaining the Emperor stage would human martial artists be able to utilize spiritual force to execute spiritual force abilities that were similar to soul skills against their enemies. The Empyrean temples Hui Ming and Hui Jing and the emotion-severing sect's master, Payan, had similar thoughts as Sword 13. Are you aware of Duan Lingtian's background? Payan asked Zhang Yin in a low voice.
Yes.
Zhang Yin nodded. He's from the lowest level kingdom under the Darkhan dynasty that I was in earlier, and it can be said that he's from a completely grassroots background. The lowest level kingdom under the dynasty? Grassroots background? A person from a grassroots background in a tiny kingdom possesses such accomplishments before the age of 30, unless such a person is a variant or has obtained some great fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it's practically impossible for such a person to exist. Payan muttered to himself. Besides that, as far as he was concerned, how could a great fortuitous encounter be something that one could obtain just because one wanted to? Chapter 826. On Cloud Continent, there were many demons that had broken through to the void transformation stage and transformed into human form, yet they chose to live in seclusion because they were tired of fighting and killing. After living in seclusion, these demons might even find ordinary humans to mate with and live the rest of their lives. As far as Payan was concerned, Duan Lingtian's father or mother ought to be a demon that chose to live in seclusion in that tiny kingdom. What a pity! Payan sighed. Master, what's a pity? Zhang Yin was stunned. I presume you know the reason I brought you here today? That Duan Lingtian is so close to Sword 13, so he'll surely follow Sword 13. Payan said, Don't worry, Master. Even if our emotion-severing sect doesn't have Duan Lingtian, I'll surely obtain the profundity fragment you need at that place. Zhang Yan's gaze was firm as he emitted strong confidence. Profundity fragment. When he heard Zhang Yan's words, Payan's face that had always been stoic had a rare slight ripple. Presently, he was only a step away from the martial monarch stage. And it was precisely this step that caused him to be unable to break through to the martial monarch stage. On Cloud Continent, there were many martial artists like him, and there were even some martial artists that had cultivated to this stage at a younger age than him, yet they were unable to break through to the martial monarch stage in their entire lifetime. All of this was because those people were unable to comprehend profundity. Profundity was the path to step into the martial monarch stage, and so long as one didn't comprehend profundity, one would be unable to become a martial monarch expert. Senior brother, you said he's a variant? Hui Jing looked at Hui Ming with a serious expression and asked. Hui Ming nodded. Besides this, I can't think of anything else. Moreover, there are only two possibilities for him to possess such a cultivation and ability at such an age. Firstly, he's a variant. Secondly, he has an extremely fortuitous encounter. But how could a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to possess such a cultivation and ability at such an age be something that can be obtained just like that? Hui Ming said with a serious expression. Variant? The young monk standing behind Hui Ming stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze as battle intent soared from his body. Duan Lingtian noticed the fierce gaze of the young monk at the first possible moment, and when they met eyes, he was shocked in his heart. Looks like besides abstinence and reciting Buddhist scriptures, the monks in this world similarly possess the heart of a powerhouse that refuses to submit to others. Almsgiver Duan, if there's a chance in the future, this little monk would like to battle you. A clear voice transmission pierced into Duan Lingtian's ears. It was precisely the voice of the young monk. Anytime, Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission, and he didn't lose out in the slightest in terms of imposing manner. After Duan Lingtian defeated Ta Mu, it was Qi Feng's turn. Now, Qi Feng was the possessor of token number 2. He could choose from Zishang and Qin Kong, and in the end, he chose Qin Kong, who was the possessor of token number 3. Qi Feng, I'll definitely beat you this time. Qin Ran and Qi Feng were old rivals. After confronting Qi Feng, she made a bold statement. When faced with Qin Kong's arrogance, Qi Feng seemed to be extremely calm instead. Both of them were 4th-level Void Interpretation Stage martial artists and had similarly comprehended 4th-level Void Interpretation Stage concept, so the amplification of the Grade 3 spirit weapons in their hands was equal. As for other low-level Void Initiation Stage concepts, both of them were on par. All in all, it could be summarized in 4 words. Equal in strength. Both of them attacked with their full strengths and were equal in strength, so they competed in combat experience and comprehension of martial skills. Of course, there were also some details. The battle between the two of them was like a raging fire, and it drew the gazes of everyone. As he looked at the two figures that ceaselessly crisscrossed and listened to the waves of explosions that ceaselessly sounded out, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered. Looks like it wasn't luck that allowed Qi Feng to defeat Qin Kong repeatedly in the past. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that even though both of them seemed to be equal in strength on the surface, Qi Feng leaned towards steadiness and was extremely patient. As for Qin Kong, he became more and more irritable along with the passage of time, and in the end, he even started to reveal some fine flaws. In a battle between experts, even fine flaws were usually able to become the key to one's defeat. Qi Feng was a perfect example of this. Bang! At the instant Qin Kong revealed a fine flaw, Qi Feng attacked like a bolt of lightning and utilized Qin Kong's flaw to suppress Qin Kong in one go. In the end, Qi Feng held a bow in one hand while condensing arrows in the other, and 2 arrows condensed from material wind concept tore through the sky and gave rise to ear-piercing whistles as they easily pierced through Qin Kong's shoulders. Why is it like this? Qin Kong abruptly stopped moving as he looked at the fresh blood that ceaselessly flowed from the bloody holes on his shoulders, and he was slightly dazed for a moment. He'd lost again. He'd lost again. At this instant, Qin Kong was like a living dead, and he allowed the bloody arrows on his shoulders to shoot out violently, yet he didn't use his origin energy to stop his injuries. Qin Kong's injuries were stopped only when the representative of the Darqin dynasty moved forward and brought Qin Kong away. Yet Qin Kong still hadn't recovered from his shock. This Qi Feng is calm, patient, and resolute. I hope he isn't an inscription master. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. Up until now, there weren't many young geniuses amongst the 10 dynasties that were able to make him take them seriously, including Ta Mu and Qin Kong. Yet now, not only did Qi Feng cause his expression to become serious, he seemed to have sensed a trace of a dangerous aura on Qi Feng. This sort of feeling was extremely strange, yet extremely clear. The 4th round of the selections continued. Ta Mu challenged Zishang. The outcome was obvious. Ta Mu lost miserably. In next to no time, it was Duan Lingtian's turn. Duan Lingtian challenged Qin Kong, and utilized the illusory space created by his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, to envelop Qin Kong and easily defeat him. Qin Kong followed in Tamu's footsteps. If you have the balls, don't use such shameful methods. After Duan Lingtian withdrew his soul skill, Qin Kong wiped off the bloodstains on the corners of his mouth and spoke hatefully to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he heard Qin Kong's naive words. The surrounding spectators started laughing as well. Qin Kong is a 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artist at any rate, yet he actually spoke such naive words. Laughable. Yeah, Duan Lingtian didn't rely on any external forces and relied on his own ability. On what basis can he exert his full strength? Yet Duan Lingtian can't. Waves of mocking laughter entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused Qin Kong's expression to be livid as he glared hatefully at Duan Lingtian before returning to the Darqin dynasty's group. Subsequently, Qi Feng entered the arena. Qi Feng challenged Tamu, and Tamu admitted defeat. Qin Kong challenged Tamu, and Tamu admitted defeat. No matter if it was Qi Feng or Qin Kong, Tamu had always been seriously observing their strengths, and it was precisely because of this that he was very clearly aware of the gap between the two of them. Humph. Once I learn his ability from my master, I'll surely beat all of you until you piss your pants in terror. Even though Tamu admitted defeat, he was extremely optimistic, and after he grunted twice, he looked flatteringly at the violet-clothed young man in the distance, Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian didn't spare him a glance at all. But even then, Tamu wasn't discouraged in the slightest, and it seemed as if he'd taken Duan Lingtian as his master for his entire lifetime. In next to no time, under Ning Can's intentional arrangement, Tamu, Qin Kong, and Qi Feng successively went against Zishang. Zishang executed his secret technique, causing a strand of black-colored flame brand to appear between his brows, and after his strength advanced to the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage, he easily defeated Tamu and Qin Kong. Qi Feng was defeated in 3 moves by him. For a time, Zishang once again took back the number 2 token that belonged to him. Even though he'd admitted defeat before Feng Tianwu, Tamu, Qin Kong, and Qi Feng that were difficult for Feng Tianwu to go against had successively lost at Zishang's hands. So Zishang once again seized back the number 2 token that belonged to him with an advantage of 3-1. As for Su Li, he was similarly unable to defeat Tamu, Qin Kong, and Qi Feng, so he refused Duan Lingtian's good intentions of lending the Devil Seal tablet to him to defeat Zishang. Even if he was able to defeat Zishang, he was still unable to shake Zishang's identity as the possessor of the number 2 token. For a time, besides Duan Lingtian that hadn't fought Qi Feng, the rankings of the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties were as follows. Possessor of the number 1 token, Duan Lingtian. Number 2, Zishang. Number 3, Qi Feng. Number 4, Qin Kong. Number 5, Tamu. Number 6, Su Li. Number 7, Feng Tianwu. Number 8, Yiling. Number 9, Ochan. Number 10, Zhang Shouyong. Logically speaking, Duan Lingtian ought to have fought Qi Feng since long ago. However, Ningkan had suddenly interfered earlier and allowed Duan Lingtian to rest temporarily before allowing the others to decide on the specific rankings before allowing Duan Lingtian to go against Qi Feng. Ningkan's actions caused Duan Lingtian to smell a trace of a scheme. Even if it was the surrounding spectators, they faintly felt that something wasn't right. Why did Vice Fort Master Ning do this? Even Zishang, Qin Kong, and Tamu lost at Duan Lingtian's hands as expected. Could it be that he thinks Qi Feng can threaten Duan Lingtian? In my opinion, this is simply unnecessary. Even though Qi Feng's strength is extremely strong indeed, Duan Lingtian's unfathomable ability caused even Qin Kong and Tamu to be affected. Qi Feng is probably not a match for Duan Lingtian. The surrounding spectators discussed animatedly, and all of them didn't feel that Qi Feng was able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan, I keep having the feeling that something isn't right. Before Duan Lingtian entered the arena, Feng Tianwu's beautiful brows knit together as she spoke to Duan Lingtian with slight fear. Don't worry. Actually, how could Duan Lingtian not have this feeling? But he knew that he had to participate in this battle. Whirlwind. Under the anticipating gazes of Feng Tianwu and the others, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gale that instantly arrived at the central area in the sky above the combat arena. Qi Feng had been waiting there since long ago. For a time, both of them stood facing each other and stood in confrontation. Duan Lingtian, so long as you defeat me or even kill me, the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will be yours. Qi Feng stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and his focused and fierce gaze seemed as if it could see through everything. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but exclaim with admiration in his heart. Qi Feng was worthy of being someone that played with the bow, and the focus and fierceness of his gaze was something that an ordinary person couldn't compare to. Qi Feng, if I'm not wrong, you ought to be an inscription master, right? Chapter 827. You. How did you know? After Duan Lingtian's voice transmission entered into Qi Feng's ears, it caused Qi Feng to be stunned, and then he replied to Duan Lingtian via voice transmission with slight astonishment. But his heart was still filled with bewilderment. Besides the members of the Darky dynasty, only the Vice Fort Master Ning and Vice Fort Master Feng of Skywolf Fort knew that he was an inscription master. Not only do I know that you're an inscription master, I even know that Ning can ask you to kill me. Moreover, he ought to have told you that you're a 4th-level void interpretation stage inscription master, and so long as you stretch out your spiritual force, you're completely capable of disregarding my ability, right? Duan Lingtian continued with an indifferent voice that didn't contain the slightest expression. Qi Feng was shocked. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would even know this. After all, even the other members of the Darky dynasty didn't know this, and only he and the Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master Ning and Vice Fort Master Feng knew. You guessed? Qi Feng took a deep breath and asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian didn't deny it and nodded frankly. Actually, when Ning can intentionally arrange the battle between him and Qi Feng to be the last, he'd faintly realized that the situation was slightly bad. Along with the passage of time, he realized a problem. Even though it was only a strand of an incomplete soul, the soul of the expert suspected to be Emperor Wu within Zishang's body would surely be able to discern the strength of his spiritual force when he executed the soul skill, 1,000 Illusions. The strength of his spiritual force just happened to be at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. Besides existences at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage, and above that were capable of disregarding his soul skill, 1,000 Illusions, human martial artists at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage were similarly capable of disregarding his soul skill. Looks like Zishang has really racked his brains to want me dead. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as cold lights flickered within his eyes, and it faintly contained terrifying killing intent. He believed that even those void transformation stage inscription masters present might not be able to detect the exact strength of the spiritual energy he possessed now. Only the remnant soul that was suspected to be Emperor Wu in Zishang's body could know the exact strength of his spiritual power. So, behind all of this, it was definitely Zishang who was playing tricks. As for the purpose, it was obvious that they wanted to kill him. Since you've already guessed it, why do you still want to go on stage? Why don't you just admit defeat? Qi Feng sighed via voice transmission, and his tone seemed to carry slight pity mixed within. What? Do you pity me? Duan Lingtian ridiculed via voice transmission. If I'm not wrong, so long as you kill me, you'll surely be able to obtain extremely generous rewards, right? Humph. Qi Feng grunted via voice transmission. Remuneration? You're underestimating me too much. I admit that after Vice Fort Master Ning and Vice Fort Master Feng found out that I was an inscription master and could counter you, they had indeed promised me generous rewards to kill you. But I refused. I, Qi Feng, am unyielding and unyielding. How can I bend my back because of a few concept fragments? Although, I do need those concept fragments. But there is no enmity between us, so I won't go against my conscience and kill you. Conscience? Needless to say, Qi Feng's words caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be moved. He was naturally able to discern if Qi Feng's words were true or false. Then Duan Lingtian frowned, and he faintly realized that it was very likely that he'd really wronged Qi Feng. I'm a person. I have loved ones, and I have people I want to protect. After I refused, Ning Can and Feng Wei gave up on using soft tactics and chose to use force. They said that if I didn't do as they said, then they would send people to the Darky dynasty to kill everyone related to me. When Qi Feng spoke up to hear, his tone was filled with rage and helplessness. He was enraged by Ning Can and Feng Wei's overbearingness, and he was enraged by his own uselessness. But when he thought of how it was extremely likely that his friends and family would be killed because of a single choice he made, he could only helplessly compromise. So, do you understand now? Qi Feng spoke bitterly via voice transmission. Duan Lingtian's face was covered in a layer of frost since long ago. Never had he imagined that Ning Can and Feng Wei would actually use such despicable methods for the sake of killing him. Using the family of another to threaten another to help them kill him, they were simply worse than animals. Originally, I thought that I could only go against my conscience and kill you, but since you've already guessed it, then I'm not afraid to tell you. In this way, I can be considered to have given myself an explanation. Qi Feng spoke via voice transmission. Moreover, you were actually able to guess all of this and still dared to come up after guessing it. I presume you've thought of a way to deal with it, right? Or perhaps, your spiritual force has already improved once more. Qi Feng continued. You're wrong. Duan Lingtian rejected Qi Feng's guess via voice transmission. I'm wrong? Qi Feng was stunned. Yes. Duan Lingtian replied, and then he said, I've indeed guessed your motives, but my spiritual force hasn't broken through. Besides that, I don't have a way to deal with it for now. What? Qi Feng was greatly shocked in his heart, and then he said via voice transmission, Then aren't you courting death? Originally, Ningkan, who was threatened by Ning Can and Feng Wei and had no choice but to agree to their demands, had already made the decision to help the tyrant and kill Duan Lingtian. The reason he'd made this decision was only for the sake of the lives of his friends and family, and not for the benefits promised by Ning Can and Feng Wei. He was already prepared to bear the condemnation of his conscience for his entire lifetime. But unexpectedly, Duan Lingtian had actually exposed everything he wanted to do, and this caused the decision he'd made earlier to be shaken, causing him to feel even more guilty in his heart. You can understand it like this. When he heard Qi Feng, Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission, and then he said, All right, make a move for the sake of your friends and family. Qi Feng was dumbstruck. Has this Duan Lingtian gone mad? He clearly knows that he's courting death, yet he still dares to come up. Moreover, he speaks frankly as if he's really unafraid of death. You, what exactly do you want? Qi Feng gulped down a mouthful of saliva as strands of cold sweat flowed out from his forehead, and he asked via voice transmission, Didn't you say so? I'm courting death. Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Didn't I answer him earlier? This Qi Feng is really forgetful. Don't joke around. Qi Feng laughed bitterly as he replied, Do I look like I'm joking? Duan Lingtian frowned and urged, Quickly make a move. If this stalemate continues, then be careful that Ning Can and Feng Wei notice an inkling. At that time, it wouldn't just be you. Even your friends and family would be unable to bear the consequences. No. Qi Feng refused and said via voice transmission, It was fine if you didn't know earlier, but since you've already found out now, I'm unable to do this no matter what. You should admit defeat. I'll think of another way to deal with my own matters. At this moment, Qi Feng was unable to pass the barrier in his heart. You're a man. Why are you so hesitant? How can you be sure that there isn't a solution that's perfect for both sides? Quickly make a move. Duan Lingtian shouted via voice transmission, and it shocked Qi Feng to the point of completely recovering from his shock, causing the haze from before to be swept away. You really want me to make a move? You really won't admit defeat? Qi Feng took a deep breath and asked with a low voice. Meanwhile, he'd noticed the fierce gazes that Ning Can and Feng Wei shot over as well, and coupled with Duan Lingtian's urging, the origin energy on his body started to rise. Make a move. Duan Lingtian nodded and could be considered to have answered Qi Feng, Even though I don't know what you want to do, but I still have to remind you that you must be careful. Once you feel you're no match for me, then quickly admit defeat. After Qi Feng finished speaking, his eyes suddenly became fierce, and the gaze that shot out from them seemed to be able to see through everything. That's right. When he saw Qifeng had recovered his peak state in battle, Duan Lingtian revealed a smile, yet the depths of his eyes started to flicker with a dim light. Thousand illusions. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force pierced into the soul brand in the depths of his soul, and he directly executed a soul skill. An illusory space was constructed and enveloped Qifeng. Duan Lingtian has made a move. It's that unfathomable ability again. Looks like Qifeng is going to lose. Qin Kong's strength is almost on par with Qifeng, yet she was defeated in a single move by Duan Lingtian's unfathomable ability. I presume Qifeng will have a similar outcome. The surrounding spectators seem to have already seen the scene of Qifeng being heavily injured and defeated by Duan Lingtian in a single move. As far as they were concerned, this battle was without the slightest suspense. Duan Lingtian, let me see how you use an illusory realm soul skill executed by a 4th level void interpretation stage, spiritual force to deal with a 4th level void interpretation stage inscription master. Zishang looked at Duan Lingtian from afar, and a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Even though you didn't die at my hands, I'm still extremely happy because there'll be one less person in this world that can go against me and threaten me in the future. Your Devil Seal tablet will soon become mine as well. The brilliant life of I, Zishang, has only just begun, whereas the life of you, Duan Lingtian, will come to an end today. Zishang's face was covered in delight when he thought of this, and he seemed as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed by Qifeng. Duan Lingtian refused to become my personal disciple in public and caused me to lose face, so he has to pay the price. Ning Qian's ghastly gaze stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian's figure as he muttered. Slap. A light slap sounded out, and it was Qifeng's spiritual force that swept out to shatter Duan Lingtian's illusory space and completely cripple Duan Lingtian's soul skill. If Qifeng's spiritual force was only at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage, it would be insufficient to shake the illusory space that Duan Lingtian constructed with his 4th level void interpretation stage spiritual force. But it just so happened that Qifeng's spiritual force was at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, and it just happened to be capable of countering Duan Lingtian's illusory space. At this instant, the spiritual forces of the representatives of the various dynasties that were inscription masters noticed an inkling as well. Duan Lingtian's unfathomable ability has been destroyed. I truly never imagined that Qifeng was actually an inscription master. It wasn't just that. After he extended his spiritual force, he actually easily destroyed Duan Lingtian's unfathomable ability. The scene before our eyes is truly surprising. Chapter 828. The representatives of the various dynasties that were inscription masters were completely in an uproar. Duan Lingtian's unfathomable ability was destroyed? Qifeng was an inscription master, yet his spiritual force easily destroyed Duan Lingtian's ability by stretching out his spiritual force? The words of these inscription masters quickly entered into the ears of everyone present, and it caused everyone to look at Duan Lingtian and Qifeng in disbelief. They quickly noticed that Qifeng seemed to have utterly not noticed the unfathomable ability Duan Lingtian executed, and he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian from the beginning until the end. Could it be that Qifeng really destroyed Duan Lingtian's ability? If it's really like this, then wouldn't Qifeng be able to easily obtain victory? Duan Lingtian is in danger. Instantly, the group of people that were originally filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian when they saw Qifeng withdraw his grade 3 spirit bow. I was wondering why Ning can specially arrange this. So it turns out that Qifeng is an inscription master, and he's even able to counter Brother Lingtian. Zhang Shouyang's expression was unsightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a worried expression as he muttered. Duan Lingtian was able to come this far by relying on his unfathomable ability. Now that his ability has been destroyed, I'm afraid he's in danger. A worried expression appeared on Su Li's face. Elder Brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes squinted slightly as the red robe on her fluttered without the wind, and she seemed as if she was prepared to lend Duan Lingtian a hand at any moment. Lingtian kid, Since he's an inscription master and can counter you, then you should quickly admit defeat. Feng Wu Dao sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. You're still young. Your path in the future is still very long. It's fine if you don't want the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Even though there hadn't been any progress between Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu until now, but in Feng Wu Dao's heart, he'd taken Duan Lingtian to be his son-in-law since long ago. So he naturally didn't wish for anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian didn't seem to hear him at all. Not only did he not reply, he didn't even look in his direction. This made him a little worried. What is this kid doing? Actually, it wasn't just Duan Lingtian who sent a voice transmission to ask Duan Lingtian to admit defeat. Even Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong had persuaded Duan Lingtian on more than one occasion. However, in the face of their dissuasion, Duan Lingtian turned a deaf ear and continued to do as he wished, as if he did not hear them at all. Qi Feng, quickly kill him, so as to avoid him admitting defeat. Ningkan looked at Qi Feng, who'd already withdrawn a grade 3 spirit bow and condensed an arrow with his origin energy combined with 4th level intermediate wind concept, and he shouted out via voice transmission. Qi Feng shuddered when he was shouted at by Ningkan, and his gaze became even more focused and fierce. His gaze locked onto Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment. At this moment, it seemed as if only Duan Lingtian remained in the world in his eyes. When Qi Feng destroyed his soul skill, 1000 illusions, and withdrew a grade 3 spirit bow, Duan Lingtian's expression had already become completely serious. Without the reliance of his soul skill, 1000 illusions, he was utterly unable to go against Qi Feng with his current strength. But there was naturally a reason why he hadn't admitted defeat until now. Unknowingly, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body had completely seethed, and the mental cultivation method of the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form, was circulated along with it. Origin energy had just risen on Duan Lingtian's body when it fused together with his 2nd level intermediate wind concept and transformed into true wind. Strong winds coiled around his body, yet it didn't give Duan Lingtian the slightest sense of security. Under Qi Feng's gaze that seemed capable of seeing through everything, Duan Lingtian felt that he had nowhere to hide, and even if he utilized his movement technique, Whirlwind, to flash about in all directions, his heart was still filled with uneasiness. He'd witnessed Qi Feng's ability earlier. Besides possessing formidable strength, Qi Feng was even a natural archer, and he possessed all the characteristics of an outstanding archer: calmness, patience, and resolution. Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar with these 3 characteristics. During his life as a mercenary on Earth in his previous life, Duan Lingtian could be considered to be an all-round king of soldiers, and he similarly possessed these characteristics. Moreover, these characteristics were the characteristics he possessed as a top sniper. Snipers and archers seem to be extremely different, yet they achieved the same result through different means. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian felt uneasy when facing Qi Feng, because he knew how terrifying an archer that possessed these 3 characteristics was. Practically every single arrow in the hands of an archer like this was capable of piercing through a willow leaf, and there wasn't a single arrow that missed its target. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian adjusted his state of mind. A grade 3 spirit sword appeared in his hand, and then it was coiled by material wind concept and emitted strands of sharp aura. It was an aura that was similar to a blade of wind. At the same time, the origin energy within Duan Lingtian's body seemed to have transformed into numerous roaring dragons that ceaselessly charged through the meridians in his body according to the mental cultivation method of the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form. Every single charge carried along the formidable medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, and it ceaselessly accumulated strength as if it was preparing for something. Oem! A light sound resounded out, and it caused everyone present to hold their breaths. It was the arrow that was completely condensed from material wind concept in Qi Feng's hand, and it was knocked on the grade 3 spirit bow in his hand. Moreover, it was pressed against the bowstring before drawing the bowstring. The bowstring was pulled back to form a full moon shape. Qi Feng's gaze that seemed to be able to see through everything locked onto Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment. Qi Feng's hair shook as he knocked the arrow, and in the end, even his hairband broke apart. In the sky, the energy of heaven and earth roiled before finally condensing into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. A total of 151 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were accumulating strength and waiting to be deployed. Presently, Qi Feng's hair fluttered without the wind, and when combined with the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky, it seemed to have transformed into a magnificent and perfect scene. Finally, at the instant the hearts of the surrounding spectators rose to their throats, Qi Feng released the arrow that was condensed from material wind concept. Swish! The arrow instantly vanished from the grade 3 spirit bow and tore through the sky. In the sky, the 151 ancient horned dragon silhouettes bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they flashed out, and their speed was so swift that it was like a bolt of lightning that flashed past the horizon. So swift. At practically the instant Qi Feng released his grip, Duan Lingtian's expression couldn't help but go grim. At practically the exact same moment, the arrow that was shot out instantly enlarged before Duan Lingtian's eyes, and it pointed directly at the space between his brows and was about to pierce into his body. Swish! At the instant Qi Feng released his grip, the grade 3 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand already seemed to have foresight, and it shot horizontally towards the space between Duan Lingtian's brows. At practically the instant the grade 3 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was placed horizontally between his brows, the arrow that was completely condensed from material third-level intermediate wind concept had arrived as well, and it directly collided with the body of the grade 3 spirit sword. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt a terrifying force surge into the grade 3 spirit sword in his hand, causing the space between his thumb and index finger to split open and drip with fresh blood. It wasn't just that, the formidable force blasted onto his body and fiercely knocked him flying. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian flew out like an arrow that left the bow, and the hand that held the sword had completely lost all feeling, and Duan Lingtian didn't even know when the grade 3 spirit sword had left his hand. Presently, he was facing the force that came from the arrow that entered his body. This force was extremely overbearing, and as soon as it entered Duan Lingtian's body, it shattered the meridians it passed through inch by inch, and it injured Duan Lingtian's internal organs. Wah! Pooh! During the process of Duan Lingtian being blasted flying, blood ceaselessly sprayed out from his mouth, and it was all blood that came from the injuries of his meridians and internal organs. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes squinted, and her eyes almost split apart as she cried out in shock. Her figure was like a flame as it rose up, and she wanted to go rescue Duan Lingtian, yet she was stopped by Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao knew that not to mention his daughter didn't have the strength to rescue Duan Lingtian. Even if she did, once she interfered in this battle, Skywolf Fort would absolutely not let the matter go. Lingtian, quickly admit defeat. When he saw Qi Feng condensing another arrow and knocking it on the grade 3 spirit bow before drawing it to a full moon, Feng Wudao couldn't help but continue sending voice transmissions into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, quickly admit defeat. Brother Lingtian. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong saw the scene before them, and their bodies trembled from excitement. They clenched their fists tightly as they ceaselessly sent voice transmissions into Duan Lingtian's ears with the intention of making Duan Lingtian admit defeat. Elder brother Duan. Elder brother Duan. Admit defeat. Quickly admit defeat. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes were suffused with crimson red as she ceaselessly exclaimed in shock, and she completely disregarded her image. At this moment, in her heart, she only hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive, and everything else wasn't important. This Duan Lingtian still hasn't admitted defeat until now. Could it be that he really wants to court death? Qi Feng is about to release another arrow, and he'll die for sure once this arrow is released. The surrounding spectators shook their heads, and they felt that if Duan Lingtian still didn't admit defeat, then he would surely die here today. Amitabha, the Empyrean Temple's Hui Ming and Hui Jing pressed their palms together and muttered, Duan Lingtian, you said you'd fight me in the future. Could it be that you want to break your promise? The young monk's gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he stared at Duan Lingtian's figure and muttered to himself, Zhang Yin, You have to properly learn from this Duan Lingtian in the future. He's not simple, not simple. The emotion-severing sect's master, Payan, seemed to have noticed something, and his eyes revealed a trace of understanding as he spoke to Zhang Yin in a low voice. Learn from Duan Lingtian? Zhang Yin was puzzled. Wasn't this Duan Lingtian about to be killed? Whoosh! Finally, Duan Lingtian's figure that was blasted flying stopped in midair. However, his body was trembling as if he was experiencing something in his body. Within Duan Lingtian's body, that strong force that came from Qi Feng's arrow fiercely pierced into his main meridians after destroying Duan Lingtian's meridians and internal organs. Chapter 829. As soon as the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill emerged, it perfectly fused with the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body, and they resisted the formidable force from outside together. With the addition of the rebirth pill's medicinal strength, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body seemed as if it was assisted by the gods, and it easily annihilated the external force. Subsequently, the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill started to return to the depths of Duan Lingtian's dantian and hide there. Of course, a large portion of it had completely fused into the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body because they fought side by side earlier, causing Duan Lingtian's origin energy to expand, and it fiercely charged forward as if it was injected with chicken blood. Bang! A light bang sounded out, and Duan Lingtian's bottleneck that hadn't moved for a long time, the bottleneck to the third level of the void interpretation stage, was broken with a bang. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's origin energy underwent a transformation. Third level of the void interpretation stage. I've broken through? Duan Lingtian's heart surged when he noticed the changes in his body. He knew that he'd succeeded, and he'd successfully relied on that energy to break through to the third level of the void interpretation stage. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian was stunned, because he noticed that after the overbearing origin energy in his body charged through the bottleneck to the third level of the void interpretation stage, it didn't reduce in the slightest and continued charging forward. After he noticed this, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and he didn't hesitate in the slightest to circulate the mental cultivation method of the seventh form of the Nine Dragons' War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form. His origin energy fiercely flashed out, and it was completely urged by the overbearing medicinal strength left behind by the rebirth pill, and it seemed as if it was injected with chicken blood and utterly didn't know how to stop. Instantly, Duan Lingtian noticed to his astonishment that the bottleneck to the fourth level of the void interpretation stage had formed as soon as he'd broken through to the third level of the void interpretation stage. Bang! Duan Lingtian hadn't even had the time to react when the bottleneck that led to the fourth level of the void interpretation stage was instantly blasted open, whereas Duan Lingtian's origin energy underwent a change once more. At this moment, the speed of the origin energy that was urged on by the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill slowed down slightly, but it still didn't show any signs of stopping. Finally, after the bottleneck to the fifth level of the void interpretation stage appeared, his origin energy completely calmed down, whereas the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill was completely exhausted. 2 levels? Duan Lingtian was stunned, completely stunned. He originally only intended to rely on the strength of Qi Feng's arrow to take the risk of stimulating the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill in his body and break through the bottleneck that led to the third level of the void interpretation stage. But who would have thought that he still underestimated the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill? The medicinal strength of the rebirth pill directly urged on his origin energy, causing him to successively break through 2 levels and break through to the fourth level of the void interpretation stage in one go. Moreover, it was the late stage of the fourth level of the void interpretation stage, and it directly formed the bottleneck that led to the fifth level of the void interpretation stage. In other words, if he advanced a step further, he would be able to break through to the fifth level of the void interpretation stage. The pleasant surprise came too quickly, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly unable to recover from his shock. When a wave of piercing howls sounded out by his ears, and he felt as if his throat was locked onto by something, Duan Lingtian didn't even have the time to look before guessing what had happened. Qi Feng's second arrow was coming. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. A sword that emitted a terrifying aura. Sword drawing arts. At this moment, what Duan Lingtian needed to do was stop Qi Feng's arrow and not take the initiative to launch an attack. So he didn't utilize the Nine Dragons' Radiant Flash and instead utilized the most straightforward sword drawing arts. When the sword was drawn, the vast origin energy Duan Lingtian had just broken through instantly gushed into the sword, and the second-level intermediate wind concept fused into his origin energy at the same time. Swish! The sword Duan Lingtian hastily withdrew from his hand was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, and when combined with the fourth-level void interpretation stage origin energy he possessed now, he mobilized the strength of 120 ancient horn dragons. Half of it was the strength contained within the fourth-level void interpretation stage origin energy, and the other half was the amplification of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. It wasn't just that, there was also the strength of 30 ancient horn dragons contained within Duan Lingtian's second-level intermediate wind concept. When the two were added together, it was an entire strength of 150 ancient horn dragons. It practically just happened to be equal to the strength contained within Qi Feng's arrow, and the outcome was obvious. When the sword was drawn and the arrow shattered, a terrifying force emitted from the point of collision and gave rise to a terrifying wave of air. Whoosh! 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 Terrifying violent winds swept out from all directions, and it blew to the point some young geniuses with comparatively lower cultivations couldn't help but squint their eyes. Duan Lingtian, who was at the center of the storm, didn't move at all. The sword in his hand had already been put away since an unknown time, and the sword light from before that was like a bolt of lightning was completely obliterated after it shattered Qi Feng's arrow. The vast and surging energy of the heavens and the earth in the sky was unable to condense into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in time in the end. Who? Duan Lingtian, who realized he hadn't exposed the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, and he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Right when everyone, including Qi Feng, was dumbstruck, Duan Lingtian moved. Whirlwind. The direction Duan Lingtian flashed out was precisely the direction Qi Feng was at. Thousand illusions. This time, the spiritual force Duan Lingtian urged out was like the difference between the heavens and the earth when compared to the spiritual force from before. After he broke through to the fourth level of the void interpretation stage, his spiritual force broke through to the sixth level of the void interpretation stage along with it, and the illusory space constructed from his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, was even more solid than before. In the next moment, the illusory space had already enveloped Qi Feng. Subsequently, under the dumbstruck gazes of the surrounding spectators, Duan Lingtian, who still had blood flowing out from the corners of his mouth, flashed to arrive by Qi Feng's side. Under the circumstances that Qi Feng didn't react in time, Duan Lingtian slapped out with his palm and heavily injured Qi Feng. The illusory space shattered into pieces right after. Qi Feng's countenance went ghastly pale as his body shook, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. When he saw Duan Lingtian, who stood nearby, a wisp of bitterness suffused his face. You've broken through?
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. It was because Qi Feng had clearly explained the sequence of events to him earlier. Otherwise, he would absolutely not have held back earlier. As for the two arrows Qi Feng shot out without holding back in the slightest, Duan Lingtian didn't blame him. A person like Qi Feng either didn't make a move, or once he made a move, he would use his full strength. Perhaps in his mind, there was no such thing as mercy. Moreover, Qi Feng had once advised him to admit defeat. Yet it was he himself who didn't admit defeat and asked Qi Feng to make a move. It could be said that even if he died this time, it would be because of his own arrogance and conceit, and he wouldn't die at Qi Feng's hands because Qi Feng had already said clearly that he didn't want to kill him. It was he who forced Qi Feng to make a move. Fortunately, he made the right bet and didn't die. You had the intention of relying on my strength to break through since the beginning? Qi Feng took a deep breath and asked once more. You're very smart. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently, and then he soared up into the sky and looked at Ning Can, who had a livid expression as he said in a clear voice, Vice Fort Master Ning, thank you. If it wasn't for you asking Qi Feng to temper me, I wouldn't be able to complete my breakthrough so quickly. Duan Lingtian especially emphasized the words temper. Humph. Ningkan grunted coldly as he was naturally able to discern the ridicule in Duan Lingtian's words. He'd never imagined that he originally wanted Qifeng to kill Duan Lingtian, yet never had he imagined that it would instead help Duan Lingtian and allow Duan Lingtian to complete his breakthrough at the most critical moment. When he recalled the way Duan Lingtian raised his hand to shatter the arrow shot out by Qifeng, he was still unable to wrap his head around it until now. Even if Duan Lingtian has broken through, he seems to be only at the third level of the void interpretation stage, right? What did a third-level void interpretation stage martial artist rely on to shatter the arrow shot out by Qifeng? He didn't doubt that Qifeng had shown mercy because the arrow shot out by Qifeng had 151 ancient horned dragon silhouettes accompanying it. That was Qifeng's full strength. Looks like Duan Lingtian still has many secrets. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Ningkan thought in his heart. After he ridiculed Ningkan, Duan Lingtian glanced at Feng Wei, who had an unsightly expression, and then he looked at the nearby Zishang and said via voice transmission, "Zishang, you're surely extremely disappointed now, right?" Zishang's face sank when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he bluntly replied via voice transmission, "Duan Lingtian, don't be complacent. Even if you're able to survive Qifeng, you're bound to not live for long. Then we'll see. Let's see who lives longer." Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Zishang before returning to the side of Feng Tianwu and the others. "Tianwu, Uncle Feng, Su Li, Big Brother Zhang. I'm sorry, I made all of you worry." Duan Lingtian looked apologetically at the four people before him. Actually, the voice transmissions that the four of them didn't stop earlier had been heard by him, and it wasn't that he didn't hear it. But because he was in a tense state at that time, he was utterly unable to reply to the four of them. "Duan Lingtian, you really terrified all of us." Su Li shook his head and laughed bitterly, and then he said, "Next time, tell us in advance if you want to take a risk, so that we can be mentally prepared. You didn't see it earlier, young Miss Tianwu, humph." Feng Tianwu grunted coldly and interrupted Su Li, and then she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with concern, "Elder brother Duan, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I've only suffered some light injuries." Duan Lingtian shook his head. The injuries to the meridians and internal organs in his body had almost recovered after he consumed the healing medicinal pill earlier. That sword strike of his from before wasn't simple at all. In the distant sky, Hui Ming, who stared at Duan Lingtian from afar, said with a serious expression, that sword strike was actually capable of going head-to-head with the arrow Qifeng shot out, and it indicated that it at least contained the strength of around 150 ancient horned dragons. The strength of 150 ancient horned dragons? Hui Jing was surprised. Is this possible? Even if Duan Lingtian has broken through, he's only broken through to the third level of the void interpretation stage. How could he possibly possess such a formidable strength? Perhaps this is the strength of a variant. Hui Ming continued. It can only be explained like this. Hui Jing nodded. "Duan Lingtian, you really didn't disappoint me. I really look forward to the battle with you in the near future." Chapter 830. I'll accompany you until the end. After Duan Lingtian received the little monk's reply, he replied unhurriedly. Earlier, Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing the little monk's challenge. Now, Duan Lingtian, who'd successively broken through 2 levels and had a great increase in strength, was naturally even more unafraid. It was even to the extent that so long as this little monk wasn't an inscription master, then merely relying on his cultivation at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, was utterly incapable of resisting the soul skill, 1,000 illusions, that he executed now. Unless the little monk had consumed a special spirit fruit that was capable of improving the soul, or in other words, spiritual force. So long as the little monk's spiritual force was at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, and so long as the little monk wasn't an inscription master, then once the little monk fell into the illusory space constructed by his soul skill, the little monk would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered before him. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. After Sword 13 and Saber 5 nodded and smiled to Duan Lingtian, they soared into the sky and gathered together with the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, the two middle-aged monks of Empyrean Temple, and the sect master of the emotion-severing sect, Payan. The higher-ups of the four great powers of the foreign lands were gathered together. I originally thought that Duan Lingtian was about to lose, yet who knew that things would turn around and he would actually defeat Qifeng and obtain the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Someone couldn't help but exclaim with shock. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had become the center of attention as well. The first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. What sort of honor was this? Zhang Yin, I truly never imagined that I would be able to see you here. Nor did I imagine that you'd actually join the emotion-severing sect that isn't inferior to Skywolf Fort and even become the personal disciple of the sect master of the emotion-severing sect. Duan Lingtian flew up to arrive by the side of Zhang Yin, who stood alone in the sky, and he took the initiative to greet Zhang Yin. All those years ago, even though there was some conflict between him and Zhang Yin, it couldn't be considered to be a deep enmity. Since people from the same imperial kingdom were able to meet in the foreign lands, it was sufficient to show their fate. You're not bad as well. You were able to successively break through 2 levels under such dangerous circumstances and break through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage in one go. Moreover, the sword you used to shatter Qifeng's arrow isn't simple, is it? Zhang Yin stared deeply at Duan Lingtian, his face still expressionless. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face completely froze when Zhang Yin was halfway through his words. He only recovered after a long while. He took a deep breath and asked, "Was it your master who saw through it?" Zhang Yin nodded. "Looks like your master is only half a step away from the martial monarch stage." Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. He never imagined that Zhang Yan's master would be so abnormal. Not only was he able to discern that he had broken through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage when the heaven and earth phenomenon had yet to take form, he was even able to discern that the sword he used at that time was not simple. The sword he used at that time was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Naturally, it was not simple. You can even see that? It was rare for Zhang Yan's stern face to be moved. This isn't difficult to guess. Duan Lingtian shook his head. His mind had fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes, so it wasn't difficult to deduce and guess some things. Even a 9th-level void transformation stage martial artist like Sword 13 was unable to discern the cultivation he revealed under the circumstances that the heaven and earth phenomenon hadn't taken form. Only an expert that was half a step into the martial monarch stage, or an expert that had stepped into the martial monarch stage or above would be able to discern it. It was obviously impossible for Zhang Yan's master to be at the martial monarch stage. If Zhang Yan's master was at the martial monarch stage, then once he made an appearance, no matter if it was the 2 great vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort or the Blade Sect's Sword 13 and Saber 5, they would probably not dare speak loudly before him. Moreover, Skywolf Fort and Blade Sect were only 3rd-rate powers in the foreign lands. Since the emotion-severing sect was together with these 2 sects, then it would presumably not be strong and would surely be a 3rd-rate power as well. There were no martial monarch stage experts in the foreign lands' 3rd-rate powers. A power that possessed a martial monarch stage expert, even if it was only a martial monarch stage expert, could be considered to be a 2nd-rate power in the foreign lands, and it was far from something a 3rd-rate power could compare to. It could be said that a martial monarch stage expert was sufficient to sweep through an entire 3rd-rate power. The strength of a martial monarch stage expert was obvious. Zhang Yin, why did you go to the emotion-severing sect? I heard from Senior Sword that your emotion-severing sect isn't an ordinary sect, and only people that have severed their emotions are able to do well there. Duan Lingtian asked curiously. You seem to be doing well there, and you've even become the personal disciple of the emotion-severing sect's master. Could it be that you've severed your emotions as well? Didn't you like Ziyin? Even though it had been a few years, Duan Lingtian clearly remembered Zhang Yan's persistence towards Ziyin all those years ago. I'm me, she's her, and I don't have any relationship with her anymore. Zhang Yin spoke indifferently, and his tone didn't contain any emotions. What? Zhang Yan's reaction caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely surprised. Zhang Yin, could it be that something has happened between the 2 of you? Even until now, I still remember. You stood up for her when we fought for the first time all those years ago. After that, You went against me at every turn because of her as well. If you've come to look for me for the sake of discussing her, then you should return. If you've come to catch up with me, then I welcome you." Zhang Yin continued. "Looks like you've really changed." Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed. He still remembered that Zhang Yin had looked at him with a hostile gaze all those years ago, and especially before Ziyin. Zhang Yin wished for nothing more than to slice him into pieces. But now, even though Zhang Yin couldn't be considered to be friendly to him, he didn't reject him like he did in the past. "No matter what, I have to congratulate you for having such good fortune. As members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom as well, being able to meet in the foreign lands can be considered to be fate." Duan Lingtian smiled lightly as he spoke. Zhang Yin didn't have any hostility towards him, so he naturally wouldn't bear a grudge over the little conflict from all those years ago. He'd always been one that didn't offend others if they didn't offend him. In this world, having another friend was better than having another enemy. "Thank you." Even though Zhang Yin still had an expressionless face, yet a trace of bright light flashed past his eyes, and he'd obviously approved of Duan Lingtian's words. In the distance, the higher-ups of Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect were gathered together. Sword 13. Hui Ming, Pan. I know the objective of all of you coming here this time is none other than the intention of sharing a share of the profits with my Skywolf Fort. Since all of you have come, my Skywolf Fort will naturally not monopolize the profits. Ninkin went straight to the point. But all of you must contribute a portion of the rewards distributed to the young geniuses ranked in the top 10 of the dynasties during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. Of course. Sword 13 nodded and was the first to agree. "I have no objections." Hui Ming pressed his palms together as he spoke. "All right." Payan had an expressionless face as he replied indifferently. Not long after, the higher-ups of the 4 great powers of the foreign lands gathered the various rewards for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, whereas Ning Kan's expression eased up slightly. In this way, his Skywolf Fort wouldn't suffer a loss. Subsequently, it was the distribution of the rewards. 5 young geniuses from the Darkhan dynasty are ranked in the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, and they'll be able to obtain 10 concept fragments, 10 grade 3 spirit weapons, and 10 bottles of grade 3 life recovery pills. The vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan, who stood at the center of the sky above the combat arena and had become the center of attention, spoke out slowly. "Thank you, Vice Fort Master Ning." After the Darkhan dynasty's emperor received his rewards, he hurriedly thanked Ning Kan with a smile on his face. On the other hand, the representatives of the other 9 dynasties revealed envious expressions as they looked at the Darkhan dynasty's emperor, and some of their eyes even revealed greed and killing intent. Obviously, they had ill intentions. Besides that, the representatives of the Darky dynasty, Darqin dynasty, Daryuan dynasty, Darchu dynasty, and Darqing dynasty will each obtain 2 concept fragments, 2 grade 3 spirit weapons, and 2 bottles of grade 3 life recovery pills. Ning Kan continued announcing and gave out the rewards at the same time. "Thank you, Vice Fort Master Ning." The representatives of the 5 dynasties hurriedly expressed their gratitude. In the end, the remaining representatives of the 4 dynasties will each obtain a grade 3 spirit weapon and a bottle of grade 3 life recovery pills. Ning Kan continued. Obviously, this was a consolation prize, and there wasn't even a concept fragment. Even though the expressions of the representatives of the 4 dynasties were extremely unsightly, they still gratefully accepted it. The dynasties behind them had worked hard for so long and even sacrificed many young geniuses. Yet they only obtained this little bit of rewards and didn't even obtain a concept fragment. So how could they be happy? Even if it was only a single concept fragment, it was sufficient to represent a future void transformation stage expert. So, the value of a concept fragment wasn't something spirit weapons and medicinal pills could compare to. After the rewards of the various dynasties were distributed, Ning Kan's voice sounded out once more. "Now, I invite the young geniuses ranked in the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties to come over." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Instantly, The 10 people, including Duan Lingtian, soared into the sky and surrounded Ning Can. The first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will be able to obtain 3 4th-level concept fragments, 10 Grade 3 spirit weapons, and 10 bottles of Grade 3 life recovery pills. Ningkan passed over the spatial ring that contained the rewards to Duan Lingtian. "Thank you, Vice Fort Master Ning." Duan Lingtian grinned and completely disregarded the coldness that was contained in the depths of Ning Kan's gaze when he looked at him. For a time, Duan Lingtian had once again become the center of attention. 3 4th-level concept fragments? Even if it was the representatives of those dynasties, including the Dark Han dynasty's emperor, all of their eyes had gone completely red. After all, the concept fragments obtained by the representatives of the various dynasties were only 1st-level concept fragments, and they were utterly unable to compare with 4th-level concept fragments. Duan Lingtian had obtained 3 concept fragments in one go, so how could they not be envious? If they were to find out that Duan Lingtian didn't care much about these rewards, they would probably be angered to the point of spitting blood. In reality, Duan Lingtian really didn't care much about the rewards he just obtained, and he casually tossed the spatial ring that stored the rewards into his own spatial ring without the slightest intention of opening it to take a look. Duan Lingtian's rewards were the best. The second in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, Z Decease, only possessed 2 4th-level concept fragments, 9 Grade 3 spirit weapons, and 9 bottles of Grade 3 life recovery pills. Chapter 831. The rewards of the people at the bottom were even worse. Grade 3 spirit weapons and Grade 3 life recovery pills were gradually reduced according to their rankings. When it came to the 10th place, Zhang Shouyong, he only obtained a Grade 3 spirit weapon and a bottle of Grade 3 life recovery pills. As for concept fragments, the 4th to 6th place respectively obtained 3, 2, and 1/3 level concept fragments. The 7th to 9th place respectively obtained 3, 2, and 1 2nd-level concept fragments. The 10th place, Zhang Shouyong, obtained 3 1st-level concept fragments. Even then, Zhang Shouyong was still overjoyed, because amongst the 3 1st-level concept fragments he obtained, there just happened to be an Earth concept fragment. Duan Lingtian sighed when he saw Zhang Shouyong's brilliant smile, and then he casually withdrew the spatial ring he obtained earlier and withdrew the 3 4th-level concept fragments within it. "I wonder if there are any Earth concept fragments," Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's luck wasn't bad, and amongst the 3 4th-level concept fragments, there just happened to be an Earth concept fragment. "Big Brother Zhang." Duan Lingtian withdrew the 4th-level Earth concept fragment and passed it to Zhang Shouyong. "Brother Lingtian, you've comprehended Earth concept as well. Keep it for yourself." Zhang Shouyong's eyes revealed a trace of gratitude as he shook his head and refused Duan Lingtian's good intentions. "Big Brother Zhang, I have an Earth concept fragment of an even higher level." Duan Lingtian spoke via voice transmission. When he was in the Sword Monarch's treasure that day, he'd obtained a 7th-level Earth concept fragment. So unless it was an Earth concept fragment at the 8th level or above, otherwise, he wasn't interested. After he persuaded Zhang Shouyong put away the 4th-level Earth concept fragment. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian gave the 4th-level Fire concept fragment to Feng Tianwu. Su Li had no use for the last 4th-level Water concept fragment, so he casually tossed it back into his spatial ring. After all the rewards were distributed, most people were immersed in happiness, and it was only when Ningkan spoke once more that the entire scene went silent. "Representatives of the 10 dynasties, young geniuses of the 10 dynasties, the rewards distributed earlier are only the rewards of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties." Ningkan's voice clearly entered into the ears of everyone present. "Only the rewards of the martial competition?" Ningkan's words caused many dynasty representatives and young geniuses to have bewildered expressions as they didn't know what Ningkan meant. Yet all of them still looked at Ningkan with anticipation. They were able to discern that Ningkan's words today, "Our Skywolf Fort is recruiting disciples. All young geniuses at the Void Interpretation stage and above in the 10 dynasties can join our Skywolf Fort." Ningkan said with a loud voice, "Once all of you join our Skywolf Fort, Our Skywolf Fort will bestow some concept fragments, spirit weapons, and medicinal pills to all of you. Can't be to the dynasty to the can't dynasty? As soon as Ning can finish speaking, many young geniuses present were tempted. After going through the various selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, practically every single one of the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that were still able to stand here was in existence at the void interpretation stage or above. In other words, every single one of them was able to join the Skywolf Fort and become a disciple of the Skywolf Fort. Our Blade sect similarly welcomes everyone to join. Meanwhile, Sword 13 spoke as well, and then he added, "What we can give won't be less than the Skywolf Fort." Instantly, even more people were tempted. The Blade sect was a formidable power of the foreign lands that wasn't inferior to the Skywolf Fort, and the domineering aura Sword 13 revealed earlier caused them to feel rather reverence and yearning. Buddha be praised, the middle-aged monk, Shang Huiming, stood out as well and said with a loud voice, "The Empyrean Temple has opened its doors and sincerely invites all the young and male geniuses to join. We'll surely not treat everyone unfairly." As soon as the monk spoke, the group of young geniuses went silent. After a short moment, a young man couldn't refrain himself from asking, "Monk, I heard that not only does your Empyrean Temple have to shave one's head, abstain from eating meat, and abstain from sex. Is it really like this?" Instantly, the group of young men looked over. If it was really like this, then what was the point of living? No matter how great the benefits were, they would surely be unwilling to go. Buddha be praised, everyone, you've misunderstood. Huiming laughed bitterly. Our Empyrean Temple is divided into inner disciples and secular disciples. Secular disciples don't have these rules. That's fine. Huiming's reply caused many young men to heave a sigh of relief. The emotion-severing sect welcomes everyone to join. The sect master of the emotion-severing sect, Pan, spoke out as well, and he had an expressionless face as he spoke in a cool manner. The 4 great powers of the foreign lands were recruiting disciples at the same time, and it caused many young geniuses to be slightly unable to make a choice. Of course, there were also some that made a choice. For example, Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Zhang Shouyong stood by Sword 13's side, and they obviously intended to head to the Blade sect with Sword 13. On the other hand, Zishang instead followed by Ningqian's side. As Ningqian's personal disciple, he naturally joined the Skywolf Fort. Duan Lingtian and Zishang were the first and second respectively in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, and they both had their own places to belong to. For a time, the third, Qifeng, had become the target of competition between the 4 great powers. Qifeng, the emotion-severing sect, welcomes you to join. The sect master of the emotion-severing sect, Pan, was the first to extend an invitation. Qifeng, our Blade sect welcomes you to join as well. Sword 13 extended an invitation as well. He'd clearly seen Qifeng's ability earlier, and that archery skill was truly extraordinary. Most importantly, Qifeng's calmness, patience, and decisiveness displayed his value even more. Buddha be praised. The Empyrean Temple welcomes benefactor Qifeng to join. Huiming wasn't willing to fall behind. Qifeng, if you don't join my Skywolf Fort, then I'll send people to annihilate your entire sect. Feng Wei, who'd threatened Qifeng once more via voice transmission. As far as he was concerned, since Qifeng had given in once, then Qifeng would surely give in this time. You want to annihilate my entire sect if I don't join Skywolf Fort? Vice Fort Master Feng Wei, are you inviting me? Or are you threatening me? But unfortunately, Qifeng didn't choose to swallow his anger this time, and he looked at Feng Wei instead as he spoke with a low voice. Whoosh! As soon as Qifeng said this, the entire scene was in an uproar. Feng Wei, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, actually threatened Qifeng like this for the sake of making Qifeng join? For a time, the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties frowned. Since Feng Wei was able to threaten Qifeng, then did it mean that he could threaten them as well? Qifeng, you don't make slanderous accusations. Feng Wei's face went grim as he'd never imagined that Qifeng would actually shed all pretenses and repeat the words he'd threatened him with. Moreover, Qifeng had said it loudly in public. Slanderous accusations? Humph. Chi Feng glanced indifferently at Feng Wei and grunted coldly, and then he looked at the sect master of the emotion-severing sect, Payan, and his expression eased up as he asked respectfully, "Sect Master Pei, if I join the emotion-severing sect, will the emotion-severing sect be able to protect the safety of my friends and family?" As soon as Chi Feng said this, Ning Can and Feng Wei's expressions went grim. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. He never imagined that Chi Feng would be so audacious to actually dare make a fool out of Skywolf Fort like this. When Chi Feng said this, it practically confirmed the fact that Skywolf Fort was threatening him. This time, Skywolf Fort was unable to clear its name even if it jumped into the Yellow River. Just as Duan Lingtian had thought, when the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties looked at Ning Can and Feng Wei, the vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, their eyes contained slight rejection mixed within. "Feng Wei, look what you've done." Ning Can's voice transmission pierced into Feng Wei's ears, and he cursed. "Just because of your threat to Chi Feng, our Skywolf Fort might be completely working for the 3 great powers this time." Feng Wei's expression became even gloomier when he was cursed by Ning Can like this. Of course, he didn't dare vent his feelings on Ning Can. His eyes were filled with cold lights as his gaze locked tightly onto Chi Feng. Of course, Payan didn't hesitate in the slightest when faced with Chi Feng's question and nodded lightly, and then he said with an expressionless face, "If you're willing to join my emotion-severing sect, then I can put it down right now. Touching your friends and family is going against me, Payan." Payan making such a promise caused Sword 13 and Hui Ming to be unable to help but shake their heads and sigh. They knew that Chi Feng and the others had no chance. Instantly, their gazes moved onto Qin Kong that was ranked 4th in the martial competition. But unfortunately, they didn't have the chance to speak when Qin Kong had already said, "I'll go wherever Chi Feng goes." Sword 13 and Hui Ming instantly laughed bitterly. "Sect Master Pei, I'm willing to join your emotion-severing sect." When Chi Feng heard Payan's promise, he agreed right away to join the emotion-severing sect. "All right." Payan nodded, and a rare wisp of a faint smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. "Welcome." Obviously, he'd heard Qin Kong's words as well. For a time, the 3rd and 4th had both joined the emotion-severing sect. "Tamu, our Skywolf Fort invites you to join." Ninkan looked at Tamu that was ranked 5th in the martial competition this time, and he issued an invitation. "Oomph." Tamu grunted, and then he grinned and said, "Are all of you going to head to the Daryuan dynasty to kill my family as well if I fucking refuse? If it's so, then I'm truly sorry. I'm an orphan." Ninkan was slightly embarrassed when he heard this, and he hurriedly said, "Of course not. You surely said no because you heard me say I'm an orphan." Tamu had an expression that said, "Don't try to deceive me." Ning Can's face sank, and then he glared fiercely once more at Feng Wei who was by his side. If it wasn't for Feng Wei threatening Chi Feng earlier and ruining the reputation of Skywolf Fort, how could he possibly be in such a passive state? Moreover, "I'll go wherever my master goes." As Tamu spoke, his eyes glowed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "I want to join the Blade Sect." "The Blade Sect welcomes you." Sword 13 started smiling as he never imagined that Duan Lingtian's existence would even help him pull Tamu over. Chapter 832. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown when he heard Tamu's words. But for the sake of not making things difficult for Sword 13, he didn't say anything in the end. "I'll join Skywolf Fort." A clear and cold voice sounded out, and it was the Darqing dynasty's Yi Ling who took the initiative to speak. She seemed to completely not care about Feng Wei's threat to Chi Feng from before, or perhaps she didn't believe Chi Feng's confident words from before. Yi Ling's thoughts were extremely simple. Besides the Skywolf Fort that only had Zishang, the Blade Sect and Emotion-Severing Sect had a few young geniuses that were more outstanding than her, so she wouldn't be put in an important position even if she went. So she chose Skywolf Fort. "Skywolf Fort welcomes you." Ninkan laughed heartily as he never imagined that there would be someone that would take the initiative to request to join Skywolf Fort under such circumstances. After all, the reputation of the Skywolf Fort had already been ruined by Feng Duan. "I'll join the Empyrean Temple." Ochan, who was ranked at the 9th position in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, had more or less recovered from his injuries now, and he spoke out. His thoughts were similar to Yiling's. Up until now, the Empyrean Temple hadn't accepted a single person that was ranked in the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. So if he went, he would surely be valued. Meanwhile, the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties had been completely divided up. The Blade sect was undoubtedly the biggest winner. Duan Lingtian, Tamu, Su Li, Feng Tianwu, and Zhang Shouyong. 5 of the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties had been obtained. Even though the emotion-severing sect was similar to Skywolf Fort and only obtained 2, the 2 young geniuses it obtained were existences that were ranked at the 3rd and 4th position in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and their strengths were extraordinary. Qifeng, Qin Kong, Skywolf Fort obtained 2. Zishang, Yiling Empyrean Temple only obtained 1. Ochun. In next to no time, the remaining young geniuses had successively chosen their factions. Perhaps it was because they were reminded by Yiling and Ochun's choices, but even more people chose to join the Empyrean Temple and Skywolf Fort. This caused the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort to smile widely. Amitabha, Hui Ming's face was also full of smiles. However, the 2 vice sect leaders of the Blade sect, Jin Shursan and Saber 5, as well as the sect leader of the emotion-severing sect, Payan, were not unhappy because of this. In their opinion, what was the point of having so many people? Quality was king. In next to no time, brilliant smiles appeared on the faces of the representatives of the 10 dynasties because they'd more or less received a great gift from the 4 great sections. Giving them a big gift was mainly to thank their respective dynasties for nurturing this group of young talents. Everyone, this matter is over. My emotion-severing sect will leave first. Payan greeted indifferently before leaving with Zhang Yan and the other young geniuses. Amitabha, it's time for this poor monk to return. Hui Ming, Hui Jing, and the young monk came, and more than 10 people left. It's time for our Blade sect to leave as well. Jin Shursan glanced at Ning Kan and Feng Wei before indifferently greeting the 2 of them, and then he led Duan Lingtian and the others to soar into the sky and head out of Skywolf Fort. Before leaving, Duan Lingtian noticed a gloomy gaze sweeping over, and he couldn't help but turn around to look. Zishang. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of a cold smile as he looked at the owner of this gaze. Duan Lingtian, I've said it before, you won't live for long. Zishang's voice transmission clearly entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was filled with ruthlessness. Idiot. Duan Lingtian replied calmly via voice transmission, and then he followed Jin Shursan and the others to leave Skywolf Fort together. Idiot? Zishang's expression was livid, and in the end, he gritted his teeth fiercely before looking at Ning Kan, who was communicating with the other young geniuses. Master, I want to tell you something. Duan Lingtian has a treasure in his possession. That treasure is a saint artifact that surpasses spirit artifacts, and it's capable of providing an amplification of an entire 2 times. Zishang had thrown caution to the wind now, and in his heart, he was only thinking about how to kill Duan Lingtian. As for anything else, he didn't think about it for now. What? Ning Kan's pupils constricted when he heard Zishang's voice transmission, and then he looked at Zishang and said with a low voice, "Come with me." After a short moment, both of them arrived at an empty place. Is what you said true? Ning Kan asked with a low voice.
Yes.
Zishang nodded. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Ning Kan asked again, and his tone contained slight reproach. I originally thought that Qifeng would be able to kill him, and then I would think of a way to obtain his spatial ring after Qifeng killed him. Zishang took a deep breath as he spoke. You want to take possession of that saint artifact? Ning Kan's eyes flickered with bright lights as his fierce gaze descended onto Zishang, and it seemed as if it could penetrate through Zishang. Yes. Zishang gritted his teeth and nodded before admitting it. I'll deal with you later. Ning Kan grunted coldly and left directly. But based on his tone, he didn't have the slightest intention of blaming Zishang. If Zishang was in Zishang's shoes, he wouldn't easily tell others about the saint artifact as well. A saint artifact that provides an amplification of 100%. If the fort master is able to obtain it, then he'll be able to easily defeat those 2 old fellows from the Blade sect. that old baldy from the Empyrean Temple, the old sect master of the emotion-severing sect, and the current sect master, Paeon. After Ning Kan and Zishang parted ways, they headed directly to the inner fort. This was a great matter that had a profound effect on Skywolf Fort, and it couldn't be neglected. Duan Lingtian, let me see how you die this time. A wisp of an evil sneer appeared on the corners of Zishang's mouth when he saw Ningkan leave, and he seemed as if he'd already seen the scenes of Duan Lingtian being killed by the experts of Skywolf Fort. On the other side, after Duan Lingtian's group left ancient Desert City, they headed all the way towards the northeast. The Blade Sect was in that direction. Our Blade Sect is divided into the House of Sabers and House of Swords. The master of the House of Sabers is the master of my senior brother Dao, and the master of the House of Swords is my martial uncle. Jian Shursan introduced the Blade Sect to Duan Lingtian and the others. He'd obtained a great harvest from this trip, and he was in an extremely good mood. Tamu, how about coming to the House of Sabers with me? Suddenly, Saber 5 arrived by Tamu's side and spoke to Tamu. I'll go wherever Master goes. Tamu didn't even think before speaking directly. I'll give you the best cultivation environment. How about it? I'll go wherever Master goes. I'll satisfy all your requests. How about it? I'll go wherever Master goes. Can you say something else? I'll go wherever Master goes. In the end, Saber 5 was completely speechless. In the end, he could only place his gaze onto Duan Lingtian. Kid Lingtian, let this disciple of yours join our House of Sabers. How about it? As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was skilled in the sword, and coupled with his junior brother Jian would surely not let Tamu go. He'd never thought of pulling Duan Lingtian into the House of Sabers. He only hoped to be able to persuade Duan Lingtian and make Duan Lingtian order Tamu to join the House of Sabers. As far as he was concerned, once Duan Lingtian gave the order, then Tamu would absolutely not refuse. He's not my disciple. Duan Lingtian frowned and spoke resolutely. Kid Lingtian, what benefits do you want? Speak frankly. In any case, my House of Sabers is taking Tamu for sure. He's not my disciple. Kid Lingtian, how about this? He's not my disciple. Can you not interrupt me? Wait for me to speak. He's not my disciple. After a round of this, Saber 5 was completely convinced, and he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. It's truly an enormous waste that the two of you aren't master and disciple. You think so as well? When he heard Saber 5, the eyes of Tamu, who'd always been silently following by Duan Lingtian's side, lit up, and he seemed to have found a common topic with Saber 5. Yes, I do think so. Saber 5's eyes lit up. There seems to be hope. Not bad, not bad. Your judgment isn't bad. Tamu praised. Since you said my judgment isn't bad, then I'll let you join the House of Sabers, you. Saber 5 seized the opportunity, but he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Tamu. I'll go wherever Master goes. For a time, Saber 5 was completely convinced, and he completely lost his temper. Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong, who stood on the other side of Duan Lingtian, couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. As far as they were concerned, Tamu was simply a clown. Tamu. Duan Lingtian, who'd never paid any attention to Tamu, looked seriously at Tamu for the first time. Master, what instructions do you have? Tamu looked respectfully and reverently at Duan Lingtian. I've already said that I'm not your master. Besides that, I want to tell you that I'm unable to teach you what you want to learn from me because it's a technique that can't be copied. Duan Lingtian spoke with a serious expression, and his words came from the bottom of his heart. Don't worry, Master. Once I learn it, I'll absolutely not teach it to a third person. Tamu vowed solemnly, and his words obviously didn't take Duan Lingtian's words seriously, causing Duan Lingtian to be speechless once more. Did you not hear what I said clearly? Duan Lingtian frowned and spoke with slight impatience. Master, I know you reject me now and don't want to pass that technique down to me, but I believe that I'll be able to move you with my sincerity one day. Tamu spoke in all seriousness. You think I'm lying to you? Duan Lingtian could be considered to have come to an understanding now, and it turned out that Tamu hadn't believed him since the beginning. Tamu doesn't dare. Tamu heard that Duan Lingtian's tone was off, and he hurriedly lowered his head like an aggrieved child. Forget it, I can't be bothered to pay attention to you. Duan Lingtian had completely lost his temper. This Tamu was simply a piece of rotten wood, and it was a strange piece of rotten wood that couldn't withstand any carving. Master, I'll surely do my duty as a disciple. Tamu spoke seriously. Duan Lingtian paid no further attention to him and instead looked at Suli as he scolded with a smile. Suli, when did you comprehend intermediate water concept? You've concealed it too deeply, right? In the past, I thought you'd comprehended sword concept. I haven't used it for a long time, and I've almost forgotten it. It just so happened that I encountered layer upon layer of pressure during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, and I recalled it, so I used it. Suli smiled as he spoke. Do you think I would believe you? Chapter 833. Tamu, do you believe it? Suli smiled faintly, and then he looked at Tamu and asked, If Master believes it, I'll believe it. If Master doesn't believe it, I won't believe it. Tamu didn't hesitate in the slightest and replied resolutely, How obedient. Duan Lingtian, why don't you accept this disciple? I think he's pretty good. Suli looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. Thank you, Uncle Master, for interceding for Tamu. Tamu hurriedly bowed and thanked Suli, and these words came from the bottom of his heart and were exceedingly sincere. If you want to take it yourself. Anyway, I have nothing to teach him, and I'm not interested in accepting such a disciple. After glaring at Suli, Duan Lingtian snappily said. Suli smiled bitterly and didn't say anything else. Big brother Zhang, sister-in-law, is still in the Darkhan dynasty. What do you plan to do in the future? Are you going to bring her out, or are you going back? Duan Lingtian asked Zhang Shouyong. Zhang Shouyong was not alone. He still had his wife, Wang Qiong, in the Darkhan dynasty's Zhang clan. When they were in the Darkhan dynasty, Zhang Shouyong and his wife were inseparable. This time, Zhang Shouyong didn't bring her along when he left the Darkhan dynasty to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties in the foreign lands. After a while, you'll come with me and bring her out. When he heard Duan Lingtian mention Wang Qiong, Zhang Shouyong's face was filled with gentleness as he spoke with a light smile. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. In his heart, Brother Zhang had always been the same Brother Zhang who had saved his life and helped him a lot. Perhaps his current strength had temporarily surpassed Big Brother Zhang's, but as long as Big Brother Zhang had something to do and needed it, he would definitely not shirk his responsibility, even if he had to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire. When the time comes, I'll go back with you. Feng Tianwu said. Haha, of course I'm bringing you along. Zhang Shouyong smiled. If all of you want to return to the Darkhan dynasty, I'll send a few elders to travel with all of you. This foreign lands is different from your Darkhan dynasty, and it's filled with danger everywhere. Jian Shisan heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and the other two and said with a smile, Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian hurriedly thanked him. He knew that this was the special treatment that Sword 13 had given them, and it was a treatment that ordinary Blade School disciples would not be able to enjoy. However, if you really want to go back, I'm afraid you'll have to wait a year. Jian Shisan added. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was already mentally prepared for this, so he was not surprised. Early on, when he was still at Skywolf Fort, he'd faintly guessed some things from Sword 13's words, and it was related to the secret vault left behind by Emperor Wu. Moreover, there was a special inscription formation set up in the secret treasure. Only people below the age of 40 could enter it. In addition, there were many precious treasures in the secret treasure. Nonsense. If there were no precious treasures in it, why would the 4 extraterrestrial forces, Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect, spend so much effort on it? Not to mention anything else, just the soul fragments that the 4 great powers had paid for the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties were already extremely valuable. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, the 4 great powers would absolutely not do a business that would suffer a loss. They'd surely received specific information about the secret vault left behind by Emperor Wu beforehand, and they knew that the thing they wanted was within it. But Duan Lingtian not being surprised didn't mean that Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong weren't surprised. After they discerned that Duan Lingtian seemed to know something that they didn't, the three of them couldn't help but ask curiously via voice transmission. Elder brother Duan, why do we have to return a year from now? Duan Lingtian, when you said you understood earlier, you seem to know why we have to return a year from now? Brother Lingtian, what exactly is going on? Duan Lingtian didn't intentionally conceal it when faced with their questions, and he told them of his guesses. All of this was his own guess. From the beginning until the end, Sword 13 hadn't mentioned it to him. The secret vault, left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu? Only people below the age of 40 can enter it? There are precious treasures that the four great powers want to obtain within it? Skywolf Fort held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties for the sake of the secret vault, left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu? Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong were shocked. Never had they imagined that so many things were hidden behind the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Earlier, they were rather puzzled as to why the four great powers had paid such a great price for the sake of seizing the group of young geniuses from the 10 dynasties. Now, they came to a sudden understanding. It turned out that the four great powers wanted to utilize this group of young geniuses to search for the treasures they wanted in the secret vault left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu. Looks like after we enter the secret vault left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu, there will be another open and veiled struggle. Su Li sighed via voice transmission. Duan Lingtian deeply agreed to this. After all, there were four great powers that knew of this secret vault left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu. At that time, they would surely send people in, and the people they sent in would surely fight for various treasures. Moreover, it might not only be the four great powers that knew of the secret vault left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu, and there might be 5 great powers, 10 great powers, or even more powers. For a time, Duan Lingtian felt traces of heavy pressure. The size of the foreign lands was far from something the 10 dynasties could compare to. Not to mention those formidable powers at the second rate or above, just third-rate powers like the Empyrean Temple and Emotion-Severing Sect were examples. Today, Duan Lingtian had seen 2 6th-level void interpretation stage martial artists below the age of 40, the Empyrean Temple's Little Monk and the Emotion-Severing Sect's Zhang Yan. Duan Lingtian believed that the Skywolf Fort and Blade Sect surely had a few young experts that were so outstanding. Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyong were slightly dazed, and they still hadn't recovered from their shock. To them, an expert like Emperor Wu that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent only existed in legends. Exactly how precious would the treasures within this secret vault left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu be? It was difficult for them to imagine. Sword 13, who led the way ahead, and Saber 5, who brought up the rear, seemed to have noticed something, and their brows suddenly knit together. Subsequently, they seemed to have discussed it beforehand, and they squinted their eyes and looked over. Shit. Sword 13's face went grim. Saber 5's expression was extremely unsightly as well. In the distance, there were 3 figures flashing over swiftly like 3 black bolts of lightning, and they appeared within their field of vision in a short moment. The speed of these 3 people was so swift that it caused it to be difficult for Sword 13 and Saber 5 to arouse the thought of fleeing. If it was only the 2 of them, then perhaps they would be able to escape easily. But the problem was that it wasn't just the 2 of them now, and there was also Duan Lingtian and the other young geniuses that needed to be taken care of. It's Ning Can. In next to no time, Saber 5 shouted out coldly with an extremely gloomy expression. Ning Can, what's he doing here? Saber 5's cold shout caused Duan Lingtian, the group of young geniuses, and Feng Wu Dao to recover from their shock, and they stopped moving successively before looking at the 3 figures that were approaching from afar. One of them was precisely the familiar Ning Can, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort. Besides Ning Can, there were 2 other old men. In terms of speed, one of the old men was actually slightly swifter than Ning Can, whereas the other old man's speed was equal to Ning Can, Mingli, Yukong. Sword 13 flew out to greet the 3 people that flashed over, and he looked at Ning Can's group of 3 as he said with a low voice, "All of you probably didn't catch up just to send us off, right?" Sword 13, All of you can leave safely so long as you hand over Duan Lingtian. Ningqian went straight to the point and stated the reason he'd come. He only had a single objective in coming here, and it was to make Duan Lingtian stay. Duan Lingtian's face went slightly grim as he never imagined that Ningqian's group of 3 had caught up for him, even though he'd never seen the other 2 old men. Since they'd come with Ningqian, then he was able to discern their strength from the speed they revealed earlier. One of them was even stronger than Ningqian, and the other was on par with Ningqian. Thus, Duan Lingtian easily guessed the identities of the other 2 old men, and they ought to be the vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. Skywolf Fort had a total of 5 vice fort masters. Ningqian and Feng Wei, who presided over the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that he'd seen at Skywolf Fort, were only 2 of them. Ningqian, are you joking? Sword 13 hadn't spoken when Saber 5 had already sneered. Duan Lingtian is a member of our blade sect now. If you want to touch him, then ask the saber in my hand first. As Saber 5 spoke, a thick and heavy wide saber appeared in his hand, and the wide saber emitted a peerlessly fierce aura that faintly contained traces of the smell of blood. Obviously, many souls had died beneath the saber, and it caused the saber to be tainted with dense blood. Sword 13, you mean this as well? The old man that was obviously stronger than Ningqian took a step forward and stared at Sword 13 with a burning gaze as he asked with a low voice, Mengli, what's the meaning of your Skywolf Fort doing this? Bullying my blade sect for having no one? Cold lights flickered within Sword 13's eyes as his body emitted piercingly cold sword insight, and along with this, killing intent that shot into the sky and was icy cold and bone-piercing. Mengli, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, his cultivation had stepped into the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage many years ago, and he was one of the 2 strongest people beneath the fort master of Skywolf Fort. The other person was the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort as well, and his cultivation was similar to Mengli. That person, Feng Wei, and the 3 people before him were the 5 great vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. The last person that came with Mengli and Ningqian was called Yukong, and his strength was similar to Ningqian as both of them were existences at the 8th level of the Void Transformation stage. One was at the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage, while the other 2 were at the 8th level of the Void Transformation stage. The 3 of them had chased over from Skywolf Fort with ill intent, and they'd come for the sake of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, these 3 old fellows are chasing over like flies, and it's actually because of you. Could it be that you've dug up their ancestral graves? Suli looked at Ningqian's group of 3 and asked with slight shock. It would be fine if I dug up their ancestral graves. At least I know why they're looking for me. The problem is that I utterly don't know why they're targeting me. Chapter 834. It wasn't that Duan Lingtian hadn't thought that these 3 old men had come for Zishang, but when he thought about it, he felt it wasn't too realistic. The enmity between him and Zishang was a personal one. Even if Ningqian was Zishang's master, it was impossible for Ningqian to openly stand up for Zishang and make a move against him. Otherwise, Ningqian would become the greatest joke in the world. Not to mention calling over the other 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, and one of them was even a 9th level Void Transformation stage expert like Sword 13. Sword 13, our Skywolf Fort has always coexisted peacefully with your blade sect. So long as you hand over this young man today, we'll leave right away. We'll even give a gift of thanks to the blade sect in the future. Mengli spoke with a low voice, and his words carried an intention of coercion. What if I don't hand it over? Sword 13's face sank. Then I can only be blunt. Cold lights flashed within Mengli's eyes as he abruptly soared into the sky and shot directly towards Sword 13. I heard from Ningqian that you've already broken through to the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage. Today, allow me to experience the strength of the number 2 expert of the Sword sect. You'll see. Sword 13 wasn't afraid in the slightest as he moved forward to greet Mengli, and his body emitted a fierce sword chi. At this instant, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a sword. The collision between Mengli and Sword 13 was utterly impossible to see clearly in the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, because their speeds were truly too swift. Bang, 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 bang. When the two of them collided, it caused the airflow in the sky to explode and give rise to waves of piercingly cold gales that caused the clothes of Duan Lingtian and the others to flutter with the wind. During the battle between Sword 13 and Mengli, his figure would occasionally vanish into thin air before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, and he would occasionally appear once more. Based on the state of the two of them, they seemed to be evenly matched. In the sky, an innumerable amount of ancient horned dragon silhouettes bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced out and fought together, and it seemed to be extremely horrifying. As expected of the publicly acknowledged genius of the House of Swords in the Blade sect, Sword 13, you've just stepped into the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage and are able to fight me equally. It was none other than the voice of the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Mengli, shameless boasting. Sword 13's clear and cold voice sounded out, and in the next moment, everyone present felt an even fiercer aura rise up from Sword 13's body. In the next moment, there seemed to be many more ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky, and Sword 13's strength seemed to have obtained an enormous increase at this moment. Whoosh! The whistling of the sword that tore through the sky stopped abruptly. In the next moment, everyone including Duan Lingtian saw Sword 13 appear and stand proudly in the sky. In his hand was a meter-long blade that flowed with flowing lights, and it was dripping with dazzling and resplendent fresh blood. In the distance, Mengli also appeared. However, his face was somewhat pale. Not only that, if one looked closely, one could see a faint sword mark on Mengli's hand. It was a sword mark that had been treated. Senior is so strong? Duan Lingtian was shocked. According to what Mengli said, Sword 13 had only broken through to the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage recently, whereas he'd broken through to the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage long ago. But even then, he was still unable to defeat Sword 13. Sword 13, you really deserve to be the publicly acknowledged peerless genius of the Blade Sect's House of Swords. You've just broken through to the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage, yet you're already able to suppress me. I have to admit that you're extremely strong. Mengli stood in the distance and looked at Sword 13 with a serious expression. Mengli, your Skywolf Fort must give me an explanation for the matter today, no matter what. Otherwise, don't blame me, Sword 13, for being ruthless. At this moment, Sword 13's gaze was cold and fierce, and he'd completely lost his amiable manner from before as he chatted cheerfully with all the young geniuses, and he seemed to have transformed into a peerless god of slaughter. The eyes of all the young geniuses that chose to join the Blade sect lit up. This was the vice sect master of the House of Swords that they wanted to join. At the same time that such strength caused them to be filled with yearning, they felt a great sense of security. Swoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind whistling swept over, and subsequently, a familiar figure appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. Feng Wei. Duan Lingtian's face went grim when he saw the person that had arrived. When he noticed the fierce and greedy gaze that the person looked at him with, he knew that Feng Wei had come for him as well. Wait, greedy? Duan Lingtian's heart jerked. Feng Wei's gaze revealed greed when he looked at him, and she was able to faintly guess what it meant. Perhaps he possessed something that Feng Wei urgently desired, or more precisely speaking, it was something that Skywolf Fort desired. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Skywolf Fort to dispatch 4 Vice Fort Masters. Feng Wei, you've come at the right time. I'll leave that Duan Lingtian to you. Yukong, join forces with me to suppress Sword 13. Ningcan, you deal with Saber 5. Mengli revealed a smile when he saw Feng Wei arrive, and he ordered. As soon as Mengli finished speaking, he charged towards Sword 13 with the other Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Yukong, in a menacing manner without holding back in the slightest. Early on when Feng Wei appeared, Sword 13's expression had already gone grim. Never had he imagined that Skywolf Fort would actually dispatch such a large force for the sake of a Duan Lingtian. All 4 Vice Fort Masters had moved out, but when facing the joint forces of Mengli and Yukong, he quickly didn't have the mood to think about why Skywolf Fort would do this, and his figure flashed out to battle Mengli and Yukong. He wasn't afraid of a single Mengli, and it was even to the extent that so long as he was given time, It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill Mingli. A single Yukong. If he exerted his full strength, then he would at most be able to cause Yukong to lose his life with 3 sword strikes. But when Mingli and Yukong joined forces, it caused him to have the feeling that he had nowhere to exert his strength, and he was barely able to fight them to a draw. Saber 5, I've wanted to fight you since long ago. Ningkan looked at Saber 5 as he shouted coldly, and then his entire body flashed out as if he'd transformed into an eagle that whistled as he charged towards Saber 5. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Saber 5 laughed with disdain as the broad saber in his hand flashed out boldly to tear through the sky, and he moved forward to meet Ningkan without the slightest fear to battle Ningkan. All of you behave yourselves. Don't blame me for being merciless if anyone dares to flee. Feng Wei's gaze flashed past Duan Lingtian and the others before finally descending onto Duan Lingtian, and then a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Duan Lingtian, I've really underestimated you. As soon as Feng Wei said this, it caused all the young geniuses including Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong to look at Duan Lingtian successively, and they felt that Feng Wei's words carried hidden meaning. They felt shock and curiosity from the bottom of their hearts towards Skywolf Fort, deploying such a large force for the sake of Duan Lingtian today. Now, I'll give you a chance. Swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that you'll forever be loyal to my Skywolf Fort, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Feng Wei's gaze gradually turned cold, and his breath was like ice that was bone-piercingly cold, causing the group of young geniuses present to be unable to refrain from shivering and shuddering with fear. Feng Wei actually wanted Duan Lingtian to make such an oath. Once this oath was made, it meant that Duan Lingtian would be bound to the Skywolf Fort for his entire lifetime, and he wouldn't betray Skywolf Fort and wouldn't do anything that would let Skywolf Fort down. Otherwise, he would be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Besides that, Feng Wei had clearly stated that if Duan Lingtian didn't make this oath, then he would make Duan Lingtian die today, or perhaps he would make Duan Lingtian die right now. Swear loyalty to Skywolf Fort? Duan Lingtian sneered. If I only have this choice, then I'd rather die. Then you can go to hell. Feng Wei's eyes revealed ruthlessness as the terrifying, imposing aura on his body swept out, and he took a step forward as his imposing aura gushed out and smashed down towards Duan Lingtian. Bang! Duan Lingtian's face sank slightly when he was pressured by Feng Wei's imposing aura, and a talisman appeared out of thin air in his tightly clenched right hand. It was precisely one of the 2 talismans his deadbeat father had left behind for him. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to toss out the talisman and crush Feng Wei, a figure appeared like a shadow to obstruct his path. Uncle Feng. As he looked at the red-clothed middle-aged man that stood before him, Duan Lingtian's heart shook, and he said with an anxious expression, Uncle Feng, you're not a match for him. Quickly move aside. Haha. If I, Feng Wu Dao, am unable to even protect my own son-in-law, then what's the point of me living? Feng Wu Dao laughed loudly when he heard Duan Lingtian, and his laughter was wanton as he faced death calmly. Uncle Feng, I can? Right when Duan Lingtian wanted to say that he could deal with Feng Wei, for figures appeared by Feng Wu Dao's side right after him, and they protected him firmly behind them along with Feng Wu Dao. Feng Tianwu, Su Li, Zhang Shouyong, and Ta Mu. All of you move aside. When he noticed the terrifying aura that arose from Feng Wei's body, Duan Lingtian's face instantly went grim, and he hurriedly flew out with the intention of locking onto Feng Wei before tossing out the talisman in his hand. But unfortunately, he was still too late. Bang! Feng Wei casually raised his hand and slapped out with his vast palm, causing waves of continuous sounds of air exploding to resound out in the sky as a terrifying force pressed down onto Feng Wu Dao's group of 5, causing them to be blasted flying. Wah! Pooh! The 5 people in the lead had ghastly pale expressions as they spat out a few mouthfuls of blood in a sorry state, and their bodies were on the verge of collapse. Die! Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he stared fixedly at Feng Wei, and the talisman in his hand was on the verge of being released. Right at this moment, swoosh, 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 swoosh. Numerous swift figures instantly appeared behind Feng Wei, and they were like shadows that followed behind him. 10 old men that wore the green-colored uniform of Skywolf Fort stared fiercely at Duan Lingtian and the others, and traces of a ruthless aura were emitted from their bodies. 10 elders of Skywolf Fort. Duan Lingtian's face went grim as he looked at the pairs of silver eyes on the Skywolf badges on the chests of the 10 old men, and he put away the talisman that he was just about to toss out. At this moment, even if he tossed out the talisman and was able to kill Feng Wei, he would still be unable to escape calamity. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of using the talisman to kill the strongest vice fort master of Skywolf Fort and allow Sword 13 to turn the situation around. But that old fellow was truly too far away from him, and he was in battle with Sword 13, causing his figure to be difficult to capture. Huh! Right at this moment, an explosive shout sounded out, and it drew the gazes of Duan Lingtian and the others. It was Saber 5 that had blasted Ninkan flying. Chapter 835. Kill. Saber 5 coldly spat out a single word, and then he charged towards those 10 Skywolf Fort elders like a tiger that had entered a pack of wolves. With a raise of his saber, 3 Skywolf Fort elders had died under his saber in the blink of an eye. Saber 5. The faces of Ning Kan and Feng Wei went grim when they saw this, and they charged madly towards Saber 5 to go 2 against 1. The 7 of you. Bring that Duan Lingtian back. At the same time, Ning Kan, who joined forces with Feng Wei to temporarily restrain Saber 5, ordered the remaining 7 Skywolf Fort elders with a cold voice. The 7 Skywolf Fort elders recovered from the shock of their companions being killed, and their gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment. All of them recognized Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian recognized them as well. The 10 Skywolf Fort elders that followed behind Feng Wei were precisely those 10 Skywolf Fort elders that had appeared in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties earlier. The remaining 7 Skywolf Fort elders attacked at the same time to pounce towards Duan Lingtian, and they'd taken Duan Lingtian to be their prey. Feng Wu Dao, who'd consumed a healing medicinal pill and recovered slightly from his injuries, had a piercingly cold gaze as he flashed towards a Skywolf Fort elder to stop him. That Skywolf Fort elder was in existence at the 4th level of the Void Transformation stage as well, and for a time, he was evenly matched with Feng Wu Dao. The other 6 Skywolf Fort elders continued to charge towards Duan Lingtian. Elder Brother Duan, watch out! Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian. Master. Feng Tianwu, Su Li, Zhang Shouyong, and Tamu hadn't completely recovered from their injuries when they pounced towards the 6 Skywolf Fort elders with the intention of stopping them. But unfortunately, only a single Skywolf Fort elder made a move, and the strength of the Void Transformation stage swept out to blast them flying. For a moment, the 4 of them were injured again. Fortunately, the elder from Skywolf Fort didn't kill them. Otherwise, Feng Tianwu and the others wouldn't have survived. 6. Looking at the 6 elders of the Skywolf Fort who were charging at him, Duan Lingtian's face turned extremely ugly. Among the 6 elders of the Void Transformation realm, the 2 talismans in his hand could only kill 2 of them. However, after killing 2 people, there were still 4 people left. It seemed meaningless. He then looked at Mingli, who was in an intense battle with Sword 13, and whose figure was flickering unpredictably. The strongest Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, in existence at the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage. If he could use the talisman to kill him, then with Sword 13's strength, he would surely be able to reverse the situation. But the problem was that Mingli, who was in battle mode, was so fast that he couldn't lock onto his target. If he wanted to kill someone with a talisman puppet, he had to lock onto the target for a period of time. In the end, Duan Lingtian completely gave up on this idea. Even if we can't win, we still have to fight. I'd rather die in battle than become a captive. Duan Lingtian looked at the 6 elders of the Skywolf Fort, and his eyes went cold as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed before fusing with material wind concept to transform into waves of strong winds that flashed around his entire body. Slap. The hairband that held Duan Lingtian's long hair together with Feng Qingyang's hair broke apart, and the aura on his body ceaselessly rose. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to withdraw his quasi-royal grade spirit sword and fight desperately. Swish! An enormous sword light that was over 10 meters long descended from the sky, and it descended towards the 6 elders of the Skywolf fort that were charging towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. The faces of the 6 Skywolf fort elders went grim as they joined forces to attack. Yet they were barely able to resist this terrifying sword light. Yet they still needed a certain amount of time to shatter it. Duan Lingtian, leave quickly. Survive well. Right when Duan Lingtian was stunned by the scene before his eyes, a voice that was like a thunderclap swept down and entered into his ears. Senior. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as he looked at Sword 13 that was dealing with the 2 vice fort masters of the Skywolf fort, and he realized that it was Sword 13 that had made a move earlier. Master, leave quickly. Meanwhile, Tamu reacted and charged towards Duan Lingtian before flashing towards the distance and fleeing with Duan Lingtian. When Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong returned to their senses, Tamu and Duan Lingtian had already left far away, and their speeds were so swift that they were unable to catch up to them. Elder brother Duan, you must survive. Feng Tianwu stood in the sky as she spoke silently in her heart. With her speed, not to mention being unable to catch up to Duan Lingtian, even if she caught up to him, she would only become a burden. So she chose to stay. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong had similar thoughts. Right at this moment, besides the elder of the Skywolf fort that was dealing with Feng Wu Dao, the other 6 elders of the Skywolf fort had finally shattered the sword light that was over 10 meters long. Wanna leave? The 6 elders of the Skywolf fort revealed cold smiles as they looked at the 2 figures that were gradually turning into tiny black dots that were moving further and further away, and all of them soared into the sky and chased after them. Shit. The expressions of Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong went grim as they hurriedly chased after them with the intention of stopping them. But unfortunately, only a single person had made a move and easily blasted them back. Sword 13 and Saber 5's expressions were extremely unsightly. Presently, they were utterly unable to free themselves to assist Duan Lingtian as the 4 vice fort masters of the Skywolf fort intended to suppress them. If it was at any other time, as the vice sect masters of the Blade sect, it was sufficient for them to be extremely proud of fighting the 4 vice fort masters of the Skywolf fort to a tie while fighting 2 against 4. But now, they didn't have such a mood. They were only worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. Mingli, from today onwards, the Skywolf fort will be the mortal enemy of our Blade sect. Sword 13's voice was cold as it sounded out. His words were filled with ruthlessness. Sword 13, don't forget that you're still not the sect master of the Sword sect. You're still not qualified to represent the entire Blade sect. Mengli's voice sounded with a hint of mockery. Moreover, 3 elders of the Skywolf fort have died today, and not a single person from your Blade sect has died. Exchanging the deaths of 3 elders of the Skywolf fort for 1 Duan Lingtian shouldn't be too much, right? Sword 13 snorted coldly. He was just casually threatening Mingli earlier. Naturally, he knew that the Blade sect wouldn't go to war with the Skywolf fort so easily. Not to mention that not a single person from their side had died while 3 elders of the Skywolf fort had died. Even if Duan Lingtian had really died and no one from the Skywolf fort had died, the Blade sect might not stand up for Duan Lingtian. After all, to the entire Blade sect, Duan Lingtian was insignificant now. It was impossible for the Blade sect to shed all pretenses with the Skywolf fort for the sake of Duan Lingtian and even go to war. Junior brother Jian, who cares about them? Since these bastards from the Skywolf fort have come to provoke us, then even if we kill all of them, that old fellow from the Skywolf fort has nothing to say. Saber 5 shouted out explosively as the broad saber in his hand glowed brightly and flashed directly towards Ning Can and Feng Wei. He didn't fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest when going against 2 by himself, and he was like a peerless god of war. Master is so formidable. In the distance, Long Yun, who stood silently amidst the group of young geniuses and hadn't made any movements since the beginning, looked at Saber 5 with an expression of admiration. The other young geniuses had excited expressions as well. Sword 13 and Saber 5 fought 4 against 4 and suppressed the 4 Vice Fort Masters of the Skywolf Fort, and it gave them an extremely great shock. As for the life and death of Duan Lingtian and Ta Mu, they didn't care. On the other side, Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong looked at the 6 figures that chased after Duan Lingtian and vanished before their eyes, and they realized for a time that they were unable to help Duan Lingtian in the slightest. Now, they only hoped that Duan Lingtian and Ta Mu would be able to quickly find a place to hide and escape this calamity. The 3 of them who were laden with worries didn't stay idle, and they helped Feng Wu Dao deal with the Elder of the Skywolf Fort. The battle between the Elder of the Skywolf Fort and Feng Wu Dao grew more and more shocked as the battle progressed. At the beginning, he discerned that this red-clothed middle-aged man had just broken through to the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage, and he could deal with him at will. Before they left, Vice Fort Master Ming of the Skywolf Fort had given the order that besides Duan Lingtian, he wasn't allowed to kill anyone from the Blade Sect. So he held back. Later on, he noticed that Feng Wu Dao seemed to grow stronger as the battle progressed, and up until now, he'd practically utilized his entire strength, yet Feng Wu Dao was still able to fight him equally. Freak. In the end, it was the Elder of the Skywolf Fort who fell into a disadvantaged position that ceaselessly roared in his heart. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong had come over as well, and they joined forces with Feng Wu Dao to deal with the Elder of the Skywolf Fort, and they'd created some small trouble for the Elder of the Skywolf Fort. Sometimes, some small trouble was sufficient to become great trouble. Just like now. The Elder of the Skywolf Fort who'd originally been suppressed by Feng Wu Dao who grew stronger as the battle progressed to the point of falling into a disadvantaged position revealed a flaw when Feng Tianwu's group of 3 interfered. This flaw was utilized by Feng Wu Dao, and his sword flashed out like a bolt of lightning to instantly penetrate the chest of the Elder of the Skywolf Fort, causing him to be heavily injured. Subsequently, Feng Wu Dao's attacks became even swifter, and the sword in his hand even transformed into a few tins of sword lights. In the blink of an eye, it increased to over 100 sword lights that covered the heavens and the earth as they swept down. A rain of swords descended, and it pressured the Elder of the Skywolf Fort to the point he suffered even more injuries, causing him to be in an even more sorry state. If it was at any other time, he wouldn't take this sort of fancy sword technique seriously at all, but the problem was that he was heavily injured now, and he'd used all his strength to barely protect his vitals. Swish! A sword strike that was like a stroke of genius easily swept past the throat of the Elder of the Skywolf Fort, and it killed him. After the Elder of the Skywolf Fort died, Feng Wu Dao put away his sword and stood there. Then he looked at Feng Tianwu's group of 3 before looking at the surroundings, and his expression instantly turned grim. Where's that kid? Ling Tian and Ta Mu? Elder brother Duan and Ta Mu fled earlier, but those 6 elders of the Skywolf Fort chased after them as well. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with worry, and she laughed bitterly as she spoke. At this moment, she only hated herself for being too weak and being unable to help her elder brother Duan. Which direction did they head towards? Feng Wu Dao asked with a low voice. In the next moment, after he found out the direction Duan Lingtian left towards, Feng Wu Dao's figure flashed out like a bolt of lightning to chase after them. In the sky above a vast plain, 2 figures flashed past. It was precisely Duan Lingtian and Ta Mu who just fled. Master, we're really unlucky. There isn't even a place to hide in such a large plain. Ta Mu, who moved forward swiftly, couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Duan Lingtian's expression was unsightly as well. All along the way, everywhere they passed were plains and deserts, and it was difficult to find a place to hide temporarily. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Chapter 836. Both of you should be proud of yourselves for being able to flee so far under our pursuit. A Skywolf Fort elder looked at Duan Lingtian and Ta Mu as he spoke indifferently. Elders, can you let us go? When you return to report, just say you didn't find us. How about it? Ta Mu grinned, and he completely didn't have the awareness of being a trapped beast. However, no one paid any attention to Ta Mu. If all of you are afraid you won't be able to obtain any benefits from letting us go, then all of you can be at ease. Look at my master. He's only 28 years old. Yet his cultivation is at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, and his future is limitless. It's even to the extent that even the fort master of your Skywolf fort might not be able to compare to him in the future. As he finished speaking, Tamu's tone contained slight temptation mixed within. So long as all of you let us go today, it's equivalent to giving my master a great favor, and in the future, shut up. A Skywolf fort elder seemed to be unable to endure Tamu's endless chatter, and he shouted out coldly to interrupt Tamu. Vice Fort Master Feng said that once we catch up to the two of them, kill them. Just bring the spatial rings back. One of the Skywolf Fort elders spoke with a piercingly cold voice. Instantly, the other 5 Skywolf Fort elders revealed killing intent as they looked at Duan Lingtian and Tamu, and their origin energy and material concept had fused together on their bodies, causing terrifying energy to be on the verge of erupting. Spatial ring? Duan Lingtian stood in midair, and he tried his best to maintain a calm expression when he was in such a dangerous situation. Because he knew that no matter how panicked he was now, it was useless, and only by maintaining a calm attitude might he be able to seek a chance at survival. Feng Wei revealed greed in his eyes when he saw me earlier, and he obviously has designs towards me. Now, these people want my spatial ring. Duan Lingtian's heart sank. What exactly do they want? For a time, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly bewildered. Could it be a quasi-royal grade spirit sword? This thought couldn't help but arise in Duan Lingtian's heart. After all, when he fought Qi Feng today, he'd utilized the quasi-royal grade spirit sword to shatter Qi Feng's arrow. But he was extremely sure that besides the sect master of the emotion-severing sect, Paean, there ought to be no one including Sword 13 that was able to discern that the sword he used at that time wasn't simple. Unless the elusive fort master of the Skywolf fort is hiding in the dark and discovered the extraordinariness of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. But, is this possible? Duan Lingtian's mind spun rapidly as he considered various possibilities. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian had a flash of inspiration. Also, that Zishang kept saying that I wouldn't live for long. He said the same thing when I left. Could it be because of him? Duan Lingtian gasped when he thought up to this point. In his opinion, Zishang, that madman, was capable of doing anything. But how did he convince Skywolf Fort to send such a large force to deal with me? Furthermore, he wants something from my storage ring. Duan Lingtian pondered. In next to no time, a broken stone tablet appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind without rhyme or reason, and it was difficult to disperse. Right. How could I have almost forgotten? The Devil Seal Tablet. That day during the Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition, the soul of the expert suspected to be Emperor Wu concealed within Zishang's body had once personally mentioned the Devil Seal Tablet after possessing Zishang's body. In other words, he knows of the Devil Seal Tablet, and it's very likely that he knows of the Devil Seal Tablet's background. Moreover, the Devil Seal Tablet in my possession is something that Zishang yearns for even in his dreams. After all, if I didn't have the Devil Seal Tablet, he wouldn't be restrained by me at all times. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Now, Duan Lingtian was able to determine. It was all Zishang's doing behind the scenes. Not to mention the Devil Seal Tablet's ability to suppress the soul, just its ability to amplify strength by 100% is sufficient to make any third-rate power in the foreign lands fight to the death for it. The soul of the expert suspected to be Emperor Wu within Zishang's body knows of the Devil Seal Tablet, so I presume he has a very good understanding of the Devil Seal Tablet and might even know of the Devil Seal Tablet's amplification ability. Even if Zishang only mentioned the Devil Seal Tablet's amplification ability before Ning Can, the Skywolf Fort would surely go mad for it. If the Devil Seal Tablet that amplifies strength by 100% falls into the hands of the Skywolf Fort's Fort Master, then the Skywolf Fort would even be able to use it to suppress third-rate powers like the Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and the more he thought about it, the more he was sure that the objective of the group of people before him was precisely the Devil Seal Tablet within his spatial ring. Swoosh! Suddenly, a wave of terrifying howls of the wind swept over, causing Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was struck by lightning, and his back even broke out in cold sweat. "Master, watch out!" At practically the exact same moment, an explosive shout sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain himself from raising his head. With a single glance, he saw the robust figure that was blocking his path not too far away. However, this robust figure had a dispirited aura at this moment. A fist had passed through Ta Mu's chest, and it was precisely the fist of the Skywolf Fort's elder that had hastily made a move against Duan Lingtian. What a touching scene. The Skywolf Fort's elder casually withdrew his fist, and with a raise of his hand, his water concept suffused out and eliminated the blood on his hand. On the other hand, a hideous bloody hole had appeared on Ta Mu's chest, and fresh blood ceaselessly gushed out from it. In the blink of an eye, it dyed his lower body red, yet he still forcefully and bitterly held on. Mas, Master, I. Ta Mu struggled for a moment before looking at Duan Lingtian with great difficulty, and he seemed to want to say something. But before he could finish speaking, his body suddenly trembled, and he completely lost all signs of life. After that, he fell from the sky and fell onto the plains. Ta Mu, Duan Lingtian's pupils suddenly constricted. Never had he imagined that Ta Mu would use his own body to block the fist of the Skywolf Fort's elder for him. After all, he and Ta Mu could be said to have no relationship at all. If one really wanted to talk about the relationship between them, then it was nothing more than Ta Mu's wishful thinking of taking him as his master and wanting to learn the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, from him. But now, it was precisely such a person that he wasn't willing to take as his disciple no matter what. That person had blocked the strike of the Skywolf Fort's elder for him and saved his life. How much courage was required for this? Moreover, this wasn't something that could be accomplished just by having courage. It was also something that was worthy of him doing this. Was it worth it for me? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled, and he seemed to be speaking to himself, yet also seemed to be asking the already dead Ta Mu. As far as he was concerned, since the beginning when Ta Mu wanted to take him as his master until that moment just now, he'd never given Ta Mu any face. It was even to the extent that he'd berated Ta Mu many times with the intention of making Ta Mu give up. But what about Ta Mu? Every time, Ta Mu would act as if nothing had happened, allowing him to berate him, allowing him to refuse, as if nothing had happened. "I'm sorry." Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with tears, and they were on the verge of flowing out. These tears were because of the guilt he felt towards Ta Mu. If time could be turned back, even if it was only for a moment, he would absolutely not treat Ta Mu so coldly like before. But now, he didn't have the chance. Ta Mu was dead. Ta Mu had died before him, died for him. Since someone is willing to die for you, then you haven't lived your life in vain. The 6 Skywolf Fort elders who had been silent for a moment came back to their senses. One of them looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of killing intent. "Now, you should follow him." Finally, Duan Lingtian came back to his senses. The guilt he felt towards Ta Mu in his heart had completely transformed into bone-deep hatred. Hatred towards the 6 Skywolf Fort elders in front of him. Hatred towards the entire Skywolf Fort. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. However, did he have the strength to do so now? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's face had turned incomparably pale. His fists were tightly clenched together, and his nails pierced into his palms. After a sharp pain, blood flowed out. However, he seemed to be unaware of all of this. "I want strength. I want great strength. I want strength that can destroy them, destroy Skywolf Fort, and even destroy everything." At this moment, Duan Lingtian's desire for strength had almost reached the limit. The violet clothes on his body were swept by waves of strong winds, and they fluttered. His long hair that was already scattered behind him because of the broken band even fluttered with the wind and fluttered up, and the surroundings were suffused with layers of azure-colored strong winds. Whoosh! In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared abruptly. First, 60 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. Fourth level of the void interpretation stage. Second level intermediate wind concept. No wonder you were the first to leave the illusory crypt during the second round of the selections. So it turns out that you've always concealed your cultivation. You're actually a fourth level void interpretation stage martial artist. A Skywolf Fort Elder spoke with slight surprise. He wasn't present during the third and fourth round of the selections, so he didn't know that Duan Lingtian had broken through later on, and he only thought that Duan Lingtian had concealed his cultivation. Fourth level void interpretation stage at the age of 28. Even in the entire Cloud continent, such natural talent can be considered to be monstrous. What a pity. The Skywolf Fort Elder that used the age measuring pearl to test Duan Lingtian's age during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties felt pity for Duan Lingtian. I've killed many people in my lifetime, yet I've never killed a genius martial artist like you. Even if you die today, we won't forget you. The corners of a Skywolf Fort Elder's mouth curled into a cold smile as he spoke indifferently. The material concept on the bodies of the 6 Skywolf Fort Elders swept out, causing their clothes to flutter without any wind, and their gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. As far as they were concerned, the violet-clothed young man before them was bound to become a ghost at their hands today. At the same time that Duan Lingtian ceaselessly shouted in his heart, he noticed that the spatial ring on his hand had started trembling. With a command in his mind, Duan Lingtian noticed that the Devil Seal tablet within the storage space within his spatial ring had become restless, and it was even more disobedient than before. When Duan Lingtian's mind touched the Devil Seal tablet, his soul throbbed, and it was as if a voice that was filled with temptation was saying to him, "Let me out." Chapter 837. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian thought it was a misconception, but after a few times, he realized that all of this wasn't a misconception. Boundless strength? How boundless is it? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian, who'd already become slightly mentally unstable because of Ta Mu's death and the waves of soundless shouts behind him, had a moment of thought, and he took out the Devil Seal tablet as if he was possessed. Whoosh! The Devil Seal tablet appeared before Duan Lingtian and floated there. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that the current Devil Seal tablet was extremely different when compared to before, and there were strands of black mist on it that coiled around the entire Devil Seal tablet. Moreover, when this black mist touched the Devil Seal tablet, it actually strangely transformed into a black liquid that flowed on the ancient characters that Duan Lingtian couldn't recognize on the Devil Seal tablet, and it seemed to have formed numerous small streams. Duan Lingtian stared blankly at the Devil Seal tablet that floated in midair, and for some unknown reason, he actually stretched out his hand and even pressed it on the Devil Seal tablet. The Devil Seal tablet was icy cold to the touch, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but shudder, and his body started to lightly tremble. At the same time, Duan Lingtian clearly saw that the black liquid that flowed on the Devil Seal tablet actually flowed along his fingers into his hand when he pressed his hand on it. After the clearly visible black liquid flowed into his fingers, it spread to the center of his palm, the back of his palm, and then followed along his arm all the way up. Icy cold and bone-piercing coldness filled Duan Lingtian's entire arm, causing him to completely sober up, and his face went ghastly pale. Shit! Presently, Duan Lingtian didn't have the bewilderment from before, and at this instant, he noticed that his arm that was in contact with the Devil Seal tablet wasn't under his control. It was as if someone had seized control of it. At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt an icy cold energy flow along the meridians on his shoulder and enter his internal organs, and at the same time, it flowed along his neck and head, directly into his soul. What exactly happened? This was Duan Lingtian's last thought before he lost consciousness. In the distance, the 6 Skywolf Fort Elders who had surrounded Duan Lingtian and made it impossible for Duan Lingtian to escape were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian suddenly take out a broken stone tablet. When they saw the black mist emitting from the broken stone tablet and even turning into a black liquid, they were dumbfounded. They saw the complex and indecipherable words engraved on the stone tablet. What is this? It was only when they saw Duan Lingtian's hand pressing on the stone tablet and the black liquid flowing from the words on the stone tablet fusing into Duan Lingtian's body that they began to wake up. When they woke up, Duan Lingtian's eyes, which had suddenly lit up, dimmed again. After it dimmed, a thick scarlet color suddenly appeared. His scarlet eyes were incomparably deep, like the boundless starry sky. They contained a strange magic that made people feel as if they were about to sink into them at first glance. The 6 Sky Wolf Fort Elders' expressions changed drastically when they saw the captivating scarlet eyes. They faintly realized that Duan Lingtian's body might have undergone some changes. This change made them feel a little scared. His hair. Suddenly, one of the Sky Wolf Fort Elders exclaimed. The other 5 Sky Wolf Fort Elders looked over when they heard the exclamation. Only then did they realize that when Duan Lingtian's eyes became scarlet and deep, his long black hair that fluttered in the wind also underwent an earth-shattering change in an instant. His long black hair turned into a devilish purple in an instant. Every time his long hair fluttered, it looked like a purple python swinging its tail. Who can tell me what the F***CK is going on? This was the thought in the minds of every Skywolf Fort Elder. Slap. Right at this moment, a sound rang out and startled the 6 Sky Wolf Fort Elders. They saw Duan Lingtian, whose eyes had turned scarlet, and whose devilish purple hair fluttered in the wind, grabbing the broken stone tablet in his hand. At the same time, wisps of black mist were emitted from Duan Lingtian's body and the broken stone tablet. They were filled with traces of an indescribably terrifying aura. The 6 Sky Wolf Fort Elders felt a chill in their hearts when they sensed this aura from afar. Kill him! One of the Sky Wolf Fort Elders shouted out in shock, as if he wanted to use this to suppress the terror in his heart, and after he shouted out in shock, a Grade 3 spirit weapon appeared out of thin air in his hand as he charged towards Duan Lingtian. Above the void, the heaven and earth phenomenon suddenly appeared and transformed into hundreds of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. They rushed out and bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! 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 The other 5 Skywolf Fort Elders had heavy expressions, and they didn't dare dally as they attacked with their full strength. The changes that occurred to Duan Lingtian caused them to feel terrified and uneasy from the bottom of their hearts. At that instant, they felt that Duan Lingtian seemed to have become a completely different person. The current Duan Lingtian brought too much pressure to them. Kill! The 6 Skywolf Fort Elders flashed towards Duan Lingtian from all directions, and the energy of the Grade 3 spirit weapons in their hands was completely released as they shot towards Duan Lingtian. Above the void, a few thousand ancient horned dragon silhouettes formed a circle and ceaselessly pounced towards the center area with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like rainbows. Lingtian. When the 6 Skywolf Fort Elders made a move against Duan Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao had arrived late and just happened to see the scene of Duan Lingtian being besieged by the 6 Skywolf Fort Elders. Presently, he didn't even have the time to think about why Duan Lingtian's hair would become violet, why his eyes would become scarlet red, and what was with the broken stone tablet in his hand that emitted a terrifying aura. Bang! 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 The weakest amongst the 6 Skywolf Fort Elders was in existence at the 3rd level of the Void Transformation stage, and the strongest was even in existence at the 5th level of the Void Transformation stage. They attacked in unison and covered the heavens and the earth as their attacks swept towards Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian moved. He slowly raised the broken stone tablet in his hand and tossed it above his head, causing it to float in the sky above him. In the next moment, with the broken stone tablet as the center, a translucent black-colored light barrier descended down towards Duan Lingtian, and it enveloped Duan Lingtian's entire body within it to form a layer of protective barrier. Right at this moment, the full force attacks of the 6 Skywolf Fort Elders arrived. Bang! 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 Numerous extremely terrifying forces that were even capable of annihilating a 6th-level Void Transformation stage expert swept out and descended onto the translucent black-colored light barrier that stretched out from the broken stone tablet. Waves of enormous bangs that were like thunderclaps sounded out as terrifying sounds of air exploding resounded out without end, and at the center of the energy explosion, numerous shapeless waves of air surged and swept out. Even Feng Wu Dao, who was 100 meters away, couldn't help but narrow his eyes from being struck by the waves of air. How? How could this be possible? Right when Feng Wu Dao's expression was unsightly and thought that Duan Lingtian had already been killed by the 6 Skywolf Fort Elders, the scene that appeared before him caused him to be dumbstruck. In the distance, the 6 Skywolf Fort Elders that formed an encirclement had already stopped attacking. If one looked carefully, one would notice that their bodies were trembling violently, and their eyes that stared ahead were wide open while disbelief covered their faces. It was as if they'd seen something terrifying. How? How could this be possible? This isn't real. Could it be that the stone tablet is what the Vice Fort Masters are looking for? The 6 Skywolf Fort Elders were completely dumbstruck as they looked at Duan Lingtian, who was protected by the layer of translucent black-colored light barrier and was completely unharmed. In next to no time, their gazes simultaneously shot towards the broken stone tablet above Duan Lingtian. The light barrier that protected Duan Lingtian extended out from it. Duan Lingtian is nothing to worry about if we seize this stone tablet. A crazy thought arose in the heart of one of the Skywolf Fort Elders, and then he flew out and flashed towards the broken stone tablet above Duan Lingtian with the intention of seizing it. Whoosh! Meanwhile, a flash appeared before the eyes of the other 5 Skywolf Fort Elders, and they noticed that Duan Lingtian had instantly vanished on the spot and appeared at the side of the broken stone tablet when he appeared once more. Impossible! How could this be possible? The other 5 Skywolf Fort Elders were dumbstruck as they gazed at their companion that was forcefully lifted up by Duan Lingtian like an eagle grabbing onto a chick and had his strength shaken off. Elder Ping is in existence at the 5th level of the Void Transformation stage. This Duan Lingtian actually subdued him so easily? How could this be possible? At this moment, the 5 Skywolf Fort Elders couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Crack! A clear and ear-piercing sound of bones breaking sounded out, and it was Duan Lingtian who stood at the side of the broken stone tablet that exerted strength in his hand and directly broke the neck of the Skywolf Fort Elder in his hand. 5th level Void Transformation stage. Dead. Monster. Monster. The other 5 Skywolf Fort Elders shuddered and completely sobered up, and they roared as they scattered and fled in all directions. Now, they didn't dare have the thought of killing Duan Lingtian. What a joke. The strongest amongst them, Elder Ping, had been subdued by Duan Lingtian in a single move, and he'd even broken his neck and directly killed him. Even if they attacked, the outcome wouldn't be much different. At this moment, they only felt their scalps go numb, and they were unable to wrap their heads around why Duan Lingtian would possess such formidable strength after undergoing an unusual transformation. At the same time that they fled, they felt that the black-haired and black-eyed Duan Lingtian from before was so amiable. Gulp! Feng Wu Dao fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva and muttered with an expression of disbelief. That was in existence at the 5th level of the Void Transformation stage. He was killed by that Kid Lingtian in a single move? Is he really that Kid Lingtian? Bewilderment had only just arisen in Feng Wu Dao's heart when he noticed that the distant Duan Lingtian had made a move. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and a suction force that caused the airflow in the air to form a clearly visible vortex stretched out, and after it sucked the broken stone tablet into his hand, he vanished into thin air before Feng Wu Dao's eyes. Exactly. He vanished into thin air. So swift. Chapter 838. After all, even when he witnessed the battle between the Vice Sect Master of the Blade Sect, Sword 13, and the 2 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort earlier, even though he wasn't able to see the flashing figures of the 3 of them clearly, he was still able to catch some of it. Yet now, he was utterly unable to catch a glimpse of Duan Lingtian's figure. Whoosh! In the next moment, he saw that Duan Lingtian, who held the broken stone tablet and had fluttering violet hair, appear out of thin air by the side of a Skywolf Fort Elder that was fleeing. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian slapped out with his other hand, causing a deep and terrifying black-colored energy to sweep out and descend onto the Skywolf Fort Elder, instantly killing him. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian vanished on the spot. Bang! 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 It was similarly a casual palm strike. Yet the other 4 Skywolf Fort elders hadn't fled far before being caught up by him and easily killed. Duan Lingtian's attack was so swift that the roiling energy of heaven and earth in the horizon was completely unable to condense into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. Lingtian. Right when Duan Lingtian killed the last Skywolf Fort elder, Feng Wu Dao, who'd heaved a sigh of relief, looked at Duan Lingtian and called out to him. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was already before Feng Wu Dao. Lingtian, how did you? Feng Wu Dao, who was just about to ask why Duan Lingtian would suddenly possess such a terrifying strength, stopped abruptly halfway through his words. Because Duan Lingtian was currently using a pair of bloody and deep eyes to stare at him, and it caused him to feel a wave of fear in his heart. It wasn't just that. Duan Lingtian's hand was even raised up high, and strands of deep black-colored energy coiled around it as it emitted an aura that caused terror to arise from the bottom of Feng Wu Dao's heart. Feng Wu Dao couldn't be more familiar with this movement of Duan Lingtian's. Just a moment ago, Duan Lingtian had struck out like this to kill those 5 Skywolf Fort elders. Lingtian, it's me. I'm Uncle Feng. When he saw Duan Lingtian seeming as if his palm would descend at any moment, Feng Wu Dao felt a wave of fear in his heart, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he couldn't help but speak out in panic. He had no doubt that once Duan Lingtian's palm landed, he would die without a doubt. Meanwhile, Feng Wu Dao realized a problem as well. Duan Lingtian seemed to have lost his mind. Your eyes turned blood red, and your hair turned purple. Lingtian brat, what happened to you? Feng Wu Dao's heart was filled with confusion. Uncle Feng? Finally, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth with great difficulty and slowly spat out a few syllables. Moreover, the scarlet color in his eyes seemed to show signs of fading away. Right, I'm Uncle Feng, Feng Wu Dao. Feng Wu Dao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian reacting and gradually lowering his raised hand, causing the mysterious and terrifying black-colored energy to disperse along with this. At this moment, his back was already completely drenched in cold sweat. In his eyes, the current Duan Lingtian was even more terrifying than the few Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort added together. Uncle Feng, there was still slight confusion in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he lightly shook his head as if he was recalling something, and the expression on his face seemed to be slightly painful. Lingtian brat, what's wrong with you? Feng Wu Dao noticed that something wasn't right with Duan Lingtian, and his face went slightly pale. In the end, his gaze descended onto the broken stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand. He had an extremely strange intuition that the changes that occurred in Duan Lingtian's body ought to be related to this stone tablet. Feng Wu Dao wasn't unfamiliar with this stone tablet. That day, during the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition, Duan Lingtian had precisely used this stone tablet to counter Zishang's secret technique. Today, during the 4th round of the selections, he'd even used this stone tablet to cause Zishang to not even have the courage to enter the arena to battle him. When he thought up to here, Feng Wu Dao slowly stretched out his hand with the intention of taking away the broken stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand, as he wanted to see if Duan Lingtian would return to normal without the stone tablet. But Feng Wu Dao had just stretched out his hand when he noticed an extremely gloomy and cold aura that instantly assaulted his face and enveloped his entire body within it. I have no ill intent. Feng Wu Dao hurriedly withdrew his hand when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression instantly change to stare coldly and indifferently at him. Only now did he realize that he shouldn't have done that, because at this moment, the scarlet-red color in Duan Lingtian's eyes grew even stronger, and the black-colored aura emitted from his body even caused the surrounding air to become gloomy and cold. Whoosh! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian raised his hand as a terrifying black-colored energy coiled around his palm, and it seemed as if it would descend onto Feng Wu Dao at any moment. Feng Wu Dao's mind was tense as cold sweat flowed from his forehead, and his heart was filled with a perturbed feeling. He knew that his action of wanting to take the broken stone tablet earlier had already completely and utterly infuriated Duan Lingtian, who'd lost all reason. Uncle Feng. Right when Feng Wu Dao thought Duan Lingtian would strike down with his palm, He noticed that Duan Lingtian had once again spoken a few words, and this caused him to be unable to help but heave a sigh of relief. Ling Tian, I. Feng Wu Dao was just about to guide Duan Lingtian patiently to guide Duan Lingtian to recover his reason when he noticed Duan Lingtian had vanished into thin air before his eyes and transformed into nothingness. Ling Tian. Feng Wu Dao's face went grim as he hurriedly glanced towards the surroundings. In the end, he didn't notice Duan Lingtian's tracks, and he even didn't know which direction Duan Lingtian had gone. Shit. Ling Tian has lost all reason now, and if he were to wander about randomly in the foreign lands, I'm afraid his life would be in danger. Feng Wu Dao had an anxious expression as he looked around for a while, yet he was at a loss for what to do. In the end, he could only search nearby, yet he didn't notice any trace of Duan Lingtian after searching for a long time, and he could only give up in the end. When dusk descended, Feng Wu Dao returned to the place where the elders of Skywolf Fort were killed, and only now did he notice that the group of people from the Blade sect had arrived. Father. Feng Tianwu moved over to greet Feng Wu Dao when she saw him. Father, where did you go? What exactly happened here? Who killed these elders of Skywolf Fort? I even saw Tamu's corpse. Only elder brother Duan's whereabouts are unknown. Do you know where he went? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with anxiousness. She was most worried about the safety of Duan Lingtian and her father earlier, because she noticed that Tamu was dead, and the 6 elders of Skywolf Fort were dead as well. Now, when she saw her father was safe and sound, and she didn't see Duan Lingtian, she couldn't help but be even more worried about the safety of Duan Lingtian. Feng Wu Dao glanced at the 7 corpses scattered on the plains when he heard this, and he was just about to speak when he noticed Sword 13, Saber 5, and the others had come over to greet him. When I caught up, I noticed the corpses of Tamu and the 6 elders of Skywolf Fort. As for that kid Lingtian, I didn't see him. I searched the surroundings for a while, yet I didn't notice any trace of him. Feng Wu Dao sighed as he spoke. As far as he was concerned, the incident from before was truly too strange. Especially the strength Duan Lingtian revealed after he underwent an unexpected transformation. It was absolutely a strength that surpassed the Void transformation stage, and it might even have attained the martial Monarch stage. All of this seemed to be related to the mysterious Broken Stone tablet. Besides that, according to his guess, it was very likely that the reason the 4 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort had come for Duan Lingtian was for the sake of the Broken Stone tablet. Perhaps they'd found out about some things from Zishang. It was precisely because of this that Feng Wu Dao had decided to conceal everything he'd seen earlier after careful consideration. In this way, he would be able to better protect Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, once the secret of the mysterious stone tablet was exposed, even the Blade sect might be moved by it and do something bad to Duan Lingtian. What? Feng Tianwu was terrified to the point her beautiful face went pale when she heard this. Why is it like this? Where could elder brother Duan have gone? Su Li and Zhang Shouyong stood at the side with worried expressions as well. After hearing what Feng Wu Dao said, Jian Shisan sighed. I want to look at those 7 corpses. Tamu ought to have been killed by the members of Skywolf Fort. As for the members of Skywolf Fort, they were all killed by the same expert. Based on the distance between the 6 corpses of Skywolf Fort and the marks on their corpses, that expert's speed was extremely swift, and it even far surpassed my speed. When he spoke up to hear, Jian Shisan took a deep breath before saying, moreover, the spatial rings on the corpses of those 6 Skywolf Fort elders are still there, and that expert obviously didn't take a fancy to their things. So, according to my estimations, it's extremely likely that a martial Monarch stage expert made a move and killed the 6 elders of Skywolf Fort before taking away Duan Lingtian. Jian Shisan finished speaking in a single breath. Martial Monarch stage expert. As soon as Jian Shisan finished speaking, besides Saber 5 who was prepared since long ago, the pupils of everyone including Feng Wu Dao couldn't help but constrict, and they had astonished expressions. Feng Wu Dao was like this because he was shocked by Jian Shisan's deduction. He never imagined that Jian Shisan's thoughts were actually meticulous to such an extent that he was able to determine from the corpses of the 6 Skywolf Fort elders that it was a martial monarch stage expert that killed them. After Ling Tian underwent an unexpected change, that strength is indeed a strength that only a martial monarch stage expert possesses. But I keep having the feeling that exploding out with such a strength is extremely harmful to him and not the slightest benefit. When he thought of Duan Lingtian's appearance when he lost all reason, Feng Wu Dao's heart was filled with worry. Elder brother Duan was taken away by a martial monarch stage expert? After Feng Tianwu heard what Jian Shursen said, the worry on her face grew even deeper. Then what should we do now? How should we find that martial monarch stage expert and rescue elder brother Duan? Tianwu. Jian Shursan shook his head. I feel that you're too concerned and confused. If Duan Lingtian was really taken away by a martial monarch stage expert, then he ought to be fine. Not only that, he might even obtain a great fortune. Yeah. Su Li deeply agreed with his master's words. If that martial monarch stage expert wants to harm Duan Lingtian, then Duan Lingtian's end would surely be the same as those 6 Skywolf Fort elders. Logically speaking, it's impossible for a martial monarch stage expert to make a move and kill those Skywolf Fort elders for no reason or rhyme. But since he made a move, it's most probably for the sake of rescuing Duan Lingtian. Chapter 839. Needless to say, Su Li's judgment was extremely convincing, and it caused Feng Tianwu's expression to gradually ease up. Yeah, Wu, that kid Ling Tian will surely be fine. As the saying goes, one is bound to have good fortune after surviving a great calamity. Feng Wu Dao said.
Yes.
Feng Tianwu nodded lightly. Even though her emotions had calmed down, a wisp of worry still appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face. When he saw this scene, Feng Wu Dao completely dispelled the thought of telling the truth to Feng Tianwu. Otherwise, his daughter would surely be even more worried. Duan Lingtian vanished into thin air, causing Feng Wu Dao to be unable to find a trace of him. In the end, he could only return to the Blade Sect with Sword 13 and the others. Vice Sect Master Sword, what about the 4 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort? Feng Wu Dao asked curiously. When he first came to chase after Duan Lingtian, Tamu, and those elders of Skywolf Fort, Sword 13 and Saber 5 were in a horrifying battle with the 4 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort. Both sides were evenly matched, and even if they fought for an entire day and night, the outcome might not be decided. They were in a deadlock with us for a period of time before leaving. Perhaps they thought that those elders of Skywolf Fort had already succeeded and returned. Sword 13 sneered. They probably never imagined, even in their dreams, that all the members of Skywolf Fort would be dead. This is called trying to steal a chicken, only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. They deserved it. Saber 5 cursed as well, and then he sighed. But it's a pity that Tamu, such a good seedling, was killed by the members of Skywolf Fort, just like that. Let's go. After a short moment, Sword 13 sighed and led the group to continue on their way, and they headed towards the Blade Sect in the northeast. The veil of night gradually descended. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. For figures came over from the southwest, and they passed through the sky to quickly arrive at the place Sword 13 and the others had stopped at in the evening. There are a few corpses there. The person in the lead amongst the 4 suddenly stopped moving before diving down. The other 3 followed closely behind him. Elder Ping? Looking at the old man whose neck was twisted and showed no signs of resistance, the old man wearing a green uniform had a gloomy expression. No wonder they didn't come back. They all died here. At this time, the other 3 people also dragged 5 corpses over. They were all killed in one strike. From the way their eyes were wide open, it was clear that they were extremely terrified before they died. They must have met an expert that they couldn't match. Judging from the distance between their corpses and the wounds on their bodies, the person who killed them is no ordinary figure. I'm afraid even the fort master doesn't have such strength. Soon, the 3 old men and 1 middle-aged man exchanged glances. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Martial Emperor. Immediately after, the 4 of them exclaimed in unison. These 4 people were the 4 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort who had chased after the group from Blade Sect this afternoon and fought against Sword 13 and Saber 5. Mingli, Ningcan, Yukong, and Feng Wei. After they returned, they originally thought that the 6 elders that chased after Duan Lingtian had already returned, yet never had they imagined that they didn't return at all. It wasn't just that, they waited for a long time, yet didn't notice those 6 elders returning. Instantly, the 4 of them decided to come over and see if they could find any clues. The outcome was out of their expectations. The 6 elders of Skywolf Fort were suspected to have been killed by a martial Emperor stage expert, and 5 of them were even pursued and killed in a single strike while fleeing for their lives. There are traces of blood there. Suddenly, Feng Wei exclaimed in a low voice, and he seemed to have noticed something. Instantly, the other 3 people went over together. In next to no time, they saw a simple grave nearby, and there was no tombstone on it. Based on the traces of mud on the grave, it was obviously buried not long ago. Bang! 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 Ningkan took a stride forward and pushed out 3 palms, and his vast origin energy combined with material concept instantly turned the grave upside down. A sturdy corpse was also sent flying by the explosion and fell heavily to the ground. It's that Tamu. Feng Wei recognized the corpse with a single glance, and then he guessed. It's probably buried by the members of the Blade Sect. Could it be that the 6 elders were killed by the members of the Blade Sect? Yukong frowned. No. Meng Li shook his head. The injuries on the corpses of the 6 elders have obviously been there for some time. Moreover, the person that killed them is most probably a martial Emperor stage expert. I didn't notice any other traces in the surroundings, nor did I see Duan Lingtian's corpse. Feng Wei searched the surroundings for a while before saying, "It's slightly strange. It's very likely that Duan Lingtian was taken away by that martial Emperor stage expert. No matter how temperamental a martial Emperor stage expert is, he wouldn't casually kill people. Moreover, he killed a few people that were like ants in his eyes." Ningkan guessed. So I guess that the martial Emperor stage expert made a move for the sake of saving Duan Lingtian. Perhaps he took a fancy to Duan Lingtian's natural talent and comprehension ability, or perhaps it was something else. As he finished speaking, Ningkan's expression sank. The expressions of Meng Li and the others were unsightly as well. The incident today had undoubtedly pushed them to the opposite side of Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian was really following by the side of a martial Emperor stage expert, then once the martial Emperor stage expert made a move in the future, their Skywolf Fort would undoubtedly suffer misfortune. Don't worry about it for now. All of this is only our own guesses. Perhaps the truth isn't like this? In the end, it was Meng Li who recovered from his shock first and consoled them. Ningkan and the others nodded. Let's return. Meng Li continued. There's no need to think about the Saint weapon in Duan Lingtian's possession for now. The important matter at hand is to properly prepare to deal with the opening of Emperor Wu's secret treasure half a year from now. According to my knowledge, there are no less than 6 powers that know of the existence of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. When he spoke up to hear, Meng Li looked at Ningkan. Ningkan, I heard that the personal disciple you've just taken is a variant, and his innate ability is even more extraordinary. Properly foster him. His innate ability will be the trump card of our Skywolf Fort's young disciples after we enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Yes, senior brother, Ningkan replied respectfully, and a proud smile appeared on his face when he thought of his personal disciple. The 4 of them arrived hastily and left hastily. As for the corpses of the 6 Skywolf Fort elders, they utterly didn't pay any attention to them and casually tossed them onto the vast plains, allowing them to wait for the arrival of wild beasts and fierce beasts. In the sky above the Darkhan dynasty, swoosh, swoosh, 2 figures that were exceedingly swift flashed through the sky, and it wasn't long before they appeared in the sky above the Darkhan dynasty before stopping. Meanwhile, the owners of the 2 figures appeared. They were 2 young girls around the age of 15 or 16. One of the young girls wore yellow clothes and had a pair of eyes that were suffused with a strange sheen, and it was obvious with a single glance that she wasn't someone that could calm down. The other young girl wore green clothes and had a beautiful appearance, and it could be discerned that she would surely be a drop-dead gorgeous beauty when she grew up. Most importantly, the green-clothed young girl seemed to be extremely tranquil as she stood there, and she was like a painting. Compared to the yellow-clothed young girl that was raising her head to watch, they formed two extremes. Xuanai, this is the Dark Han dynasty you spoke of in the past? The green-clothed young girl spoke with a voice that was pleasant and gentle like an oriole. Yes, yes. The yellow-clothed young girl nodded, and then she held the green-clothed young girl's hand before swooping down hastily. I heard Big Brother Ling Tian say that he seems to be going to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. I wonder if it has ended. It has already been a few years. It ought to have ended, right? Even though the green-clothed young girl was pulled down from the sky by the yellow-clothed young girl, she still maintained a tranquil and ladylike bearing as she lightly parted her jade lips and exhaled. Wouldn't we know if we asked someone? The yellow-clothed young girl spoke. Xuanai, I think we should return earlier. If my father finds out that I ran away from home with you and snuck out, he'll surely be furious. The green-clothed young girl spoke with slight worry. What are you afraid of? I'm here. The yellow-clothed young girl spoke forthrightly. At that time, if Uncle Mu dares say anything about you, then I'll burn his hair. Speaking of which, Uncle Mu is rather handsome when he doesn't have hair. Don't. The green-clothed young girl laughed bitterly. Father's current hair is something he grew for a few years. If you do that again, then he'll probably be depressed again. As far as she was concerned, her father was a formidable figure at any rate, yet he just happened to be meek like a rabbit before her little companion. All right. Aren't you annoying? If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have brought you along. The yellow-clothed young girl spoke with slight impatience. In next to no time, the two young girls entered the Dark Han dynasty's capital, and they went to the restaurant at the first possible moment to call the attendant over. Attendant, has the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended? The yellow-clothed young girl, Han Xuanai that had parted ways with Duan Lingtian a few years ago, looked at the attendant and asked, Young miss, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties wasn't held in our Dark Han dynasty. According to my knowledge, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held a year after the dynasty martial competition of our Dark Han dynasty ended, and it ought to have ended a few days ago. The attendant said, Then do you know where the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is held? Han Xuanai asked. Young miss, you must be joking. How would people like us know something like this? The attendant laughed bitterly. Young miss, do you want to know where the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is held? Suddenly, a frivolous voice sounded out, and a young man in embroidered clothes arrived before the table Han Xuanai was at under the escort of 2 servants. What? You know? Han Xuanai sized the young man up from top to bottom for a moment and asked with slight suspicion. Of course. The young man in embroidered clothes raised his head with an arrogant expression, and then he looked at the nearby attendant and said, Attendant, tell this young miss who this young master is. Yes. Chapter 840. Yi Xiang. Han Xuanai's beautiful brows frowned slightly, and then she couldn't help but mutter. Why does it sound like a woman's name? A man taking a woman's name is truly shameful. The young man in embroidered clothes, the Yi clan's second young master, Yi Xiang's face sank slightly when he heard Han Xuanai. His feminine name had always been a pain in his heart, and it was also his taboo, and no one dared to speak of it in front of him. My big brother Ling Tian's name is still better. That's the name a man should have. After muttering to herself for a while, Han Xuanai smiled. Big brother Ling Tian? The attendant couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he heard Han Xuanai. Young miss, could it be that the full name of the big brother Ling Tian you spoke of is Duan Lingtian? You know my big brother Ling Tian? Han Xuanai's eyes lit up when she heard the attendant, and then she asked, Do you know where my big brother Ling Tian is? How could I possibly know young master Ling Tian? I only had the fortune to see him from afar during the dynasty martial competition over a year ago. Young master Ling Tian was too impressive at that time, and in the end, he even obtained the honor of being the first in the dynasty martial competition of our Dark Han dynasty. The attendant smiled and said, Now, young master Ling Tian ought to be just like this young master Yi Xiang's older brother, and he hasn't returned from the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The first in the dynasty martial competition? Han Shuanai's eyes lit up as she chuckled. As expected of my big brother, Han Shuanai's older brother, truly formidable. Hey, that chamber pot. Oh wait, Yixiang, what are you running for? You still haven't told me where the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is being held. Swoosh. Han Shuanai vanished into thin air before the attendant's eyes before appearing once more to block the path of Yixiang, who was just about to leave stealthily, and she asked angrily with her hands on her hips. Yixiang's eyes flashed and he noticed that a figure had appeared, and he couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Why are the people around this Duan Lingtian so perverted? I can't afford to offend them, so why can't I avoid them? Yixiang felt extremely bitter in his heart. Actually, when he first saw Han Shuanai and the other girl in green beside Han Shuanai, he harbored evil thoughts in his heart. He even wanted to trick them into going to the Yi clan residence. But when he heard Han Shuanai say that the Duan Lingtian was her brother, the crooked thoughts in his heart disappeared. He did not dare to offend the Duan Lingtian again. Even if he couldn't afford to provoke them, couldn't he just avoid them? But now, it seemed that even if he wanted to hide, it would not be easy. I heard from my brother that it's going to be held in the ancient desert city in the northern desert. That's all I know. Miss, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. As Yixiang spoke, he brought along the 2 servants and hurriedly ran out of the restaurant, running even faster than a rabbit. Northern desert? Ancient desert city? Han Shuanai muttered, and then her eyes lit up. I remember now. Qingnu and I went to that place. There seems to be a power called the Skydog Fort there, and the beard of their fort master is rather interesting. I pulled it out the last time. A few years have passed, so it ought to have grown out, right? As Han Shuanai spoke, she held the hand of the green-clothed young girl and ran out of the restaurant. Shui, let's go. I'll bring you to find a very interesting person, and we'll go play the game of pulling out his beard. The green-clothed young girl was the companion that Han Shuanai had played with since she was young, and it was even to the extent that they cultivated the same cultivation technique, Mu Shui. The corners of Mu Shui's mouth couldn't help but curl into a bitter smile when she heard Han Shuanai. At the same time, her heart was filled with pity towards the fort master of the Skydog Fort. Not a single person that was targeted by the little she-devil had a good ending. This was something that she deeply understood. The northern desert belonged to the southern border of the foreign lands, and it was adjacent to the 10 dynasties and occupied an area that was a few tens of times larger than the 10 dynasties. In the southern area of the northern desert, powers gathered together, and there were 4 great powers that reigned supreme. They were respectively Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect. East of the northern desert, Driftcloud Town, Ye family's estate. In a quiet courtyard, there was a young girl around the age of 16 or 17 walking up and down. The young girl had a delicate appearance, and even though she couldn't be considered to be a peerless beauty, she was still a rare beauty. But the young girl's brows were tightly knit together at this moment. No, even if I die, I won't marry him. The young girl gritted her teeth with a resolute expression. What? What's this place? Suddenly, a perplexed muttering sounded out from the room on the left of the courtyard, and the voice seemed to be slightly muddled. The young girl's eyes lit up when she heard this voice, and she hurriedly charged into the room. You're awake? The young girl looked at the purple-clad young man who was struggling to sit up on the bed, and her bright eyes shone with brilliance. She admired this man from the bottom of her heart for being able to stay in bed for more than half a month and still be alive. You are. Duan Lingtian shook his slightly drowsy head. His stiff body gave him an extremely unfamiliar feeling as though he needed to get used to it again. He looked at the young girl in front of him with a confused expression on his face. I'm Yi Xian. The young girl smiled and sighed softly. You really can sleep? You've been asleep for 18 days since the day I found you. 18 days? You said I've been unconscious for 18 days? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. At the same time, with just a thought, he discovered the Devil Seal tablet lying quietly in his spatial ring. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. His memory was still stuck at the moment when he took out the Devil Seal tablet that day. He still remembered that when he pressed his hand on the Devil Seal tablet, A strange energy suddenly gushed out from the Devil Seal tablet and fused into his arm. In the blink of an eye, he lost feeling in his arm. When he woke up, he felt a piercing pain in his soul, and then he completely lost consciousness. After he lost consciousness, he seemed to have fallen into a state of deep sleep, and he even had an extremely strange dream in this state. In that dream, his body was completely out of his control, and it had become violet-haired with blood-red eyes, and he looked like a peerless devil king. In the dream, he'd killed the 6 elders of Skywolf Fort, and he'd even seen Feng Wu Dao in the end. He still remembered. In the dream, he'd wanted to kill Feng Wu Dao many times, and it was he who'd used all his strength to stop Feng Wu Dao. As he stopped Feng Wu Dao, he once again lost consciousness. When he woke up, he noticed he was in this small room, and he even saw a young girl with a delicate and pretty appearance. Based on what the young girl said, it seemed like she'd saved him. Moreover, he'd slept for 18 days?
Yes.
Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw the young girl nod, and based on her expression, she obviously wasn't lying, and there seemed to be no need to lie. Can you tell me what happened when you met me? I don't even remember. Duan Lingtian shook his head that felt like it was about to split open, and he took a deep breath as he asked. The young girl nodded, and then she said, "When I met you, you were lying in a field of reeds. I just happened to pass by and saw you, and I noticed you weren't dead, so I saved you." As she spoke up to hear, the young girl laughed lightly. "Your figure can be considered to be well-proportioned, but I never imagined that you'd be rather heavy." Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly, and then he asked, "Where is this place?" "This is my home, the Ye family of Driftcloud Town." The young girl spoke as she asked, "Right, I've already told you my name, but you haven't told me yours." "I'm Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian slightly opened his mouth and revealed a brilliant smile. "Thank you for saving me." "Duan Lingtian? Then I'll call you Elder Brother Duan, and you can call me Xiao Xian." Yi Xian said with a smile. "Okay, Xiao Xian." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Elder Brother Duan, you've slept for 18 days, so you must be hungry, right? I'll prepare something for you to eat," Yi Xian said, and without waiting for Duan Lingtian's response, she hurriedly left the room and the small courtyard. What a kind-hearted girl. Duan Lingtian smiled, and then he controlled his somewhat unaccustomed body, got off the bed, walked out of the room, and stretched his arms and legs in the small courtyard. What happened after that? How did I escape the clutches of the 6 Skywolf Fort elders? After feeling that he had adapted to his body again, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He had completely forgotten everything that had happened before. And that strange dream. Everything in the dream, could it be real? Suddenly, this crazy thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind for no reason. After this thought appeared, it was difficult to suppress, as if it was the truth. If that dream was real, then this Devil Seal tablet is too freakish, right? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he took out the Devil Seal tablet from his storage ring. The Devil Seal tablet was cold to the touch, and it gave Duan Lingtian a feeling that it was connected to his own flesh and blood. "Can you tell me if everything is real?" Duan Lingtian looked at the Devil Seal tablet and asked. It was as if he was playing the lute to a cow. When he saw the Devil Seal tablet didn't move for a long time, Duan Lingtian put it away and muttered. "Based on the current situation, it's very likely that everything is real. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to survive the siege of those 6 Skywolf Fort elders. The strength of the violet-haired and blood-red-eyed me in the dream was so strong that I felt it far surpassed Senior." The senior Duan Lingtian spoke of was the Vice Sect Master of the Blade Sect, Sword 13, in existence at the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage. Moreover, even if it was amongst the numerous 9th level Void Transformation stage martial artists, Sword 13's strength should at least be at the middle level or above. This could be seen from Sword 13's ability to go against the joint forces of the 9th level Void Transformation stage Vice Fort Master and 8th level Void Transformation stage Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. The strength of the me in the dream was probably at the martial Monarch stage or above, Duan Lingtian muttered as he recalled the extremely clear dream. Tamu. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun as he recalled Tamu, who'd blocked the attack of the Skywolf Fort Elder for him and died before him. If everything in the dream was real, Tamu could be said to have saved him. Chapter 841. Elder Brother Duan, you haven't eaten for so long. Your body must not be able to take rice. So, I cooked a bowl of millet porridge for you. At this moment, Yixin returned and placed a plate with a bowl of hot porridge on the stone table in the courtyard as she spoke with a smile. Thank you. Duan Lingtian smelled the fragrance of the porridge, and his appetite was aroused. After sitting down at the stone table, he began to eat the porridge. The porridge tasted very good. It was obvious that it was cooked with care. Xiaoxian, your culinary skills are not bad. Whoever marries you in the future will be blessed. Duan Lingtian smiled. But in next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that when his words that carried a teasing tone entered into Yixin's ears, it instead caused the corners of Yixin's mouth to curl into a bitter smile. Xiaoxian, what's wrong with you? Did I say something wrong? Duan Lingtian was startled. No. Yixin shook her head and forced a smile on her face as she changed the topic. Right, Elder Brother Duan. Why did you appear in the reed field outside our drift cloud town? Hearing Yixin's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile bitterly. I don't know either. You don't know? Yixin was stunned. She could tell that Duan Lingtian did not seem to be lying. However, what exactly did a person experience to sleep for 18 days without any signs of injury or illness? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, as if he had thought of something, he asked, Xiaoxian, you said earlier that this is the Ye family in Drift Cloud Town? I wonder if you know where the Skywolf Fort is? Skywolf Fort? Yixin could not help but be shocked when she heard this. Elder Brother Duan, are you talking about the Skywolf Fort, one of the 4 major forces in the south of the Northern Desert? The 4 major forces in the south of the Northern Desert? Duan Lingtian was startled. Then, he asked curiously, the 4 major forces you mentioned, don't tell me it's the Skywolf Fort, the Blade Sect, the Empyrean Temple, and the Emotion-Severing Sect? That's right. Yixin nodded and then asked, Elder Brother Duan, why are you asking about the Skywolf Fort? The Skywolf Fort is located in the southernmost part of the Northern Desert. It's quite far from here. Where is this place? A premonition arose to Duan Lingtian to him. Driftcloud Town is located to the east of the Northern Desert. Yixin said, The east of the Northern Desert? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Then, he recovered from his shock and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He was shocked in his heart. Why did I come to the east of the Northern Desert? It's probably a very long distance from here to the south of the Northern Desert, right? With my current strength, I'll definitely encounter danger if I head to the south of the Northern Desert and head to the Blade Sect. Leaving alone is extremely risky. Duan Lingtian felt rather helpless when he thought about this. Looks like if I want to go to the Blade Sect, I have to think of another way. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Miss. Right at this moment, a voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Patriarch heard that the young master you saved has woken up. He wants you to bring the young master to see him. Father, what does he want to do? Yixin frowned. She seemed to be reluctant. Xiaoxian, I didn't expect you to be the daughter of the Ye family. Speaking of which, I've disturbed you and the Ye family for quite some time. Bring me to see the patriarch of the Ye family. Duan Lingtian smiled. Since Duan Lingtian had said so, Yixin naturally had no reason to refuse. She beckoned Duan Lingtian and headed to the Ye family's main hall. In the Ye family's main hall, the patriarch of the Ye family, Yi Ting, sat at the head of the table. Yi Ting was about 50 years old. He had an ordinary appearance, but there was a dignified aura between his brows. He had the dignity of a person in a high position. A middle-aged man in his 40s sat at the head of the table. The middle-aged man's facial features were similar to Yi Ting's. However, there was a hint of gloominess and viciousness between his brows. It was obvious he was not an ordinary person. This person was the 3rd elder of the Ye family, Yi Hui. He was also Yi Ting's half-brother. Big brother, it's not that I want to criticize Xiaoxian. Do you think the Shun family will let the matter rest if news of Xiaoxian, a virgin, bringing a man to her courtyard reaches the ears of the Shin family? Yi Hui said in a deep voice. Sigh. Yi Ting sighed. That girl, Xiao Xian, is just like her mother. She's kind-hearted and not scheming. Her actions this time were indeed thoughtless. However, I heard that the man had been lying in bed for 18 days and had just woken up today. I don't think anything will happen between him and Xiao Xian. Moreover, I believe that Xiao Xian won't do anything she shouldn't do. Yi Ting added, I'm willing to believe in Xiao Xian as well. However, if news of this spreads, what will the outsiders think of it? At that time, won't the Shun family tear our Ye family apart? Yi Hui's expression darkened as he spoke. So, big brother, when Xiao Xian brings that fellow here, I'll ask him to get lost. You mustn't help him. Sigh. I know what to do. However, he's someone Xiao Xian brought back. No matter what, you have to give Xiao Xian some face. Yi Ting sighed. I understand. Yi Hui nodded. Duan Lingtian followed behind Yi Xian as they shuttled through the Ye family's estate and finally arrived at the Ye family's main hall. Duan Lingtian had just entered the main hall when he sensed two gazes locking onto him. One of the gazes was rather polite. The other gaze was not only sharp, but also unbridled. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened slightly. He raised his head and met the gaze of the owner of the gaze behind him. It was Yi Hui who sat in the seat of honor below the main hall. He was not afraid in the slightest. Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy swept out and immediately detected the person's cultivation base. It was at the first level of the void interpretation stage. Father. After Yi Xian walked into the main hall, she bowed to Yi Ting who sat in the seat of honor. After that, she glanced indifferently at Yi Hui who sat in the seat of honor below. Second uncle. Humph. Yi Hui snorted coldly. This snort was directed at both Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian. Xiao Xian, you're becoming more and more impolite. Originally, I still didn't know what was going on, but now it seems like it's the people around you who are problematic. It's not a good habit to learn from the bad instead of the good. When you enter the Shin family in the future, won't people laugh at our Ye family for not having a good upbringing? Yi Hui glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian before he looked at Yi Xian and spoke sarcastically. Second uncle. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly as she looked at Yi Hui and said in a low voice, My friend shouldn't have offended you, right? What right do you have to speak to him? Also, I've already said that I won't marry that good-for-nothing from the Shin family. If you want to marry, then marry yourself. You. Yi Hui was so angry that his face turned ashen. He looked at Yi Ting and said, Big brother, look, this is your good daughter. Xiao Xian. Yi Ting frowned and scolded. How can you speak to your second uncle like that? Second uncle? Yi Xian laughed sarcastically and said, I treat him as my second uncle, but does he treat me as his niece? In order to flatter the Shen family, in order to build a relationship with the Shen family, in order to benefit himself, he sold me out behind my back. I don't have a second uncle like him. As she finished speaking, Yi Xian's face was filled with determination. Yi Xian's hysterical words not only shocked Yi Ting and Yi Hui, but even Duan Lingtian was shocked. Was this still the gentle Xiao Xian? However, from Yi Xian's words, Duan Lingtian roughly understood the conflict between Yi Xian and her second uncle. No wonder Xiao Xian's expression didn't look right when I told her that whoever marries her will be blessed. It turns out that her second uncle set her up behind her back and forced her to marry that good-for-nothing. Duan Lingtian had always been meticulous, so it was easy for him to guess the ins and outs of the matter. Big brother, it seems that Xiao Xian has a strong opinion of me. I really want to ask you to be the judge of this matter. Am I doing this for the sake of the big picture? A marriage alliance with the Shin family will only be beneficial to the Ye family. Yi Hui looked at Yi Ting and spoke slowly. Xiao Xian, you. Just as Yi Ting was about to scold Yi Xian, Duan Lingtian stepped forward and stood in front of Yi Xian. He looked at Yi Ting and interrupted Yi Ting. Duan Lingtian greets the head of the Ye family. Humph. Yi Hui snorted coldly and muttered to himself. Don't you know that it's rude to interrupt someone when they're talking? How could Xiao Xian know this kind of trash? Although Yi Hui wasn't talking to Duan Lingtian, he was obviously talking to Duan Lingtian. Trash? Duan Lingtian's face darkened when he heard Yi Hui's words. A murderous intent flashed across his eyes. At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a little irritated. The origin energy in his body was also becoming restless. The thought of killing Yi Hui rose in his heart for no reason. Moreover, this thought grew stronger and stronger. It was as if it was constantly driving Duan Lingtian and trying to control Duan Lingtian's emotions. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. After taking a deep breath, his restless emotions calmed down. At the same time, he was shocked. When did I become so easily angered? I feel like my emotions aren't under my control. It seems that the dream was real. My emotions must have been affected by the Devil Seal tombstone, and there are repercussions. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall that in the dream, he seemed to only be left with bloodthirsty and ruthless emotions that completely suppressed his normal emotions. Therefore, he was almost certain that it was the repercussions of the Devil Seal tombstone giving him great strength after he killed everyone. I originally thought that with the Devil Seal tombstone, I would be able to use it to give me strength whenever I encounter danger in the future. I would be able to use the strength it gave me to clear away all obstacles. However, it seems like things aren't as simple as they seem. While the Devil Seal tombstone helped me, it also left a wound and flaw in my soul, causing my emotions to go out of control. Perhaps, if the dreamlike incident were to happen again, my emotions would go out of control. In the end, I wouldn't even be able to control myself, causing me to become a true devil. When Duan Lingtian thought up to this point, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Chapter 842. The Devil Seal tombstone is too terrifying. If possible, it's best if I don't use the power within it in the future. Duan Lingtian made up his mind. When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, he recalled the words Yi Xian's second uncle, Yi Hui, had said to himself. He could not help but smile faintly. Then, Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Hui, who was as angry as a little tigress and was about to attack Yi Xian. Xiao Xian, if someone is willing to risk the happiness of his family for his own selfish desires, don't you think he's worse than a dog or a pig? Of course. Yi Xian, who was about to explode when she heard Yi Hui's words, smiled when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, she secretly gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Enough. Finally, Yi Ting could not bear to watch any longer. Both of you, stop talking. You're the young man Xiao Xin saved, right? Yi Ting asked indifferently as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Are you all right now? Yi Ting asked again. Yes. Duan Lingtian responded again. Since you're all right, take these 10 low-grade origin stones and return to where you came from, Yi Ting said indifferently. At the same time, he raised his hand and casually tossed 10 low-grade origin stones at Duan Lingtian's feet. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. This seemed to be an insult to him and trampling on his dignity, right? Father, what's the meaning of this? Yi Xian's expression changed when she saw this scene. She said angrily, Elder brother Duan is my friend. You insulting him is equivalent to insulting me. Hurry up and apologize to him. Yi Ting's expression darkened when he saw his daughter standing up for someone else. Ask him to apologize? Was it possible? Yi Hui sneered, then glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian and said, Big brother, I think this kid thinks it's too little. 10 low-grade primordial stones, that's quite a lot. Yi Ting didn't take it to heart and said indifferently, Our Ye family doesn't owe him anything, but he owes our Ye family. Ye family head, that's not right. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and said faintly, Even if I owe someone, it's Xiao Xian. What does it have to do with your Ye family? Xiao Xian is a member of the Ye family. Since you owe Xiao Xian, you owe the Ye family as well. Yi Ting looked disdainfully at Duan Lingtian and sneered. Ha ha ha. Duan Lingtian laughed heartily when he heard this. His laughter was wanton and free, and it filled the entire Ye family hall. What are you laughing at? Yi Ting said in a low voice, Am I wrong? Ye family head, do you still know that Xiao Xian is a member of the Ye family? You didn't even discuss your marriage with her before deciding it with an outsider. You acted first and reported later. Do you think that Xiao Xian is a member of the Ye family? Duan Lingtian stopped laughing and said coldly, Perhaps in your eyes, Xiao Xian is just a tool for the marriage between the Ye family and the Shun family. Yi Ting's expression turned ugly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Yi Xian, who stood behind Duan Lingtian, was excited to the point she clenched her fists tightly, as what Duan Lingtian said had spoken out the thoughts in her heart, and it resonated with her. Humph, brat, the Ye family's matters are none of your business. Yi Hui stood up from his seat and glared angrily at Duan Lingtian as he shouted in a stern voice. What? Didn't you just say that I owe the Ye family a favor? Now you're trying to cut ties with me? Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was as bright as the sun. The Ye family doesn't welcome you. Get lost. Yi Ting stood up from the seat at the head as well, and the origin energy on his body flashed like flames as his gaze that was like a blade flashed towards Duan Lingtian as he shouted out coldly, Father, what are you doing? Elder brother Duan is my friend. If you ask him to get lost, I'll get lost with him. Let's see how you're going to explain this to the Shin family. Yi Xian took a step forward. Although she wasn't tall, she stood in front of Duan Lingtian and spread out her arms to protect him. She was afraid that Yi Ting would attack Duan Lingtian. You, Xiao Xian, get out of the way. Yi Ting's expression turned even uglier when he saw that his daughter was standing with an outsider. Yi Xian was young, but she had an unyielding character. She ignored Yi Ting. If you don't get out of the way, I won't acknowledge you as my daughter. Yi Ting roared in a deep voice under his extreme rage. Yi Xian's face turned as white as a sheet when she heard this. She looked as if she had lost her soul. She muttered to herself, It's changed. Everything has changed. The father who loved me so dearly will never come back. The father who promised my mother before she died that he would let me live happily for the rest of my life is no longer around. The father who would never yell at me is no longer around. Duan Lingtian sighed. Every family had its own difficulties. This saying was indeed true. At this moment, he could feel Yi Xian's disappointment, but he didn't know how to comfort her. However, he secretly made a decision in his heart. He had to help this kind-hearted girl get through this difficult time. Xiao Xian. Yi Ting sighed when he heard Yi Xian's muttering. Actually, the Shin family's young master is not bad, although he's usually a little too much of a hedonist and indulgent. However, he told me that he's just putting on a show and that he'll treat you sincerely. Father, let me ask you, do you believe his nonsense? Yi Xian sneered. In Drifting Cloud Town, as long as the family's daughter is pretty, which family hasn't been harmed by him? The number of girls who chose to commit suicide after being defiled by him is at least 80, if not 100, right? You want me to marry such a hedonist? Just because the Shin family can help the Ye family after the marriage. Father, you want to push me into the fire pit? Yi Xian's rhetorical questions left Yi Ting speechless. He didn't know how to answer. Xiao Xian, you have to be sensible. You're a member of the Ye family, so you naturally have to think for the sake of the Ye family. Sacrificing you will allow our Ye family to rise to a higher level, and the Ye family will never forget you. The nearby Yi Hui interrupted. No matter how high a family rises by sacrificing a woman, it's unable to change the lowliness in its bones. It'll fall down again sooner or later. Duan Lingtian spoke with disdain. In his lifetime, he looked down upon people and powers that relied on women to seek benefits the most. Kid, you're courting death. Yi Hui was furious and couldn't restrain himself any longer, and he seemed to have transformed into a ferocious wild beast that directly pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Bang! He slapped out with his palm, and his origin energy skyrocketed before fusing with his material water concept and flashed towards Duan Lingtian's chest. The wind from his palm swept out and caused the airflow in the air to flash along with it, and it transformed into circle after circle of ripples that ceaselessly swept out towards the surroundings. Elder brother Duan, watch out. Yi Xian, who was originally immersed in her pain, inadvertently saw this scene and her expression changed greatly. Her eyes were filled with extreme anger towards her second uncle, Yi Hui. Yi Ting had the ability to stop her, yet he didn't make any move and watched all of this coldly from the sidelines. But in the next moment, he was unable to maintain his composure any longer, and his pupils instantly constricted. Slap! An enormous bang sounded out, and it was Duan Lingtian casually pushing out with his palm to forcefully receive Yi Hui's palm strike. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged, but Yi Hui's expression instantly flushed red. You overestimate yourself. There's no enmity between us, yet you want to kill me just because I said a few words that I felt were right? Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent gaze met his gaze as he asked in a low voice. Yi Hui held back a mouthful of blood, yet he wasn't willing to show weakness before Duan Lingtian, so he didn't spit it out, and it was naturally impossible for him to reply. What's the point of keeping your cultivation for a person like you? Duan Lingtian's voice became slightly colder. Stay your hand. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Yiting, who felt that something was amiss, realized what Duan Lingtian intended to do, and his expression turned grim. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Yiting flew out and pounced towards Duan Lingtian like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. When Duan Lingtian had easily received Yi Hui's palm strike, Yixin was stunned because she didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. Her second uncle was an expert at the profound void stage. Even in the entire Drift Cloud town, he could be considered a top-notch existence. Before she could regain her senses, Yixin's expression changed once again. Because she saw her father pounce towards Duan Lingtian, she couldn't help but worry about Duan Lingtian, because her father's strength was even greater than her second uncle's. Boom! Yiting's speed was very fast, but Duan Lingtian's speed was even faster. His other hand swept out, and under Yi Hui's panicked gaze, it fiercely landed on his dantian. In an instant, Yi Hui's dantian was shattered, and a vast amount of origin energy completely leaked out. Wah! With his cultivation crippled, the blood in Yi Hui's body surged, and he could no longer hold back the clotted blood in his mouth, and he spat it out in large mouthfuls. You're courting death. Yiting had finally arrived, and he who had a spirit sword in his hand shouted out explosively as he struck out with his sword like a bolt of lightning towards Duan Lingtian, who had his back towards him, aiming directly for Duan Lingtian's vital point. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with a single strike and take revenge for his younger brother that had his cultivation crippled. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sword whistle pierced Duan Lingtian's eardrums in the blink of an eye, causing Duan Lingtian's brows to raise. Whirlwind! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian easily dodged Yiting's sword, and he stood far away as he stared coldly at Yiting. Yiting was a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and he similarly didn't take Yiting seriously. But when he thought about how Yiting was Xiao Xin's father, Duan Lingtian didn't make a move against him, and it could be considered to be giving face to Xiao Xin, and he really felt heartache for this kind-hearted girl. Big brother, help me take revenge. Help me take revenge. Yi Hui, whose cultivation had been crippled, held his dantian as he sat on the ground, and he didn't see the speed Duan Lingtian revealed as he roared in a low voice. Take revenge? A wisp of indescribable bitterness appeared on the corners of Yiting's mouth. How would he take revenge? The sword strike from before was his strongest sword strike, and it was also his fastest sword strike. It was just that sword strike that was close at hand and was about to succeed, yet it was easily dodged by Duan Lingtian. At that moment, only he knew clearly what he felt. Now, he could confirm one thing. Chapter 843. You. Who are you? Yiting looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a bitter smile. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, Yiting no longer dared to put on airs as the head of the Ye family. He knew that in front of a true expert, he, as the head of the Ye family, was no different from an ant. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be easy. He would not be afraid just because he was the head of the Ye family. I'm Xiao Xin's friend, Duan Lingtian replied calmly. Big brother, why are you wasting your breath on him? Kill him quickly. Yi Hui's expression changed drastically when he realized that Yiting did not make any moves against Duan Lingtian. Kill, kill, kill. All you know is to kill. If he wanted to kill your big brother would have died several times over. Yiting was already nervous. When he heard Yi Hui's words, he immediately reprimanded him impatiently. What? Yi Hui's expression changed drastically when he heard Yiting's words. He was already in great pain after his dantian was destroyed. Now that he was frightened, he fainted. Elder brother Duan. Yixin regained her senses. She realized that the purple-clothed youth she had saved was far more powerful than her second uncle and her father. In the blink of an eye, he had destroyed her second uncle's Dantian. Then, at the critical moment, he had easily dodged her father's furious attack. Even her grandfather, the former head of the Ye family, could not compare to him. Xiaoxian, don't worry. I will help you solve your problem. Duan Lingtian smiled at Yixin and gave her a reassuring look. Yixin's heart warmed. Then, she looked at Yi Ting with a trace of pain in her eyes. Finally, she said, Elder brother Duan, can you let my father go? Silly girl. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. You don't think that Big Brother is a cold-blooded demon, do you? When Yixin heard Duan Lingtian's words, she couldn't help but smile. Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on Yi Ting as he sneered. Yeah, family head, did you see that just now? Even if you want to sacrifice Xiaoxian, when you are in danger, she will be the first to stand up and plead for you. She won't ignore your life and death just because you want to sacrifice her. In her heart, you are her father, the father who gave birth to her and raised her. Duan Lingtian's words were spoken in a resolute manner. Yi Ting smiled bitterly, then put away his sword and sighed. Do you really think I want to sacrifice Xiaoxian? If there was any other way, even if I had to die, I wouldn't let Xiaoxian marry that beast. Duan Lingtian and Yixin couldn't help but be stunned by Yi Ting's sudden change. The current Yi Ting and the Yi Ting from before were like two different people. Humph. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yi Ting disdainfully. Just now, didn't you keep talking about how good the Shin family's hedonistic young master is in front of Xiaoxian? Why are you changing your words now? I was forced by the situation. I just wanted to convince little Xian. Yi Ting sighed, then looked lovingly at Yixin and slowly walked over. Yi Ting reached out his hand and gently stroked Yixin's head. He said gently, Xiaoxian, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Dad. Yixin hadn't seen her father so gentle in a long time. Her eyes reddened as she threw herself into Yi Ting's arms. What happened? Soon, Duan Lingtian and Yixin found out the ins and outs of the matter from Yi Ting's mouth. It turned out that the whole thing was caused by Yi Hui alone. Yi Hui secretly agreed to the Shun family's request for a marriage alliance. He agreed to betroth Yixin to the hedonistic young master of the Shun family. As a result, he used the Shun family's connections to gain a lot of personal benefits. When Yi Ting found out about this, he flew into a rage. He personally went to the Shin family and wanted to break off the engagement. But how could the Shin family be willing to do so? The Shin family spread word that if the Ye family didn't fulfill their promise, the Shin family would declare war on the Ye family and make the Ye family completely vanish from Driftcloud Town and become history. The strongest person in our Ye family is my father, who rarely leaves the house, but he's only at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage. After this incident happened, what I was most worried about was my father finding out about it. Once he finds out, he'll surely kill second brother with his own hands. When he spoke up to hear, Yi Ting glanced at Yi Hui, who'd fainted. Moreover, with my father's temper, he'll surely stop at nothing and fight the Shin family until the end for Xiaoxian. But once the matter develops to that extent, the Ye family will be finished. The Shin family is too strong. They have 2 martial artists at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage alone. Moreover, the supreme elder of the Shen family is even in existence at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. Our Ye family going against the Shin family is no different than striking a rock with an egg. Yi Ting closed his eyes with slight pain, and he continued after a short while. So, for the sake of the entire Ye family, I made a painful choice to unite with the Shin family by marriage and make Xiaoxian submit. For this reason, I didn't hesitate to destroy the relationship between Xiaoxian and I with my own hands, and I betrayed the promise I made to my late wife. Xiaoxian, I'm sorry. Father has let you down. As he finished speaking, Yi Ting's tears flowed down his face, and he had an apologetic expression. Father. Yixin tightly embraced her father as 2 streams of clear tears flowed down her face, and she muttered, Why didn't you tell me earlier? I always thought that you didn't love Xiaoxian anymore. Xiao Xian is in so much pain. Really in so much pain. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the pair of father and daughter before him. Looks like he'd misunderstood Yiting as well. Yiting was a good father, but at the same time, he was also the patriarch of the Yi family, and there were many things he had to consider. Ye family patriarch. When he saw Yiting and Yi Xian separate, Duan Lingtian took a step forward and looked at Yiting as he asked in a low voice, "You said earlier that the strongest person in the Shin family is a 5th-level void interpretation stage martial artist?"
Yes.
Yiting nodded, and at the same time, his eyes lit up. "Brother Duan, could it be that you?" "Yeah, family patriarch, I'll make a trip to the Shin family with you." Duan Lingtian interrupted Yiting, and then he walked out of the Ye family audience hall with large strides. When he arrived before the entrance, he didn't forget to turn around and look at Yi Xian. "Xiao Xian, elder brother Duan will solve this problem for you today." "Elder brother Duan, are you really confident?" Yi Xian had a worried expression as she said, "I don't want anything to happen to you as well. Otherwise, I won't be able to feel at ease for my entire lifetime." "Don't worry." Duan Lingtian smiled confidently. He didn't take a family whose strongest person was only a 5th-level void interpretation stage martial artist seriously. It was fine if they were sensible, but if they weren't, he didn't mind teaching them a lesson. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light. After walking out of the Ye family estate with Yi Ting, Duan Lingtian and Yi Ting walked side by side towards the Shun family estate. All along the way, he found out about some things in Driftcloud Town from Yi Ting. The Shin family was an absolute overlord in Driftcloud Town, and no family dared take the initiative to offend them. In Driftcloud Town, there were a total of 3 families like the Ye family, and all of them had to act according to the wishes of the Shin family. A portion of the profits from their respective businesses had to be handed over to the Shin family every month. What an overbearing Shun family! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a bright light as he muttered, "It can't be helped. In Cloud Continent, the strong are respected. The Shin family has 3 existences at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage or above, and they've already established their overlord status in Driftcloud Town." Yi Ting sighed. With those 3 experts at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage or above present, even if our 3 great families joined forces, we're still not a match for the Shin family. Duan Lingtian nodded, as he deeply agreed with this. Even though the 3rd level of the Void Interpretation stage and the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage were only a single level apart, it was a great gap, and the difference between the two was the strength of an entire 20 ancient horn dragons. Such a gap in strength was like a chasm that was difficult to surmount. The Shun family estate was situated at the east of Driftcloud Town, and it occupied a vast area that was far from something the Ye family estate could compare to. As expected of the number 1 family in Driftcloud Town, Duan Lingtian stood in the sky above the Shin family estate, and he looked down at the scenery beneath his feet. By his side, Yi Ting was slightly perturbed and uneasy, and he laughed bitterly. "Brother Duan, isn't this not too good? No matter what, the Shun family is the number 1 family in our Driftcloud Town. Yet family's patriarch, do you think that the Shun family will readily agree to your Ye family's request to break off the engagement and disregard past enmity if you show sufficient etiquette today?" Duan Lingtian replied with a question instead. "Of course it's impossible." Yi Ting hurriedly shook his head. "If the Shin family finds out that our Ye family wants to break off the engagement, they'll surely act according to the threat they made to our Ye family that day and make a move against our Ye family. Then do you think there's a difference between us barging into the Shin family like this and showing sufficient etiquette and entering the Shin family from the main entrance?" Duan Lingtian asked. Yi Ting shook his head. "Then do you prefer the current situation, or do you prefer to show sufficient etiquette and enter the Shin family from the main entrance?" Duan Lingtian asked again. "The current situation." Yi Ting's eyes lit up. He seemed to have been enlightened by Duan Lingtian for a moment. He looked down at the Shin family's mansion below his feet and roared at the top of his lungs. "Members of the Shin family, listen up. Yi Ting of the Ye family is here to break off the engagement. How can the hedonistic son of the Shin family touch the precious daughter of the Ye family?" Yi Ting's voice contained elemental energy. When it was transmitted, It exploded above the Shin family's mansion like a clap of thunder. Unsurprisingly, it alarmed the entire Shin family. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He couldn't help but give Yiting a thumbs up. He said in a daze, "Head of the Ye family, it seems that I have underestimated you." He originally wanted to teach Yiting how to do this, but who knew that Yiting would do it without a teacher? Furthermore, he did it better than he expected. It's the Ye family. The Ye family is here to break off the engagement. The entire Shun family's mansion was in an uproar because of Yiting's thunderous voice that contained elemental energy. Furthermore, Yiting's words were not only heard by the Shin family, but also by the people near the Shun family's mansion. What does the Ye family want to do? Is the Ye family trying to challenge the authority of the Shin family? I think the Ye family doesn't want to live anymore. Around the Shin family's mansion, many people flew into the air and approached the Shin family's mansion. They were all here to watch the show. It's the head of the Ye family, Yiting. Soon, someone recognized Yiting, who was flying above the Shin family's mansion. Who was the person beside Yiting? Chapter 844. I knew it. That voice sounded like the patriarch of the Ye family. Who would have thought that it really was him? Logically speaking, the patriarch of the Ye family shouldn't be such an impulsive person. But why would he provoke the Shin family today? I really can't understand him. Maybe it's because of the purple-clad young man next to him? That purple-clad young man doesn't seem to be from the Ye family. I've never seen him before. How could a young man who looks around 25 years old be able to help the Ye family fight against the Shin family? I don't care if you believe it or not. I don't believe it. More and more people gathered in the sky above the Shin family's mansion. They looked at Yiting and Duan Lingtian, who were not far away. At this moment, those who knew Yiting did not dare to go over and greet Yiting. They were all afraid that they would get into trouble. Yiting, how dare you? At this moment, the sky above the Shin family's mansion was filled with people. Within the Shun family's mansion, a man with a curly beard dressed in blue stepped into the air and spoke with a thunderous voice. After a while, the curly-bearded man arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Yiting. He looked coldly at Yiting and said, "Yiting, I think you really don't want to live anymore." It's the third elder of the Shin family, Shinlei. It's said that Shinlei is not only powerful, but he also has an extremely violent temper. He often kills people because of a disagreement. He's an out-and-out boorish man. Boorish men are not scary. The scariest thing is a boorish man who possesses strength that ordinary people can't reach. Soon after, someone recognized the curly-bearded man. For a moment, the onlookers were curious about how Yiting would deal with Shinlei. Under the numerous gazes of anticipation, Yiting didn't even spare a glance at Shinlei, and he didn't even intend to look at him. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian. Brother Duan, he's called Shinlei, and he's the third elder of the Shin family. His cultivation is similar to mine, and he's also at the second level of the void interpretation stage. Second level of the void interpretation stage? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He did not expect that a random person from the Shin family would be as powerful as Yiting, the head of the Ye family. Now, Duan Lingtian finally understood why the Shin family was the #1 family in Driftcloud Town. This foundation was enough to put the other 3 families, including the Ye family, to shame. Yiting, looks like you've really eaten the guts of a leopard today. Shinlei, who was disregarded by Yiting, tugged on the curly beard on his face due to his rage. His large eyes instantly stared wide open as he shouted out explosively, and his figure flashed out to directly charge towards Yiting. Just a slight disagreement, and he attacked. This was the Shun family's third elder, Shinlei. For a moment, the surrounding onlookers sighed with emotion. I've heard of the Shin family's third elder's reputation since long ago. Now that I've seen it for myself, his temper is really as violent as the rumors say. Yiting, your grandpa Shun will let you know the consequences of provoking our Shin family today. Halfway through his dash, Shinlei raised his hand and a large saber appeared in his hand. Subsequently, strands of violet lightning appeared and coiled around the large saber. OM. The lightning saber struck out and pointed directly at Yiting, and it descended mercilessly towards Yiting. In the sky, The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared abruptly. 77 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed out abruptly with an aggressive aura. Second level of the void interpretation stage. Second level intermediate lightning concept. Grade 4 spirit weapon. This was Shunlei's entire strength. On the other hand, Yi Ting, who was enveloped by the lightning saber, instead stood on the spot without the slightest movement, and his expression remained unchanged and seemed to be exceedingly calm. Could it be that Yi Ting has been scared silly? The surrounding onlookers were dumbstruck. In next to no time, they realized that Yi Ting wasn't scared silly, and it was instead because he knew that he would be fine. Suddenly, the violet-clothed young man that stood by Yi Ting's side was already standing between Yi Ting and Xinlei, and his speed was so swift that no one present saw it clearly. Subsequently, everyone saw an unbelievable scene. The violet-clothed young man attacked like a bolt of lightning and flashed towards Xunlei's lightning saber with his bare hands, causing the surrounding onlookers to be dumbstruck once more. Only a single thought remained in their hearts. Has this young man gone mad? In next to no time, they realized that this young man wasn't mad, and they were thinking too much. Slap. The violet-clothed young man attacked like a bolt of lightning and actually really caught Xunlei's saber strike that carried the might of lightning, and even Xunlei himself was dumbstruck. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and everyone saw that after the violet-clothed young man tossed the grade 4 spirit saber in Xunlei's hand to the side, his palm descended onto Xunlei and blasted Xunlei flying. Xunlei flew out like an arrow that left the bow, and his countenance that had become ghastly pale couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood on the way, and he flew for a while before standing still in a sorry state. Who are you? Xunlei couldn't help but gasp, and he revealed a fearful expression as he looked at the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that hadn't condensed into form in the sky before dispersing. The violet-clothed young man before him had given him too great of a shock. Although he was unable to see the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth when the violet-clothed young man attacked, based on the violet-clothed young man's ability to catch a saber strike that he struck out with full force with his bare hands, the violet-clothed young man was at least in existence at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage or above. I'm Yi Xian's big brother. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently when faced with Xunlei's question. Yi Xian? Xunlei frowned, and then he seemed to have thought of something and came to a sudden understanding. I remember now, Yi Xian is Yi Ting's daughter, and she's also the marriage partner between the Ye family and our Shun family. But when did the Ye family have someone like you? Xunlei asked in a low voice. I'm not a member of the Ye family, Duan Lingtian said. I came to the Shin family this time, only to help Yi Xian break off the engagement. Your Shin family agrees to break off the engagement and promise not to vent your anger on the Ye family, and everyone will be happy. Otherwise what? Before Duan Lingtian could finish speaking, he was directly interrupted by a loud and dignified voice. Subsequently, a sturdy figure soared into the sky and arrived beside Xunlei. Third Elder, are you all right? Clan leader. When he saw the person who had arrived, even someone as hot-tempered as Xunlei bowed respectfully. But this young man isn't simple. He's at least at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, since he's able to receive my full force attack with his bare hands. Duan Lingtian examined the person who interrupted him. It was a sturdy middle-aged man, and his body faintly revealed the aura of a superior. Coupled with the way Xunlei greeted him, his identity was obvious. It was the Shin family's clan leader, Shindong. Duan Lingtian learned from Yi Ting that Shindong was one of the 2 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artists in the Shin family on the way to the Shin family's mansion after leaving the Ye family's mansion. He received your full force attack with his bare hands? Shindong's expression changed slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had just arrived, so he did not see the scene when Duan Lingtian received Xunlei's blade with his bare hands. Although he knew he could also receive Xunlei's full force attack with his bare hands, it would be a little difficult for him. May I know where you're from, little brother? Shundong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a hint of dread. In his opinion, this purple-clad young man before him must have an extraordinary background since he already had a cultivation base at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage at such a young age. He might even be someone from one of the major forces in the eastern district of the northern desert. You might not know my background even if I tell you, so I won't say it. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Even if he said he was from the Dark Han dynasty, there would probably be no one in Drift Cloud Town that would know. Little brother really wants to stand up for the Ye family? Shundong frowned and asked with a low voice. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Little brother, do you know that if our Shen family were to back down after what you did today, we might become the laughingstock of the entire Drift Cloud Town? Our Shen family can't afford to lose face like this. Shundong said. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded once more and said indifferently, but if someone defeats the 3 strongest members of your Shen family, then even if your Shen family backs down today, no one would laugh at you? Looks like little brother is extremely confident of your strength. Shundong started laughing from extreme anger. You're too kind. Duan Lingtian replied without going red in the slightest. Since it's like this, then I, Shundong, will properly experience little brother's ability today. If you're able to defeat me, then I'll ask our Shen family's supreme elder to battle you. If you're able to defeat him, then the engagement between the Shen family and Ye family will be cancelled, and the Shun family won't look for trouble with the Ye family in the future. Shundong spoke in a magnanimous manner. Since Jinard Shun is so straightforward, then I'll experience it. Duan Lingtian smiled. He never imagined that Shundong would be so straightforward, and for a time, he had a rather good impression of Shundong. As expected of the patriarch of the number 1 clan in Drift Cloud Town, the Shun family. Little brother, please? Shundong nodded, and then he raised his hand, causing a 7-foot-long spear to appear in his hand. Instantly, origin energy coiled around the body of the spear before transforming into strands of gray and hazy energy. Spear concept? Duan Lingtian was greatly shocked, as it was the first time he'd seen someone that had comprehended intermediate spear concept. Spear concept belonged to an unorthodox concept, and it was much more difficult to comprehend than ordinary concepts. Whoosh! In the sky above Shindong, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled before converging into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in the end. 151 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed into form, and they were lifelike as they accumulated force while waiting to attack. 4th level of the Void Interpretation Stage. 4th level Intermediate Spear Concept. Grade 3 Spirit Spear. Jinard Shun, you're the first person I've seen that has comprehended spear concept to such a level. Not to mention anything else, just this alone is enough for me to admire you. Duan Lingtian spoke with a sincere expression. Haha. Shundong stood ramrod straight with his spear in hand, and he laughed heartily. Being able to be praised by such an outstanding young expert like little brother, I, Shundong, can be considered to have lived my life in vain. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Right when Duan Lingtian and Shundong were in confrontation, numerous figures soared into the sky from within the Shun clan estate to converge with Shun Lei. It was precisely the group of Shun clan elders and Shin clan disciples. In next to no time, they found out about everything that had occurred earlier from Shin Lei, and they couldn't help but be moved. Numerous gazes descended onto the violet-clothed young man in the distance. It was this young man that looked to be around the age of 25 that barehandedly received the full force slash of their Shun clan's third elder, Shin Lei. Chapter 845. It's this kid who wants to help the Ye family break off the engagement? A young man in embroidered clothes looked at Duan Lingtian, who was confronting Shundong with a gloomy expression, and asked in a deep voice, "Is he even worthy of fighting my father?" This young man in embroidered clothes was precisely the man of the engagement between the Shin family and the Ye family. He was the Shun family's second young master, Shan'an, second young master. You mustn't underestimate him. Shin Lei frowned. He had never liked this good-for-nothing rich kid, Shan'an, but when he heard Shan'an looking down on Duan Lingtian in his words, he felt slightly uncomfortable. After all, even he was defeated by Duan Lingtian. Wasn't Shan belittling him by saying this? Third elder, I think you're old and useless. Shan glanced at Shenlei and mocked. His words were without the slightest fear of this Shan family's third elder who was famous for his bad temper. Shenlei's face sank, but he could not do anything to Shannon. In this lifetime, he had always done things his own way and was indifferent to life and death. Even if it was the Shin family's supreme elder who was in existence at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage, he was similarly not afraid. However, because he owed the patriarch of the Shin family, Shundong, his life when he was young, it caused him to completely lose his temper before Shindong and even Shandong's relatives. Shin-en, the Shin family's second young master, was Shindong's youngest son. Out of consideration for Chandong saving his life all those years ago, he would never lose his temper before Chan-en, the strength of 150 ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the phenomenon of heaven and earth above Shandong's head. Unknowingly, a sword had already appeared in his hand. It was a sword that faintly emitted a terrifying aura, a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Next, with a command in his heart, the origin energy and second-level intermediate wind concept in Duan Lingtian's hand appeared at almost the exact same moment before fusing into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, as if it was crushing dry leaves and smashing rotten wood. Whoosh! In the next moment, 150 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air. It was the heaven and earth phenomenon that was formed when the energy contained in Duan Lingtian's sword activated the heaven and earth energy. Under Duan Lingtian's deliberate control, all of the ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared at the same time. For this reason, nobody noticed anything unusual. Nobody noticed the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. Duan Lingtian stood with his sword in hand and 150 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head as he confronted Shandong, who stood with his spear horizontally and 151 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head. Even though Duan Lingtian could easily defeat Shandong in an instant by relying on his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, but Shindong's magnanimity from before caused Duan Lingtian to have a rather good impression of him. So he decided to use this method to battle Shindong and display his respect to Shundong. Even though it would be slightly difficult to obtain victory like this, Duan Lingtian didn't regret it. Moreover, using a strength that was similar to Shandong to battle Duan Lingtian could temper him to a certain extent, unless Shindong utilizes other concepts. Otherwise, I'll at most utilize first-level elementary sword concept to execute the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, and I'll absolutely not utilize lightning concept or earth concept. Once first-level elementary sword concept was utilized, it was comparable to the strength of an ancient horned dragon. In this way, when Duan Lingtian attacked, it would similarly be comparable to the strength of 151 ancient horned dragons, and it was comparable to Shindong. Even if Shindong was slightly superior, he would only possess the strength of a few thousand ancient mammoths more. That bit of difference could be completely disregarded. Fight! The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand faintly emitted strands of fierce aura. At the same time, an ancient horned dragon silhouette silently appeared in an inconspicuous corner in the sky above him. The strength of 151 ancient horned dragons was accumulating strength and waiting to be unleashed. Little brother, you're young and capable. Shundong admires you. Today, no matter the outcome, Shundong wants to invite you to my Shin family for a drink. Shundong, who stood with his spear horizontally, spoke in a clear voice, and the clothes on his body fluttered with the wind. Thank you, Jinard Shun. Duan Lingtian, who stood with his sword in hand, smiled as he nodded. Jinard Shin is really magnanimous. Duan Lingtian has already come to provoke him, yet he actually still wants to invite Duan Lingtian to drink. As expected of the patriarch of the Shen family, with such magnanimity, it's no wonder that the Shun family is the #1 clan in our Driftcloud town. The #1 clan in Driftcloud town. Merely this magnanimity of Jinard Shun's is worthy of his reputation. The surrounding crowd of spectators nodded successively, and their words were filled with admiration towards Shindong. Little brother, watch out. Suddenly, Shundong shouted out explosively. As soon as he finished speaking, He'd already dashed out with a speed so swift that only numerous clearly visible afterimages were left behind. Swoosh! A wave of terrifying piercing howls sounded out at practically the exact same moment. It was Shen Dong who'd instantly arrived before Duan Lingtian and abruptly swung out the 7-foot-long spear in his hand. Bang! 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 Everywhere the long spear passed, it was like a WYRM leaving its cave, and it gave rise to a wave of deafening explosions. Everywhere the dragon head passed, it even fiercely collided with Duan Lingtian. The strength of 151 ancient horn dragons was completely unleashed. 9 dragons' radiant flash. At the instant Shandong finished speaking, Duan Lingtian had already moved. He didn't choose to dodge because it was impossible for his speed to be faster than the spear in Shandong's hand. It was even to the extent that even if Shandong utilized his movement technique, it was still far from something he could compare to. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth above him now mainly relied on the amplification of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, and even though his cultivation was similar to Chandong and was at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage as well, but his comprehension of concept was far inferior to Shandong. The speed of his movement technique relied on origin energy and concept. Due to the gap in their concepts, the speed he revealed when he executed his movement technique was bound to be far inferior to Shandong. Under this circumstance, he could only utilize his advantage. Quasi-royal grade spirit sword. 9 dragons' radiant flash. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and stabbed out with his sword. A vast and enormous force gushed out from the sword and finally transformed into 3 divine dragons. 2 completely material divine dragons, and 1 divine dragon that looked extremely illusory. In an instant, the 4 eyes of the 2 divine dragons flashed. At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the 7-foot-long spear that Shandong pierced towards him had actually instantly slowed down, and this caused his heart to jerk. Could it be that Shandong noticed something? Whoosh! 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 4 extreme flashes shot out from the 4 eyes of the 2 divine dragons, and their target was Shandong. Their speed was so swift that it was shocking. Whoosh! At the critical moment, Shandong seemed to be able to predict the future. The 7-foot-long spear in his hand shook, and the tip of the spear flashed like a meteor. Whoosh! 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 The 7-foot-long spear that contained the spear concept that seemed to be able to penetrate everything consecutively stabbed out 5 times in an extremely short period of time. Although the speed of these 5 spears was not as fast as the extreme flashes, they were still a step ahead and pierced towards the space that the extreme flashes were about to pass through. When the first spear stabbed into the space, it just so happened that the first extreme flashes just happened to pass by and collided with it, shattering it. The second spear shattered the second extreme flashes. The third spear, the third flashes. The fourth spear, the fourth flashes. The fifth spear, there was no longer any extreme flashes that could shatter it. Whoosh! It was like a drop of water falling on a calm lake, causing the airflow in the air to ripple like the surface of a lake, forming circles of ripples. What a powerful martial skill! Duan Lingtian withdrew his sword and stood still after his attack failed. He looked at Shandong, who was standing proudly in the distance, with a look of surprise on his face. Of course, the powerful martial skill was one thing. The most important thing was Shandong's reaction speed. Although Shandong's martial skill was strong, it was still inferior to his 9 Dragons Radiant Flash by quite a bit. The reason why he was able to block the 4 extreme flashes of light shot out by the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was because of Shandong's terrifying reaction speed. 5 consecutive spears. The first 4 spears had shattered his 4 extreme flashes. Although the 5th spear missed, it was because there was nothing that could break it. Duan Lingtian believed that even if there were 5 extreme flashes at that time, it would be difficult for them to escape Shandong's 5th spear. It's the Shen family's Tian-level martial skill, 9 Thunderbolt Strikes. Soon, some of the onlookers could not help but exclaim. It is said that once the Shen family's 9 Thunderbolt Strikes is cultivated to the perfection realm, one can strike 9 times in an instant, 9 consecutive strikes. I also heard that in this 9 Thunderbolt Strikes, The first thunderbolt strike can only be regarded as a beginner. The 3 thunderbolt strikes can be regarded as a small success. The 5 thunderbolt strikes can be regarded as a great success. And the 9 thunderbolt strikes can be regarded as a great success. So, Gennard Shun's 9 thunderbolt strikes has been cultivated to the great success realm. The onlookers were discussing animatedly. They were surprised by Shun Dong's attainments in the 9 thunderbolt strikes. Tian-level martial skills were powerful, but they were also very difficult to cultivate. Everyone was well aware of how difficult it was to cultivate to the mastery stage, and it was precisely because of this that they sincerely admired Chen Dong in their hearts. Humph! Look at his attack. It seems that it is not bad. But in the end, wasn't it easily resolved by my father? What a waste! Chunin looked at Duanling Tian from afar as the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Xun Lei, who was beside him, twitched the corner of his mouth. Waste? This good-for-nothing dared to call that talented young man a waste? If Xin En was not Xindong's son, Xun Lei would have scolded him. Second young master, you called him a waste. Do you think you can beat him? Suddenly, an aged figure appeared silently by Chan An's side, and it was only when he spoke that Chen An and the other members of the Chen clan were jolted awake. Grand Supreme Elder. Looking at the old man with white hair and white eyebrows, the Shen family members bowed respectfully. Grand Supreme Elder. When Shannon saw the old man, his expression changed slightly. He quickly bowed his head. Seeing this, Xun Lei could not help but laugh. In such a large family, apart from clan leader Shindong and the eldest young master who had joined a powerful force, only the Grand Supreme Elder could control the second young master. Second young master, you haven't answered me. Do you think you can beat him? The Grand Supreme Elder asked Shan and again. His old face was very serious. Shinan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although he was a good-for-nothing, he was not a brainless person. That young man in purple who looked to be about the same age as him was obviously an expert on the same level as his father. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.